I don't know. Who won the Porsches? Oh, Woodsy.
Yep.
The wood is good.
Oh yeah, Woody's good.
So then, thank you very much if you're tuning in from the word go to the Trackstars Bathurst 1000. We are here for 161 laps of the historic Mount Panorama circuit here in Australia, virtually, of course, through the power of Gran Turismo Sport. I'm Adam Weller, and I'm being joined in the commentary box at the moment by Box HD88. How are we going to go with that informally, sir?
Yeah, I'm pretty easy, mate. Being a Aussie, nicknames are good.
Excellent. Yes, we're all too formal over on the other side of the world. But, yeah, we have a full grid of Group 2 cars in Gran Turismo ready to go. We had all three of the modern-day Group 2 cars available, the Honda, the Lexus, and the Nissan, but no one electing for the mid-engined Honda, so it is a battle of two brands. It's a bit less of a spicy combination than compared to, say, Ford and Holden. It's Lexus and Nissan, not exactly the most hard-fought battle for brand supremacy, but it's going to be interesting to see how these two cars go across the race distance, and we have quite the combination at the front of the order as well. Speedy Tyres and N-Spud P666, two extremely quick drivers set to take the start at the head of the order.
Yeah, and Speedy had a very good shootout yesterday, winning the shootout. It was good. It's good to watch.
Absolutely, and Speedy Tyres, of course, running with EBM Brandoza in the number 17 RoboSport entry. Now that Brandoza, of course, hot off the heels of taking the 5-lap race win in the Porsches just a few moments ago on the previous stream, so he's going to come in with a good amount of momentum. Speedy Tyres, we know how quick he is. N-Spud, of course, for the Mash Spuds racing outfit, he'll be running alongside Diswood, so two race winners there as we get underway and the formation lap begins. Then we have Justin 930 starting from P3 with the number 15. That's one of the It's Racing Esports entries. He'll be sharing with Highlander, but I think he's had a mistake there on the formation lap. In fact, no, that's Punts. Punts has got himself all crossed up on the formation lap. That's going to worry his teammates. That's going to worry his teammates no end. What have we done? What have we signed ourselves up for?
Cold tyres, cold tyres.
Yeah, that'll be the excuse. Damage on the car as well, and he'll be hoping that little bit of a momentum halt doesn't do too much to him. Let's continue to run through the order then. Justin 930 in the 15 number, the number 15 It's Racing Esports car. The other It's Racing Esports, the number 95, that's the Davy Gravy 72, and he's made a mistake as well. We've had two cars off on the formation lap. We're only at the second corner. Gents, take it easy. Well, Davy has run out of gravy by the looks of it. Goes brushing along the Mitsubishi Fuso wall, and what is going on here? Your guess is as good as mine. He's partnering up with TDZ Dave for this race, and, well, something's gone awry there. I don't know if Dave has somehow managed to show up in his house and tickle him or something like that, but something's gone awry there, certainly. Hopefully the car will be okay and everything else will be okay, but we're having some interesting moments here before we even get going. We have...
Sounds like someone put a bit of gravy on the track.
Maybe so, maybe so. Little Blacko then set to start from behind him, of course, in the 22, one of the Robbo Sport cars. Lou Rocks and Little Blacko, we expect them to be very quick. EBM S Mitch 84 in the number 3, another of the Robbo Sport cars, will be sharing with Xiaomi 5, who had a bit of a mixed performance in the Porsche race a little while ago. Evil One 77, the 23, that's JTM Racing, starting with Jazmaz as the second driver, or Yazmaz, not sure. Dirty Sanchez in 7th spot. The number 81 very proudly displayed on the bonnet there for that Lexus driver. We've had another off on the formation lap. What's it, just in 9:30, the latest casualty of the cold tyres? What have they done? Did they put them in a tyre fridge instead of a tyre warmer? What's going on?
Just excitement, I think.
Possibly so. It's yes, 161 laps ahead of us, and well, certainly things have been less than ideal on the formation lap. Have we got everyone together again? We do. We have It's Racing now at the back of the order, and it's all very mixed up. Did you spot something there?
No. It's going to be a very exciting long race. Especially in the first corner and Hell Corner.
Yep, Hell Corner. It's a fairly standard 90-degree left. You wouldn't think much of it. Maybe a little bit, a bit of a wolf in sheep's clothing. It's quite easy to get caught out, to run wide and to spin. We've seen that already today. There's the safety car as we follow the leader, Speedy Tyres. And Speedy will be taking that first spot on the grid, the number 17, the Robbo Sport 17 car.
I think we've just had a car go into the pits already.
Oh dear.
I just see that. Yeah, get rid of the... I don't know who Davey was it. And he's going to thicken his gravy up a little bit more, so he's right for the race.
So then the race will be underway in just a short while. Limbering up and getting ready to go racing. Speedy Tyres, Davy Gravy, of course, in the pit lane and exit now. He'll have to take a pit lane start then behind the rest of the order. Speedy Tyres on the pole position with the Dunlop Dureza rubber on his car. The Elite Brake and Mechanical sponsorship on the side of that car, and Robbo Sport Racing guys getting ready to go racing with a good armada of drivers behind them. Will it be the 17 car that wins at the end of 161 laps?
Just remember, gentlemen, no checkered flag on the first corner, cold tyres. Let's everyone have a good clean race, eh?
Let's hope for the best. And 10-second board has been shown, and they are underway. A bit of a jump start for a few of them.
Spud's bogged down on the takeoff.
Yes, looks like a bit of a mix-up at the start. Everyone underway, though. And it will be the Speedy Tyres, the number 17 at the front of the order. Speedy Tyres taking the early lead here, just ahead of Enspud in second place, Justin in third position. But we follow Enspud around then on this first lap of 161. We've got to move further back. Puntz making his way into third place. A pair of the retro liveries now running second and third place. But Speedy Tyres with the best start of anybody. Spud on the recovery. So the top two running across the mountain for the first time of 161 in this race. It's going to be a long, hard day for everyone involved in the Trackstars Bathurst 1000. These Group 2 cars a lot faster than the V8s of today, and much faster than anything we've ever really seen race at the mountain. So These drivers really pushing the limits of adhesion at every corner in every single lap. Punts then a fairly distant third place. The top three have well and truly broken away in the early going. Justin 9:30 and Little Blacko running 4th and 5th spot at the moment. And Blacko with the number 22 going around the outside at the chase on lap 1. Sir, are you sure? Yes, makes the move stick and moves into what will be the 4th position in the early going.
Seem to
and into the pits is coming Justin 9:30. So Justin with damage. We also have one of the EBM drivers, EBMS Mitch 84, into the pits on the first lap of the race. So early dramas permeating up and down the grid, and that's going to be a big disappointment for the esports It's Racing camp. Justin 9:30 falling down the order on lap number 1. He's going to end up behind a pack of cars, but actually just ahead of It's Racing himself, running today under the alias Davy Gravy. And that is going to be a big blow to both of the It's Racing crews, running practically at the back of the order after just one lap. So Mitch 84, another one of the drivers we saw in the pit lane, he's come out just ahead of quite a long string of cars. Kazi 1, one of the SLM drivers, running just behind him. Of course, slightly different feel for things in this race. We're running it in a practice lobby, so the side classification that you see on screen isn't necessarily indicative of the race order. Fastest lap, my apologies. Running without my glasses has already hurt me once. That's one on the tally.
The fastest lap of a 1:57 too?
Yeah, 1:57, a very good lap time.
That's a very good lap, Spartan. Well done.
And now 1:52.2 across the line that time.
Yeah.
So he will be going quicker still, but Speedy Tyres with the 1:52.1, that little bit quicker. So these two really are breaking away, aren't they, from the rest of the order? Punts in no man's land in third place, but these two at the front of the order seem to have the measure of each other. Speedy Tyres then up the ascent once again here at Mount Panorama, and the flagship RoboSport entry, perhaps the 17 and the 22, both loaded with driving talent. But Speedy Tyres currently leading the way from Enspud, who was so quick in the main Trackstars Touring Cars series earlier in the calendar year. Of course, running during the COVID-19, the peak of the COVID-19 lockdown, and plenty of drivers taking part, plenty of people tuning in to watch the Trackstars Touring Cars series a few months ago, and one of the fastest drivers consistently all year long was Enspud, and really was a talented driver then, and he's obviously lost none of his speed in the interim few months. Spud then just on the back of Speedy Tyres as they go through the final couple of corners once again, just coming out of the chase under the bridge and
down
towards the final turn.
I think again, Spud could just about get a quickest lap here. Yes, of
possibly
1:51.9.
Yep, very fast then, dips into the 1:51s. He's not quite going to be close enough to the back of Speedy Tyres to make a move, though.
No, he's down 200. But it's a long race, steady as she goes.
Absolutely, and there is a song about that somewhere, isn't there? But Speedy Tyres then will be delighted to have this early advantage. Got off the line better than Spud, and that's paid dividends. The number 17 leading the way, the GTR Robosports entry. The number 22 a little further back at the moment. That's of course running the retro Nissan colours. We have a bit of harking back to the past with the paint pots up and down the grid, and the car currently being driven by Little Blacko, another prime example of that. The 22 Robosport entry, I expect that to be one of the favourites over the race distance. Little Blacko very quick, and Lurox 22 just as fast. It's a very proven match of drivers, two very quick competitors, and certainly across the race distance they should be a force to be reckoned with. So, looking a little further back to Davy Gravy, who runs 5th place at the moment. That, of course, is the alias of It's Racing today, and It's Racing running 5th in what is quite the queue of cars building up. He's got Justin 930 just behind him. Justin maybe looking for a move as they go down the chase for this, the 4th racing lap. Is he going to be able to find a way through? Not quite close enough to the back of the green and white Lexus. It is, of course, inter-team battling here. The two It's Racing eSports with two fairly distinctive liveries, one green, one red. A bit early for the Christmas colours, lads, but I appreciate the effort. And Justin all over the back of It's Racing, but not quite able to do it for another lap. Do you reckon that's a battle, or do you think they're formation flying at the moment?
I think they're just being very cautious. They realise it's a long race, I think. Or they might be just going flat out to get ahead of all the bunches and then settle down into some consistently driving around and still doing good times, I think. That'd be my strategy.
260 Ks across the mountain for N-Spud. In 2nd place, really pushing the limits there, just kicking up some dirt at the dipper. And as they head through the elbow once more, Spud is going to have to do a little more work across the mountain to get under the rear wing of Speedy Tyres. A long way to go, as you quite rightly say, but certainly in this phase of the race, it does seem as though Speedy Tyres just about has the measure over the Lexus. It is Nissan from Lexus, the two manufacturers equally represented in this lead battle, but N-Spud there just getting a wheel on the grass. That was very close.
Very close.
Can't afford too much of that. You saw just a little bit of a kick up of dirt as well there, actually, from Speedy Tyres. So Speedy Tyres looking composed, but I don't think he's at all far away from the limit. If we're going out of 100, he's maybe on 97 at the moment, and N-Spud pushing just as hard behind him in the 32, but Punt's hanging with them as well. And you see him in the back of some of the shots here in 3rd spot.
And Punt's is another quick driver too, so he might have a strategy up his sleeve. Try and stick with them.
1:52.001, the fastest time from Punt so far across the race. Of course, he's running an homage to the...
N-Spud's just touched the fence a little bit there.
Yeah, a little bit of a kiss on the fence from N-Spud then, and again, has to be careful. We've seen already that damage can cause problems. I think we'd just cut away for a moment there, so that's on me. I looked away at the wrong moment, and N-Spud running in 2nd place still from Speedy Tyres. Punt's running on his own in 3rd spot at the moment. And as we get into the race proper then, if we can see the full order. Unfortunately, I don't know if it's me being in the UK, but I'm a long way behind the the stream to see the full order on my screen, but Spud still hanging tight there in P2 on the early going here in the Trackstars Bathurst 1000. Last time these cars ran in anger at Bathurst, it was 8-lap sprint races. It's a little more than that this time around. They're already getting towards the 8-lap mark, and they've got a lot to do, as we were talking about in the Porsche races, expecting 40-lap-ish stints, and that's certainly going to be a tall ask as well. You don't want to push too hard, of course, because you don't want to rinse the life out of the tyres too early.
No, you've got to be very careful. Speedy's still out front as they drop down into the dipper, followed by Spud. Oh, very nice Spud through the dipper, heading down to Forest Elbow. Speedy's made a little time up on Spud as they come down on the Conrod. See if Spud can make up a bit of time, get in his the wind tunnel, and see if we can catch him.
At the moment, it looks as though Speedy Tyres is just starting to edge away here. He's maybe getting half a second or so a lap by the looks of it. Safety car has been deployed, though. Safety car has been deployed. So Robbo Sports, let's hope that he's awake and not having a coffee. He's just coming out onto the circuit now in the Mercedes AMG, the same kind of safety car we see in Formula 1, of course, but unfortunately Speedy Tyres is already past the pit exit, so we're going to have him wait for just a moment there. Speedy and Spud already past the pit exit, so Robbo's going to have to catch and pass. First safety car of the day then, an incident further back in the order. And, there's Mitch coming into pit lane. So Mitch, the EBM S-Mitch 84, the number 3 Robbo Sports entry, was crabbing as he came into pit lane. So some fairly severe suspension damage hampering that car's forward momentum. But gets back out onto the circuit. These lightning quick Gran Turismo Sport pit stops, which, after months and months away, no less jarring. Just how quickly the cars get back in and out. This will start to bunch them back up now, and when we get under green, it should be another interesting start after the safety car goes back in. It's bunching them all back up. Absolutely. So the safety car at the moment is still sat on the approach to turn 2, so he is going to wait a lap to get everyone behind him, but we do have Speedy Tyres doing the job of bunching everyone up at the moment. Spud there in second place, Puntz third, Little Blacko fourth. Spud there just kicking up a bit of dirt on the Conrod, wasn't he?
Yes, he doesn't want to be doing that too much. I think he hit the grass, it'll spin him.
Well, we've already seen that a few times in the formation lap.
We did.
So easily done, especially if you're just, zoning out. The unfortunate thing about sim racing is that you're often not in as professional of an environment as that of an actual race car. You can maybe be tempted to look at the phone or look at someone who's chastising you for being on a racing game for the next 6 hours.
Yeah, it comes up on the screen, yes. It doesn't take much for a bit of something to take your mind off it.
So safety car will now pick up the leading driver, Speedy Tyres, in the 17. And Spud will be fairly relieved by this. He was just starting to lose the back of Speedy Tyres.
Yes, to fall back a bit.
And of course he didn't have the best of starts either, so this is a good opportunity to kind of reset and shift the momentum in favour of the MASH Spuds racing entry once again. So Robbo Sport our diligent safety car driver will pick them up in the Mercedes AMG, all kitted out with lights and everything. Like a Christmas tree, only it's a German supercar. So the first few drivers already with them there. We've got It's Racing actually up as high as, what was that, 6th place actually for It's Racing, which is a little higher than anticipated after a couple of early dramas there, of course, starting from the very back of the order after having a moment on the formation lap. That was a very... That formation lap had a body count, didn't it? There was
there was quite a few that done that.
Yeah, there were a few little issues in the formation lap, but as we run now...
Evil One has left the room.
Oh, okay, so that's going to be...
maybe an in and... Oh, is it? Okay, yes. Yeah, I forgot about that. That's how it was working. Let's just just looking at Dirty Sanchez. He's got a bit of a damage on the front, flashing red a little bit, so he's sustained a bit of damage somewhere along the line.
So developments there in the story for Evil One. Unfortunately, we thought that might have been a driver change, as you said, but it looks as though that might have been a plain old disconnection, because he's rejoined the room now. So some early dramas. This is exactly why, of course, we're running. Well, it's one of many reasons why we're running the in the practice room. It does save you from a disconnect. Saves you from wasting your afternoon here, but of course there's also the driver change element as well. We've seen that before with 24-hour races run on Gran Turismo, for example. It's always good to run it in a practice room instead of a race lobby. Allows for a little bit of a second opportunity, a bit of a cushion when we're not dependent solely on everyone's internet speeds.
Yes, this is correct. Oh. That's the, I think that's something to do with the practice room, I think.
So Evil One joining the tail of the order. Looks as though Sanchez doing the same as well. So a little bit of reshuffling to do as everyone continues to follow the silver and red Merc. Of course, 161 laps of racing here, as in the real Bathurst 1000 Ks, 620-ish miles of racing for everyone to complete here this afternoon.
And it is a long day for 161 laps of the mountain.
Yes, a long night in my case, as I
yes.
speak to you here from the UK. It's 1:26 in the morning currently.
Wow, you're doing a good job.
We're going to be running through the night and into the morning. I'll know we're about 2/3 into the race when I see the sun.
Yeah, I just need to realise there's a lot of laps to go, and it's a long day doing the 161 laps. As I done 161 laps last Saturday in the Bathurst race on iRacing, and it was a long day, believe me. You just need to settle down and do consistency and just keep going.
Absolutely, it's a challenging circuit, and it's one that demands your full attention. It's a little bit shorter than Nürburgring, but no less fearsome. And
No, that's exactly right.
Of course, we see that not only in the 1000, but in the 12-hour and the 6-hour as well. There are no shortage of opportunities for drivers to take on the mountain in long-distance events in the real-life calendar, and I think very few virtual weekends pass by where there isn't someone running 161 laps at Bathurst in some capacity on some game. But this is how we're doing it on Gran Turismo Sport today. Safety car in this lap, so the Mercedes will part company with the rest of the field and release the other cars to go racing. Nice short sharp safety car period there. And it will be Speedy Tyres controlling from the head of the order. N-Spud behind him in second place, and Puntz there in third as well. Little Blacko, I expect him to be one to watch from fourth spot now that we get this second chance at starting the race effectively. I think that classic Nissan liveried car in fourth could be one to watch as we follow the leader, Speedy Tyres, as we get ready to go green once again. So, Speedy Tyres. Speedy Tyres lighting up the tyres there, and that's going to cost him, surely. Spud with the momentum as they head into Hell Corner for the first time. Spud on the inside. And he makes the move stick, but does he? No, he's on the grass.
He's gone a bit wide.
Has gone wide indeed. They're side by side, and surely the momentum with Speedy Tyres. Well, he wasn't punished for his mistake there. Little Blacko in third place. We said to watch him. He's challenging for the lead, almost 3 wide, but surely that's not going to work there. Not quite. Spud, though, gets the inside line. A little bit of a tap, and Spud is in the lead of this race. They're side by side for second now, and Blacko into second position. Little Blacko making up 2 spots in as many corners, and it moves up to P2. The Robo Sport cars down to second and third place. It's racing right there with them in fourth, with Puntz in fifth spot. All to play for here then under the restart. The top 5 have broken away from the rest of the pack, but heading the way now is N-Spud P666, making an amends for getting a bit too much wheel spin off the line at the very start of this motor race. Is now into the lead of the race.
And he's got a bit of, N-Spud's got a bit of a gap too as they head around Forest Thorway and on down onto Conrod. Very interesting. Tyres are still trying to warm up to their temperatures as they were before the safety car come out.
And well, we can see that Speedy Tyres there really took something out of these medium tyres that they're running. Just getting it lit up there coming out of the final turn, and well, we thought it didn't cost him for a minute because Spud then dropped it coming out of Hell Corner, but eventually Spud prevailed, and Little Blacko, well, we said to keep an eye on the classic Nissan liveried car in second place, and sure enough he's moved up from fourth with oh well, let's call it a heist worthy first lap. From under the noses of the other drivers into P2, and will now be looking to chase down Spud at the head of the order. The mashed Spuds racing. Just maybe a second and a half clear of Blacko, and he'll be looking to settle into the rhythm here. Speedy Tyres, meanwhile, now has to worry about Puntz. He was getting away from Puntz, hand over fist, lap on lap before the safety car. But that little interruption, that little break in the momentum can do a lot of different things to the race order.
He wouldn't be happy with himself.
Oh, absolutely not. He'll be beating himself up behind the virtual visor.
Yeah.
They need a thorough slap to the chops, literal or otherwise, and get himself back into this. So I think we have the safety car coming back out here. And the safety car is indeed back out on circuit, so there's clearly been a tangle further back in the order. So SC Collect 32, that is N-Spud P666, and look at Little Blacko right behind him.
Yeah, he's caught up a lot.
But that's all meaning very little, because they're now going to have the exact same problem that Speedy Tyres had before. They're going to be leading the order in that safety car train, and they're going to come under fire from the whole pack once again, because Robosport is waiting in his Mercedes. The lads aren't careful, that car's going to have a lot of mileage.
Yeah. A lot of mileage, yeah.
Actually, let's do that. Where are we on mileage on that car? He's done 0.5 of a mile. Okay, that's not quite as fun. I was hoping we are going to be able to keep an eye on how many kilometres the car does across the race, but not able to do that, unfortunately. Robosport then has managed to catch Spud. So Spud now, again, doing a bit of bucking and weaving, hopefully not finding the grass this time. Little Blacko behind him, and it should still in third place be Speedy Tyres. It is indeed Speedy Tyres in P3 as we reset the race once again. And the former race leader, the pole sitter of course, will be looking to quickly get back into the swing of things after really dropping off the top two in that first lap. Of course, was under pressure from Puntz as well. We know Puntz is a very quick driver. And a formidable grid of drivers up and down the order here in the Trackstars Bathurst 1000. Of course, it's racing there. I'm sure many of you know does some dirt track driving, and in real life, that is, of course. And he is very, very quick on the right day as well, and currently sitting there in 5th spot, posed to try and move up the order. Looking at the frequency of the safety cars here, I think it's going to take quite the drama for anyone to fall out of true contention. Not unlike some of the racing we've seen in the Daytona 24-hour and races like that, where in the very closing stages we end up with a battle royale for victory. I think we're going to have similar here today at Mount Panorama.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the stats between N-Spud and Speedy Tyres. Going off the kilometre on their car, they've done about 84 k's each, so I think that's a pretty true indication. So I'm not I'm not sure if the k's on their clock is anything to go by, but we'll work through it. Start at lap 13. I've just been watching a few warming up their tyres, crossing over and over and back and that. Some of them are getting very close to the edge of the grass. I just got to be careful they don't spin out on the behind the safety car. Oh, is it still on the safety car? So no, I don't think so.
So then, about to log the beginning of the 13th lap of the race then of 161, and we've already had the safety car out twice. This is the second safety car period of the afternoon here in the Trackstars Bathurst 1000. Everything reset once again, single file restart of course, so a little bit of merit and advantage to being at the front of the queue, but judging by how things have been so far, every time we restart this race I think we're going to get a little bit of a shake-up.
Yes. Safety car is going to be going in this lap. We'll form up. Spud will hold the rest of the crew up, ready to go racing after the safety car departs very shortly. And hopefully we're on for good racing. Away they go. Back under full throttle.
So just ascending the mountain once again with the safety car still leading them. About half a lap until RoboSport has to pull in, but I wouldn't feel too concerned if I were him. I think he's probably going to get a few more laps of the mountain this afternoon.
Yeah, that is a good view.
And so the 10 competing cars all in a long line behind our safety car, led by N-Spud P666 running the 32, running the classic Holden dealer team colours, of course, and we'll be looking to run at the head of the order all day long. Of course, a little later on, that will be handed over. And it will be handed over to Diswood, who, of course, only a few moments ago took victory in the Porsche. If he's wise, and I know he is, he's an old oak, is Diswood. He will be currently doing some practice laps in the Lexus to reacclimatise after having a dalliance with the mid-rear engined Porsche.
Wow, that's good. Not bad at all.
So great to have you tuning in with us live for the Trackstars Bathurst 1000. We are going to go green for the third time at the end of the second safety car period. We went green once at the start, green twice after the first safety car. Third time lucky, chaps? Probably not. We're not going to go green flag from here till the end, are we? But about to start the 14th lap. 148 laps of racing remain here this afternoon, and N-Spud it is at
Hold them up, ready to go.
Absolutely, he's going to punch it coming out of the last turn, but is he going to be able to keep it? Exactly, we don't want another repeat of what happened a moment ago. Completely smooth on the power though, gets the jump on Blacko. Beautiful. Very well done there.
Good takeoff.
Yeah, very good stuff from the Mash Spuds racer. No dramas. Although he does have to worry about little Blacko behind him. Blacko immediately tucked into the slipstream.
He's having a go. He's going to go on the outside.
That would be impressive if he can make it stick in the 22 Nissan. Will he do it? Not quite.
Driving. Just not quite, but good line.
But he's still got the line, though. Is he going to...
Yeah,
not quite,
no,
not
he's
quite.
Backed off a little bit.
What we're seeing there on both of the long... What we're seeing on both of the long straights here, of course, these cars have a good amount of aero, but that also means they have a fair amount of drag as well. And so if you've got a car within 3 or 4 tenths as you go onto the straight, you're really going to have to defend at the other end of it. Oh, and Spud there kicking up the grass at Brock Skyline. They're side by side. That's going to be very difficult to negotiate.
Gutsy effort.
Yeah, down through the S's. That was a very spectacular attempt there from little Blacko. They managed to keep it out of the barriers, which is a win in itself. Speedy Tyres will be watching this and think, yes, little Blacko, you keep attacking, you keep pushing hard, and bring things back to me when you please.
Yes.
Down the Conrod straight they go towards the chase, and Blacko in the slipstream again. Is he going to look to the outside, which then becomes the inside for the braking zone?
Not quite close enough, I don't think.
No, not quite able to close in enough. So the end of the first flying lap under green flag conditions, the end of lap 14. Spud and Blacko out of the final turn to complete the first lap under green flag. They have Speedy Tyres behind them with Punts in the mirrors. It's racing in 5th spot. That's the top 5 at the moment at the end of that first lap back under green flag conditions. Blacko again closing in as they go over the crest of this straight. And is he going to look to the inside? I don't think he's going to get the chance to look to the inside. In fact, he is.
He had a bit of a look.
Just showed the nose. A little bit of intimidation tactics.
Bit of
But I
pressure.
think it takes a lot to intimidate this this devilish potato, as I called him earlier on, N-Spud P666. And in fact, I think unsettled himself more than anything, little Blacko, because he's lost a few car lengths already in the first little bit of the mountain. And of course that will come back to haunt him as they go down the Conrod in just a few moments' time.
I think Spud put a little bit of commentary over to Speedy and said, "Do you want a bit of fries with that? Come get them."
I could do with some fries right now, but it's wouldn't do my metabolism good at this time of the night.
Oh.
So the top two already breaking away.
Wow.
Speedy Tyres again hasn't quite come on song as fast as he did at the very beginning of this race, has he? I think he was very quick to his pace when we got the race underway, but now that everyone else has settled in, some others are starting to show their cards, show their hands, as it were. And some are starting to outclass Speedy Tyres just a little bit, most notably Spud and Blacko. Oh, and Punts further back has had a spin. I wasn't looking at him at that point.
He's going into the pits as we speak, so I don't think we'll
he had engine damage the whole 9 yards, unfortunately, so he's going to lose positions.
Yeah, just looking at him in the pits, and they're onto it, fueling him up. And just waiting for the repairs, I'd say. I'm just looking at him in the pits. He's away, on his way.
Just getting a replay of the view you saw there on stream. I'm not seeing exactly what you're seeing on the live stream, but I just caught it on a monitor off my main monitor, and yeah, just a very basic error there. Just got a wheel on the high curb, a wheel on the grass, and
doesn't take much.
Yeah, pirouetting he went like a very I don't know how I want to put that. A very well sequined ice skater, but now finds himself well down the order, just ahead of Evil One, of course, who's already had one disconnection issue in the race. Kazi 1 behind him as well, so Punts will now have some work to do in the other matched Spuds car.
The top two front ones are still pretty close together as we head down Mountain Straight. I think they're just settling in. Blacko's just catching up a little bit. Well, there's a long way to go. Anything can happen.
151.682 last time by for N-Spud. That's the fastest lap of the race so far. So he really is pushing the speed. The front tyres just starting to get a little bit of wear, but not enough to majorly affect his mechanical grip just yet. As they run across the line once again, Spud and Blacko starting
Blacko's in the grass a little bit there. That was very close. Well hung on to.
Yes, Hell Corner again, just flatters to deceive, doesn't it? It looks fairly simple on paper, but especially those curbs, they're very tempting. You know, yeah, I could use those, and then you try and put the power down.
And then Spud was 100th up on his on the quickest time at the first sector. They come into the cutting, but Little Blacko's sitting with him, gains a bit here and loses a bit there, but it's good racing by the two of them. Very quick drivers. Just looking at the difference between the Lexus and the Nissan across the top there and down for the dipper. I just think the Nissan's a little bit more stable than the Lexus at this time of point.
Yeah, will all of course depend on the individual setups as well, of course.
Exactly right.
I'm sure that the the working together, it exists between multiple team entries, but I don't think manufacturer pride is quite as high on the agenda here in this virtual Bathurst 1000. So if you're a Nissan team struggling, if you're a Nissan team struggling for setup here, I'm not sure RoboSport are going to hand over all of their data so willingly.
No. And I've seen a lot of things. It all comes down to one click of your diff setting can make the world of difference.
Yes, well, back when we were doing the Trackstars Touring Cars broadcasts, I'd sometimes do live track guides. I'd commentate on the lap while I was driving the car, and my settings remained firmly stock, so the egg stayed away from my face.
Yeah, I think the front two now have just sort of settled down a little bit, realise it's a long race and they're just going to consistent laps and... Yeah, Speedy's still there, he's in reach. Well, everyone's in reach. It only takes one little mishap and fourth place can get up to first. It doesn't take much.
Absolutely not. Of course, if someone fires themselves off at the front of the order, there will most likely be a safety car to close everything back up, but you're still going to lose positions, unquestionably, in that circumstance. Through the dipper they go once again, under the Firestone Bridge, and Spud still leads the way here. At the head of this order, lots of messages in the chat for various drivers, various teams. Little Blacko getting some support most recently in the comments section, so a nice little divide between teams, between supporting bodies in the viewership. Great to have you watching here with us. The Trackstars Bathurst 1000 being broadcast live across the world, being broadcast quite literally by people from across the world. Time zones coming together as one for the Trackstars Bathurst 1000. Out of the final corner and past the National Motor Racing Museum they go once again, and it's a fastest lap again for Spud, who really is pushing the envelope there again, kicks up the dirt, and Little Blacko runs very wide out of Hell Corner that time. He just had to tame the beast a little bit there, taming Godzilla as he came out of Hell Corner, and very nearly lost it all together there, but both of them clearly still pushing. They're very good drivers, of course. They look very smooth, but there can be no question that they're pushing. Yeah, that curb can catch you out.
Sorry? Yep. Getting close to half a tank, yeah.
Half a tank of petrol then, so they're running them down. Of course, the fuel loads will undoubtedly have been helped a little bit by the safety car periods as well. So if we do get a good spell of green flag running, one would suspect that the fuel will disappear a little bit more quickly.
Yeah, I was just looking down the order there, looking at the tyre situation. Well, Ollie's got, Punch has got a brand new set with 3/4 of tank, so when the other two go into pit, Punch will have a pretty good chance to make up a bit of time on him, but see how we go. Maybe, but he's way down the... we'll wait and see. Yes, yes.
Further back in the order, Dirty Sanchez in the 81 going side by side with Puntz as they go towards the chase, and Puntz is going to have it done before they flick right. That will be a relief for Puntz. You don't want to go side by side there too often, do you?
Oh, Dirty Sanchez, he's not backing off. He's trying to stay with him. Doesn't like losing the position.
Definitely trying, but I think that's going to be a difficult attempt. Puntz, of course, working his way back through the order after his error, so came in, of course, to the pit lane to repair a lot of damage.
Yeah. D. Sanchez got to be a little bit careful because his tyres are a little bit more worn than Punce's, because they would have been changed when he went into the pit, so he's got a lot more new rubber under him. Oh, Punce.
Absolutely. Further back we have off-screen Kazi 1 just exiting the pits, so some pit stops coming in, probably for damage more so than anything. Speedy Tyres last time by, a 1:51.446 puts him to the fastest lap of the race so far, and puts him right close to the bumper of Little Blacko. He's closing in firmly on the top two, so if we look to the head of the order now to N-Spud, you can see that he now has two drivers right in his wheel tracks. Little Blacko and Speedy Tyres are both closing in. I think maybe Speedy Tyres with just a little more wing on the car. Doesn't seem to quite have the same pull down Conrod or down Mountain Straight for that matter. But around up the mountain he seems to be quicker than just about anybody. And Speedy Tyres, by name and by nature, he is going quickly, but he does seem to be not leaning on the Dunlops quite as much as some of his competitors. It is looking to be a three-way battle for the lead then. They're about half a mountain straight ahead of It's Racing in P4. Masquerading as Davy Gravy, of course, but that is It's Racing.
I was just looking. Oh, he's running a bit wide there, Punce did, as he heads up Mountain Straight. I was just looking at the some of the lap times going through the drivers, and I've just noticed that Punce, on, I think, if I'm not wrong, on lap 18 done a 1:50.2. If someone can confirm that, but that's a pretty quick lap.
That would be a very quick lap if accurate. There is that's 1:52 on my screen as well, but I think that's probably some form of error. We do get occasional strange lap times appearing on the board.
Oh no, I have seen Diswood. Well,
interestingly, on my screen, Speedy Tyres is a 1:51.446 as the quickest lap of the race. So, Speedy Tyres...
Could you see on lap 18 of Punce's, the 1:50.2?
Yeah, that time is there, but the fact that it's not purple suggests that it's probably an error with the game timing. Yeah.
Okay. Ah, yes, correct, because of the bug. Yes. Yes.
So this top three then, now certainly in one long pack. The top three in one fell swoop now. The gap between them each is about equal. Spud's actually under a bit less pressure than he's been under for the last 5 or 6 laps. Blacko just a car length or two further back, isn't it?
And just for everyone out there, what lap of most of the driver changes going to be at for the people who are viewing on the live stream and not up to this stuff? They're doing 25 stints or lap stints, or under the.
Well, N-Spud was talking about 40 lap stints.
40 laps, okay,
in
fair enough.
Quali.
Yes.
So, not sure, rather in the Porsche races he was alluding to 40 lap stints, so clearly he's got faith in the rubber.
Yes.
Always good to have faith in your rubbers.
Oh yes, because otherwise you could be in deep doo-doos. But we won't go there, will we, gentlemen?
So N-Spud and Blacko just dropping Speedy Tyres a little bit on this lap by the eyeball test anyway. A couple of car lengths further back as they head down Conrod for another lap, and now out of the chase. I think it's just varying corner by corner, really, isn't it? Everyone's just making slight slip-ups here or there, and that can change the picture.
Just excuse me for a minute, gentlemen. I'm just going to step out of the commentary. I've got to go to the little men's room, and I mean little. Ah, boom, boom.
And there we go. Anatomical details notwithstanding, this is the Trackstars Bathurst 1000. And delighted to be bringing you this action live through Gran Turismo Sport. Of course, we all await Blacko there, just all tapping him as they head onto the mountain, and surely Spud, they're doing very well not to end up understeering off into the wall. He's going to be looking back at little Blacko with a rather aggressive expression in his eye. That was a little bit on the edge of the seat there as they run past McPhillamy Park and Skyline for another lap. That will have been quite the moment for Spud. He'll have been bracing for an impact. Fortunately, the impact never came. You saw there the tap on the rear bumper, and now let's see what happens with Spud. Can he get a good run out of the elbow? I don't think he did. He grazed the wall a bit, and Blacko is now going to be in prime position to draft towards and past the Holden dealer team liveried Lexus. They're side by side, two classic Bathurst liveries dueling for the lead, and Blacko on the outside. Is he going to be able to make it stick? Not quite. The Lexus with a little bit more pull once the Nissan was out of the draft. Spud holds on to the lead for Match Spuds Racing, but the leading Robbo Sport entry, the number 22, really pressuring N-Spud here as they come around the last turn out onto the main straight. Blacko again just really pushing the limits. You can see two wheels on the grass all the way out of the final turn. Hell corner awaits them again. Blacko on the dirt again, and he's going to have to make do with not challenging as they head towards Quarry this time. I think he's not going to get the run down Mountain Straight that he wants. They go over the crest and head towards Quarry for yet another lap in this Trackstars Bathurst 1000. And, well, Spud is under pressure now. I think Blacko is really starting to show his hand in full here. The card counting has come to an end. It's all action from here on out. And Blacko just looking left, looking right, every given corner. He's going to be a brave man to do anything before the elbow now. But he is looking incredibly racy as they go through the incredibly fast mountain here at Mount Panorama. It looks quick in just about any race car, but in these Class 1 machines that are a little bit quicker than the GT3s and V8s that we typically see as the pace setters on the mountain. It's just amazing how quickly they head around the fast and narrow mountain section. Blacko with not quite the run that he had last time, but he is still going to close up surely with the draft. He didn't get the best of runs this time, and I think Spud had a slightly better run as well. Didn't have quite as much of a discussion with the dirty parts of the track as they came out onto the straight, and this time Blacko was not close enough as they headed through the chase to even be within a whiff of a challenge. The Dunlop rubber, of course, on all of these cars, as you can tell by the logos on all four corners of all of the cars racing here today. N-Spud crossing the line to complete another lap. Of course, the 161 lap marker is what they're all looking towards, but for now they'll be looking to somewhere around the lap 40 barrier per N-Spud's information for the tyres, or I fancy that some of them will be in the pits a little sooner than that. In fact, we have a couple of pit callers at the moment by the looks of it. In fact, that's Kazi 1 back in the pits off camera. But the top two side by side again as they head up the hill, and is Blacko going to be able to hold it around the outside? He's not, surely not. No, doesn't quite manage that one. That would have been an impressive feat had he been able to make it stick. Of course, all of this battling between the two of them is inevitably going to bring Speedy Tyres back into the equation there. We see him just hanging a few car lengths back, but that is not going to be the case forever. Sooner rather than later, he's going to be right in the wheel tracks of little Blacko, making this a three-way battle once more, although I get the impression that Speedy Tyres is a wise head, a man with a very wise head on his shoulders, because just looks to be waiting for this to play out between Spud and Blacko. Blacko, a very aggressive driver, a very quick driver. Spud, a very defensive driver when he needs to be as well. And that really does put the car in third place into a prime spot. Kazi 1 has left the room. Let's see if that's a driver change or something a little deeper. Spud, meanwhile, continues to lead as they go through the chase. The top three unchanged here in the Trackstars Bathurst 1000. Out of the last turn again. Murray's Corner, of course, the National Motor Racing Museum is just there on the exit. Talking of exits, Spud with a fairly poor exit out onto the mountain straight. Just kicking up some dust, kicking up some grass, and getting onto the unfavoured parts of the tarmac. That will have just cost him a few car lengths, and we can see that very clearly, visually, with little Blacko again hounding the back of him as they now head up to the cutting. Blacko taking a slightly different line out of the corner, looking for some traction where Spud perhaps doesn't have it. Of course, Spud there just brushing the 32 car's paintwork off on some of these walls, and he goes wide there. That's surely going to give Blacko an opportunity as they go over Brock's skyline. And little Blacko there just getting on the grass. Really had to cross himself up a little bit there. I think if he'd carried on as he was going to find himself spearing into a wall. He taps the wall again a little bit as they turn into the elbow. These cars certainly being tested for their structural integrity on this particular lap. Speedy tyres there with them. Spud, meanwhile, over the crest on Conrod Straight they go. And is he going to be able to get close enough, little Blacko? Not quite close enough on this lap. Still a long way to go here, though. About a quarter of a way to 100 laps, but of course these drivers have to do 161 here this afternoon. And indeed, that was the 25th lap of the race. We're now on to lap 26. Spud in the 32. Heading the way as we look out across the mountain straight into Quarry Corner up next. Fastest first sector of the day for Spud. Just a few hundredths up on the purple sector time previously, so got a good run round Hell Corner that time. But of course he won't be worrying about sector times, he'll be worrying about holding on to this race lead. He wants to hand the car over at the end of his stint, knowing that he's done all he can do. Of course, he will be handing over to the very capable hands of Diswood 1. Usually representing the SLM camp, of course, but running today under the Mashed Spuds banner. Will take over the 32 car in due course. Blacko just don't think he's going to be close enough to really challenge out of the elbow and down Conrod this time, although Spud didn't get the best run out of the corner. Speedy tyres right there with them in third position now. It's again an equal opportunities three-car train here. Could go any which way. And they are really breaking away from our fourth place man. And that is, I believe, Justin 930 currently running fourth position. With Davey and Puntz battling for fifth, but we continue to focus on these lead three. They're really pushing hard, and of course it's all critical in these early stages of the race. If you have the speed, if you have the car underneath you, Don't take it easy. Push as hard as you can. There's no such thing as true endurance racing anymore. It's merely a sprint. Little Blacko, though, looking to the inside as they head towards Quarry. They go down the mountain straight side by side. The Lexus traditionally has a bit more pull as they get towards the end of the straight. Is Spud going to be able to outbrake Blacko? No. Blacko using the inside line to his advantage, taking the lead of the Trackstars Bathurst 1000 as they go through Quarry and up to the cutting. Blacko there just taking a slightly defensive line in the middle of the tarmac and is in the lead of the race. Spud has been demoted to second place, although Blacko immediately making a tiny little bit of an error there, just kissing the barrier a little bit, but not cost him too much. Of course, getting into the lead and staying in the lead are two rather different tasks. Speedy Tyres running third place still and sitting there potentially with some popcorn on the lap. I would say balanced on the gears. And yes, still with the fastest lap of the race as well. In fact, Speedy Tyres, a 1:51.446, the most rapid time we've seen out of anyone. Last few laps was consistently in the low to mid 1:52s. Stepped it up a bit last time by with a 51.891. However, Spud and Blacko still running very quickly as well. They've all been in the low mid 52 barrier lap on lap, and little Blacko crosses the line in the lead of the race then. First time he's been running at the head of the order. Has sived through the pack well. Of course, at the end of the first safety car period, he was only in fourth place. Made it up to second in short order, and is now starting to break away from Spud in second place. Spud, in fact, is having to worry about Speedy Tyres as they head up towards the cutting. Speedy's not going to be close enough to try and find a way through. I think he's going to bide his time here and wait for the Conrod Straight, which is such a good opportunity to draft. Again, we talked about it a little earlier on. A lot of aerodynamic grip on these Class 1 spec machines, these carbon-tubbed, effectively race cars wearing a saloon car shell. They are so reliant on the big rear wings, the fenders, and the various aerodynamic appendages on the car, but that all adds up to drag. And that is why we see so many moves down Conrod as they get the tow. I don't think Speedy Tyres has had the best of runs out of the elbow this time by, so as he tries to close in on Spud, it's not quite going to be enough this time by, surely. No, the GTR is not going to be able to close in on the Lexus enough as they head through the chase once again. Spud really won't know what to do. He doesn't want to let go of little Blacko, our new race leader, of course, but he also can't afford to drop to P3. But Blacko is into the pit lane, so Blacko will make the first pit stop among the front runners. Spud and Speedy Tyres then starting to fight for the overall race lead.
Yes, I think his tyres have let him down a little bit. I was looking at and Spud's tyres. His fronts are wearing a bit more than his back, but not too bad. He's very precautious on his tyre wear, Spud.
Absolutely. Blacko back out onto the circuit. Doesn't look like he's going to be handing over the car, so Lurox 22 benched for a little while longer. And such was the advantage the top three had over everyone else that Blacko has come back out in third position. So Blacko a little way behind the top two, inevitably, but has come back out in third place as we continue to follow the leaders here, Spud and Speedy Tyres.
Yeah, he didn't put any fuel in the far as I know. He's just changed the tyres and gone. So his tyres have let him down a little bit, I think. Putting the pressure on Spud's cause he's... oh, sorry, yeah, go on.
Yeah,
oh, yes, sorry, he has, yes.
So he won't have filled it up to the brim, he's just
Splash and dash.
filled it up enough to get to the end of the next stint. Meanwhile, a little further back in the order...
big drift out of Forest Elbow by Little Black O. Wow. Well, good car control there by Little Black O. Yeah. Yes, good catch. Might play for England.
I don't know cricket, so I'll let you have that one. Further back, good battle between Punts and Justin 930. If we could move to those two... Yeah, side by side as they head towards the chase. Punts takes the position down Conrod, really just drives by at the better part of 300 kilometres an hour, about 186 miles an hour for those of us on this side of the world. I just waved as if you could see me, but you can't. Punts then makes up another position. Justin 930, we saw him being very quick in the race a little earlier on for the Porsches. Hasn't quite got into the... that would be 4th and 5th, that battle that they're having, of course. And Punts into P4 now over Justin 930, who we saw running very well in the Porsches earlier on, as I was saying. And they are... Yeah, the It's Racing guys not having the best of races so far. But
I was just watching Davey Gravy. He's sort of out there on his own man's land. I think he needs to thicken the gravy up and try and get a bit of traction so he can get a bit more speed. Oh, bit of
as
a
you
wiggle
say
there.
That.
Yeah, he just made it a little bit too light. Needs a bit thicker. A bit of Gravox, that'll fix it. Thicken things up.
I'll pretend I know what that is. you guys have some wild products over there, man.
Gravox is our gravy maker.
I see. We do Bisto. We do Bisto.
One's brushed the wall a little bit out of Griffin's.
Yeah, indeed. Davy Gravy, then. That is, of course, It's Racing, running under a jazzy little alias this weekend. And just having a few... Yeah, damage on the car. So the front splitter and the... and the right front suspension have both been bent a little bit. Meanwhile, the top two, the leading two, are in. Speedy Tyres and N-Spud, both in pit lane, both exiting pit lane. And Speedy Tyres coming out just behind Spud, I think. In fact, Spud has left the room, of course, so Spud will be handing over
to Woodsy.
So Wood will take over.
Woodsy has stepped into the car now and...
Dude, where's my car? Well, it should be in Nash Spud's racing tent. And it should also be filled up with petrol with some fresh rubber on it, and you can go racing, sir. Speedy Tyres continuing on for a second stint then in the 17 Robbo Sport entry, and will now have a fair clear track ahead of him. Little Blacko is maybe 4 or 5 seconds further back. He hasn't quite had the speed in the early going since his pit stop, so he's lost a few seconds. And Speedy Tyres will now be looking to maybe conserve a little bit. He's only filled up to half a tank, though, so he's not going to have the longest of stints by the looks of it.
And Diz Woods is just leaving the pits to head up Mountain Straight for his first lap of the 161 lap Bathurst 1000.
There you go. So the... So we're seeing a little bit of a trade going on among all of the drivers. Prowler 289 has just joined the room. That's Scoob Bond Racing's second driver. So Dirty Sanchez will be getting waved at from the virtual pit wall. Your teammates here, mate. Might want to pull it in. The 81 car looking to get taken over. I must say that 81 livery on the Dirty Sanchez car does kind of remind me of something out of the kind of sports sedan scene. Looks like something that would be racing up against Tony Ricciardello's Alfa Romeo and the likes of that. I don't know if anyone else in the watching or anyone else in the...
lap by Punz with a 151.3.
Yeah, 51.3, a very good time.
Yes, very good time.
So that bar being lowered ever more so, but if anyone else watches the Aussie sports sedans, I actually do from the other side of the world, but if any of you watching over there in Australia also partake in that series, then
so
applause
I gather you
to
might
you.
be
Great
watching
championship.
the Bathurst 1000 in a couple of weeks' time then?
We'll see how my sleeping schedule and personal life align.
Now, I just have a feeling that I think when Diz Wood settles into this car, we're going to see a mid 150, I'd reckon, to a high 150, yeah.
Well, that's laying down a not too insignificant gauntlet for the poor man, but
he's capable of it. I race with Woodsy and Spud a lot. I race with him, and yes, Woodsy's pretty quick, like Spud.
Absolutely, a very formidable driver pairing. He and Spud both very quick in the Trackstars touring cars main season earlier in the year, as was Little Blacko and Lurox. That's the two teams that really leapt out of me on the entry when the entry list was published. As those look like two very strong lineups, and we'll see where they are later on. Of course, Speedy Tyres, our current race leader. He has a good little teammate as well in the form of EBM Brandosa, who'll be looking to prove himself up against the former Trackstars touring cars regulars. Prowler 289
just coming out on now for his first stint. Robert Sports is in. Oh no, he's the safety car. I'll shut up now.
I mean, I'd be interested to see the safety car just do laps all day long. That would be an interesting experiment, wouldn't it?
It would.
Of course, there were occasions back in the early days of Audi supplying safety cars in sports car racing where they actually had to tell the Audi driver, the safety car driver, to slow down, because an Audi RS4 with its four-wheel drive and the like could actually get away from a GT car in the wet conditions. Had a few of the drivers in things like the old Listers and the Ferrari 550s of the FIA GT Championship actually radioing into the team and saying, "Can you get the safety car to slow down? We're going to crash." Plenty of great anecdotes from the world of GT racing that I've seen over the years. But Jamie Campbell-Walter
Mitch is into the pits. So might be a driver change there. Let's.
So, Speedy Tyres. Again, Now, Prowler a lap down for what it's worth. If you're watching the live stream, you're seeing Prowler at all on the screen. Don't worry about him. He's a lap off. Some of the order kind of getting jumbled up, of course, as the driver changes happen. Some of the driver changes a bit less slick than others.
Oh, it's getting very confusing after the pit stops. Doesn't knows who where in this test room. It's very hard to follow. I think Speedy's out in front. Yep. I just want to follow Woodsy for a little while and see how he's settling into the car as he comes down into the start of the chase. Interesting to see what his lap time will be for his second lap of his 40-lap stint, if that's what they're going to do. It's down to Murray's corner.
I think the 40-lap stint was a bit of a misnomer from Spud. I think he was
a bit too far. Tyres can't hang on that long.
He was giving the media false information. Who would have ever thought it? In the era of Donald Trump's presidency, who would have thought the media would be given wrong information?
Correct.
And you guys change prime ministers too often, so I'm not even going to try and remember who you've got now.
Oh, yes, it's... You know, we change prime ministers like we change our toilet roll nearly every second day.
What? So you bulk bought prime ministers at the start of lockdown, like we did toilet paper?
Much, yeah. We could do a lucky draw out of a COVID box.
So then the stream continuing to follow Speedy Tyres at the head of the order. Speedy really is showing everyone the way forward at the moment. His last lap time, a 1:51.313. The current fastest lap of anybody belongs to Bunce with a 1:51.300, who's just exited the pit lane. So he's going to do a second stint at the wheel of the second mashed Spuds car by the looks of it, although he has, I think, maybe just exited. He has,
yes,
so we're going to get a driver change. Another driver then that we saw in the Porsches a little earlier on, Dehuzo 14, will be taking that car over. But Speedy Tyres, the way he's going at the moment, you get the feeling the co-driver might just, I don't know, go downtown, maybe go to the National Motor Racing Museum, look at some old race cars, because it seems as though he can be left to his own devices out there.
It's actually closed, the museum, due to COVID, and will not be open. So I've read over the Bathurst 1000 weekend. The museum is closed due to COVID, so yeah, bit of a shame for the 4,000 only spectators that are allowed to be at this race this year.
It's only 4,000, goodness me.
Going well on what I've heard and read, it's only 4,000 allowed at the and there's no camping whatsoever on top of the mounting.
So safety car has been deployed.
We've had an issue somewhere.
Yeah, so the virtual mountain giving us a safety car. I've got a few more virtual polyphony installed spectators, certainly more than 4,000 on the main straight alone, but we are...
Safety cars just come out onto Mountain Straight. He's slowing down. Punch the field up and we'll regroup, and when everything's sorted, the safety car will go in.
So then this is going to be interesting because we've got Prowler third on the road, but of course he's a lap down, so he's going to be quite the obstruction for everyone else here. Not certain if there is a rule baked in regarding...
David Gravy's into the pits. Okay, so driver change, I've just noticed. We'll go down. What's he doing?
Let's see if he's changing drivers or just changing boots. He had a lot of damage. He had engine damage per my screen, so...
Yeah, he's just come out on the track now. I think he stayed in the car. To do the
yes, he has. He's gone back out onto the circuit, so...
New tyres.
Davey Gravy.
See how he goes.
So Davey Gravy, otherwise known as...
pits now. EBM. He's just coming out of the pits, heading on the Mountain Straight. I'm not sure if they've done a driver's change or not. Don't think so.
No, Mitch has been here since the beginning, so he's pushing on.
Diz Woods is, 32, yep. I have no doubt Diz Woods will climb his way back once he gets into a groove. He's a very quick driver. They're all starting to bunch up as they come down into the chase. I do say I think the safety car will go around for another lap. Bunch them all up. I'd say we'd be right to go green after that.
Seems like two lap safety car periods are about the norm here, doesn't it?
Yeah.
We do have a lot of Mount Panorama to bunch up the grid and get things straight, so don't need too many circulations. We don't lose too many of the 161 laps to a safety car period.
Oh, okay. Just how many have we got watching the live stream by this time of day in the race? 19, yes. I think we have a I race with a bunch of blokes. We call ourselves the Old Farts Racing Team. I think there's a few of them watching. Yes. I'd just like to say hi to the boys if they're watching the live stream. Soldy and all the boys. There's a few watching the live stream. Sorry. I have a YouTube channel. We don't have our own page, but yeah, we seem to fill the rooms on a Friday and Saturday nights. You know, most times it's up from 10 up to a full room.
I'm still yet to equip myself with the appropriate hardware to go iRacing.
No, this is on GT Sport.
Ah, okay.
Yes. Yeah, we all sort of run under the Old Farts Racing Team. We've got all Old Farts, the decals on our cars, so you know that we're from the Old Farts Racing Team. And most days we're on racing, especially Friday nights. We seem to pack the house. Thursdays we have Mini Madness. We do just race minis around every track for a few hours. It's great fun. But
so
anyway,
there we go, the
bullshit.
call from It's Racing in the chat. Prowler81 is going to pass the safety car, quite right. So he's going to gain his lap back. That'll be useful for the 81, but of course that will also be extremely useful for Justin 930 there, third place in the queue and in the race. He'll get a better shot at Little Blacko when they do go back to green, and this should also mean we might not go back to green flag this time by, but we'll see.
I was just going to say, will they wait for the other one to catch up a lap around?
Yeah. Prowler's definitely not going to get around in the time that they're on Conrad, so...
No. 81 past the safety car, which is... Who is 81? Prowler,
that's Prowler, so that was just a repeat message.
Oh, okay, yes, yep.
That Trackstars safety car is very fetching, I must say. Kudos to whoever painted that one up.
Yes, it looks good.
Very nicely done. Reminds me of the Lukoil-sponsored Hyundais in World Touring Car Cup, or WTCR, or whatever it's called now. It was Justin 930 who did the painting. And then also a shout out. Oh, we got someone off on the grass there. That was Davy Gravy, in fact, getting himself onto the grass for a second there at pit entry, but doesn't actually go into the pit lane. Doesn't seem to have too many issues. If I know Jarman, if I know It's Racing, I think he might have been typing something into a box somewhere. He's wearing many hats today. He's racing driver, coordinator, showrunner. He's got a lot on his mind.
Who said men couldn't multitask, eh?
Me. I have 3 screens. Yeah.
You have 3
I have
screens?
3 screens for this, and it's too many.
Yes, well, I have used in iRacing. I've got 4 screens, 3 tablets. But since the PlayStation doesn't accommodate triple screens or anything like that, I've got to bear with a 32-inch and a tablet. That's what's running a live stream.
Yes. One of my One of my friends in commentary is Tom Brooks, who does the Gran Turismo FIA series commentaries, and is of course the voice of the tutorials on Gran Turismo Sport as well. And he has quite the sim rig that he's building up at the moment, and you can see that on his social media platforms. I think he's looking to get out of the commentary box and into the driver's seat, but having done some sim racing with Tom in the past, I wouldn't put my house on it. So the order at the moment then will be the 17 at the front. That is, of course, Speedy Tyres heading the safety car queue. Second place at the moment, Little Blacko in second for Robosport, the 22. The 15 is next. That's It's Racing Esports, just in 9:30 at the wheel of that car at the moment, ahead of the 23. The JTM Racing GTR, which is, of course, recovered from a disconnect early on. Evil One back up into the fray in fourth position. The 32 in fifth place. That's Diswood 1 for Mash Spuds Racing at the moment. Sixth is the 95. It's Racing Esports with It's Racing Davy Gravy. And the 47 followed up next, Punts and Dehuso following them, and then the 3 in the 81 following Robosport, that is Xiaomi, and Mitch in the number 3, and tailing the order, of course, is the 81 Scoop Bond Racing, Dirty Sanchez and Prowler working together, and will, of course, now have this great opportunity to be back on the lead lap. They're just on the Conrod straight now. We should go green this time. I don't know if that's been announced while I was looking away from the screen, but
Prowler's just coming down Conrod to start to go into the chase, so he's catching up very quickly.
Yeah, so hopefully I think we might get another lap under SC, actually, by the looks of it.
Yeah, I think so.
Blacko there using all the pit.
He's caught him. He's caught him. So one more lap, I'd say, of the safety car, and we'll be right to go.
Yep. So the safety car stays out there, and Blacko there in second place. He's doing the most theatrical weaving of anyone out there on circuit. He uses all of the pit entry as they go under the bridge there. The approach to Murray's Corner. He's very wide and slow with his tyre warming stance. Of course, everyone looking to get some heat into the rubber as we get ready to go racing once again. Quite appropriate, of course, that we have the Dunlop machinery on these Super GT cars, because Dunlop long been a proponent of everything from the Calsonic GTRs to pretty much everything else. And as you say, the safety car has been confirmed as in at the end of this lap, so the Mercedes AMG GT will lead the field through once more, and then we return to racing action, correct, and it will be Speedy Tyres leading them away. Little Blacko will no doubt be back on the attack. We did get through quite a bit of green flag running there after the 2 early safety cars. This is the 3rd safety car period of the day. So we're on the 41st lap of the race here at Mount Panorama, so 120 left to go. About quarter distance then in this Trackstars Bathurst 1000 on Gran Turismo Sport. The future of Gran Turismo looking very exciting indeed. The GT7 teasers coming in thick and fast. Hopefully those who purchase a PS5 won't have to wait too long. I have been fooled before by Polyphony, so I'm going to wait a few years. But
yes, I don't think I'll be fine the first PS5, because a few months or 4 months later they usually bring out a Pro like they did with the PS4, and
took a few years. But yeah, no, I'm more that I bought a PS3 very early on and then had to wait 3 years for Gran Turismo 5. So
Yeah.
I'm a scorned ex. I'm not going to fall for that again. Blacko in second place then will be looking for another good start. We've seen him make a couple of quick restarts here so far today. Off the first safety car, of course, moved up from 4th to 2nd place, and he'll be looking to try and find a way past Speedy Tyres. Of course, Speedy Tyres made an error at the end of the first safety car period, just lit up the rears at the exit of Murray's and lost the position to Enspud for a few moments. So we've seen mixed fortunes. Already Speedy Tyres has gone, so he's launched early. Blacko's been caught napping.
He's filled him. He's taken off. But
oh no, Speedy's been naughty there.
yes.
In Formula 1, you'd be told that's a no-no. That's what caused the massive crash in Mugello a few weeks ago. Blacko getting crossed up on the exit of Murray's, and they are now underway. I think we've lost someone, though. I think someone had a big moment there. It was Diswood. Diswood drops down to 9th position off the start here. So the 32 has fallen back through. Prowler's gone off the circuit at Hell Corner as well. Meanwhile, we've got side-by-side between Davy Gravy and Justin 930.
And Evil One's in the pits. Going by this. Yes, I think he's in the pits. Oh no, he's back out there now. Must have slow to update.
Yeah, Evil One is in the pit lane, so we'll see whether that's a driver change or not. Justin 930 just losing a couple of spots as well. Speedy Tyres has dropped down to 2nd place meanwhile. So Speedy has lost out to Little Blacko on this first lap back. Under green flag conditions, again, Little Blacko seems to be able to just come on song immediately once we go back to green flag.
Once the safety cars go in and they go racing, he's nailing it every time.
Absolutely, he's very good at just picking up to racing speed once again, and not only has he got past Speedy Tyres,
he's leaving,
but he has seemingly started to build car lengths as well. He's got maybe a second and a half between the two of them. I noticed that he actually has the logo for Mount Panorama Motor Racing Circuit on the side fender of his car as well, so he's representing the locale well here. And so the battle for 3rd hotting up as well. Davy Gravy leading them. Diswood, meanwhile, has come into pit lane, so Diswood may be carrying some damage.
Yes, he has got a bit of damage on the front splitter by the look of it.
Okay, so there we go. It was a good battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, but now Davy Gravy...
He's fixed that and he's on his way out now up Mountain Straight. So it was a quick flash.
Davy Gravy, DeHuso and Justin 930 then, 3rd through 5th place, fairly close together, but Diswood rejoins just ahead of EBM Mitch. I think rejoins in 6th position after the pit stop. Meanwhile, Evil One has lost a lot of time with his stop. I think he might have been trying to go for a driver change. His driver wasn't ready because
I think you might be right there. He sat there for a fair while, didn't he?
He did, didn't he? Yeah, he's lost about 3/4 of a lap there. I think he's probably texting at the moment. Where are you? So.
Yes, I've done a few laps. My bum is numb. Please help.
Little Blacko continues to lead the way, though, at the head of the order here in the Trackstars Bathurst 1000. He has the advantage over Speedy Tyres at the moment. Heads through the chase to get towards the end of another lap. This will be, what, lap 42, lap 43?
I think you're right, yes.
Yeah, so just starting 43 as they cross the stripe this time. In the 151s is Blacko, last time across a 51.884. That's a little bit more of a rapid pace than we saw when he was battling Spud. So the number 22 RoboSport GTR has been given some clear tarmac and is making hay while the sun shines here at Mount Panorama. Of course, as far as we know, there's nothing in the code here in GT Sports version of Mount Panorama for any kangaroo intervention, but so only the drivers will cause safety cars here, unlike the real thing.
And as you head up, heads up over the top of the mountain and Brock skyline, you can see to your right there that the camping grounds are empty, which will be happening in the real life Bathurst 1000 in a couple of weeks' time. No camping at all. It will be very, very different race.
It'll be interesting, actually, isn't it?
I was supposed to be there.
Even though they've only got 4,000 people, the local hotel trade is arguably going to do better because they won't be able to camp at the track.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of accommodation being cancelled, and because of the only 4,000 tickets being sold, there's been a lot of accommodation. Like there was a fair few of the old farts. We were all going up there and meeting up there for the first time, meeting face to face actually. Since we've been racing together for the last 3 years, we were all going up there this year to meet up and greet up and everything, but now we've had to put it off till next year now due to the COVID. So it's going to be a very weird race this year. Should be interesting. As I head up Mountain Straight. Yes, we've got little Black Ash still out front, if I'm correct, followed by Speedy Tyres.
Yep, that's the top two at the moment. Battle the third, meanwhile, hotting up, I should say. Davey Gravy in P3.
Wow.
And he's being followed very closely by Justin 930, so the Cartel Equipment hire back Lexuses of the esports It's Racing crew doing a good job there at the moment in third and fourth place, but they have to worry about Dis Wood, who's following close in fifth.
Yes, and would he be out to get a few spots up, I dare say?
Yep, that's a very formidable driver, Dis Wood, of course. We've no shortage of belief in his abilities. And the two It's Racing drivers...
Gravy had a bit of a slide there out of Forest Elbow. It was a good catch. Well done.
Yeah, both of them getting a little bit crossed up there as they ran through the elbow, and that's only going to keep Dis Wood closer to the back of them.
I'm not sure, but I think... Oh, this is so hard to follow sometimes. And if I'm not mistaken, I think we have one of the drivers joined us as of in Spud. I'm not sure. Maybe.
Yes, that is me. I'm Liv.
Good afternoon. That was a very good stint there by you there, in Spud, and it's good to get a bit of a driver's point of view in the commentary. So how's it out there?
Yeah. The track feels really good. I think the way my car's set up, it's very set up on front end grip. So basically, when I'm
we were watching it was a bit taily.
Losing a lot of. Yeah, so the front end was just I was losing a lot of front end grip towards the end of the stint, hence why I lost the position to Little Blacko.
Yep.
But basically, we have a really good car. I've got a really good setup for the car for this track. And I know Woodsy is going to be able to deliver on that promise of actually getting that car up to the front. But we have a feeling that we might be ahead because the front few guys haven't actually made a driver change yet.
Good point, yes. And I was just saying before when Woodsy took over from you, I was contemplating that he'll be in the 150 mids later at some stage. Knowing Woodsy?
Yeah, with the fuel, the problem is with the fuel depletion because it runs pretty slowly. When the car's
Yeah.
really heavy, it does
Oh,
take
yeah.
a very long time to get into the 150s and 151. So
Yep.
you would want to see probably around lap 10 to lap 15 of the stints. That's when you'll probably see in the 150s.
The better times when the lightens are low, yeah.
Exactly right. Yeah.
Which also creates a little bit of tail whip because it's getting lighter, hence the tank in the back. Well,
Yes.
on most cars.
Exactly right. It's just basically we just need to. All I need to do is just make sure I just got to keep the front end of that car
Yep.
stable behind another car because the Group 2 cars with its high aero downforce can create a bit of a wash, just like we see in most categories.
Yeah,
Well, Formula 1 mainly and V8 supercars as well. They have the same problem.
Well, we may have the first car of getting lapped in the race so far.
Yeah,
And
so we
all-
have
and-
seen. Go
Yeah,
on.
sorry. No, I was just saying, as Spud was pointing out, when you're behind the car, you get the aerodynamics, but if you make a move and you get the side draft, that it can also unstable the car and send you off quite easy under braking.
And while we were talking, of course, about the car being fairly front grip heavy there in the MASH Spud's camp, but we did see that pay off a couple of times, Spud, because Blacko, in his efforts to try and get past you a couple of times on Conrod, he was coming up to you in the draft, but then, assuming because you have less wing, you were then just maybe making a couple of tenths of a car length on the approach to the chase.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure what he's trying to do, he's just trying to play like little mind games where
Bit of
he
pressure.
gets close to my front end or to my rear end and then just pull back just to save tyres before he goes for another attack and then so on and so forth.
Yeah,
so I wasn't
yes.
I'm not too sure if he made mistakes or if he actually clipped barriers whilst I was ahead. But I feel like, we have a good car. I have a good pace around behind the old, behind like a car. So I don't really lose that much front grip, especially after the restart, the 2 restarts. I've tried to make that move on speedy tyres, and that was like a little bit of a funny one because I always completely forget that the tyres are not really that warm.
No, that's right, and it just seems funny that looking at Spud with an unsettled rear end. But we'll leave that here for another day.
It's like me all the time, mate.
Little Blacko running wide there at the cutting, meanwhile, on screen, and Speedy Tyres there almost capitalising from second place. So the top 2, Blacko under pressure from Speedy Tyres here, and very nearly put himself in the barriers. And as we were talking about earlier on, Evil One, who waited in the pit lane for a long time for the driver change that seemingly never was,
Yeah, he's sleeping.
is now a lap down and running at the back of the order, of course. We do have just the 9 cars left, of course, because one of the cars has already pulled out.
Retired. Yeah.
Yeah, we've already got 1 DNF, 1 door shut on the garage.
Yeah, it was SLM Kazi one. He just decided he was spending more time in the pit lane than the actual track, so he just decided to. The car was too
Forfeit.
heavily damaged, and he just couldn't handle it anymore. So he just decided to retire the car.
Yeah. Because they're hard to drive enough when they're all intact, but when they're damaged, there is so much worse, which can create more dramas when you come into another corner.
Exactly
As
right.
we all know.
When I was just trying to, when I was scraping wall, when I was trying to like get close to the wall, when I was just scraping the wall, I always had that little bit of fear, thinking,
Yep.
have I actually
Damaged
got a bit
something.
of damage? Because sometimes the damage model on this game can be very harsh and very strong. But
A bit
sometimes
like the
just
penalty
with a little
system.
graze on the wall. Yes, exactly right. But I think so far we've been doing so well. I haven't seen anyone with the penalties, so I think we've done pretty well. Oh, that's good. But but I think so far we've got a really good race on our hands between us and the Robo Sport Cam. It's just more about seeing what these guys are doing, if they're running long, if they're running that 2-hour maximum stint, or they're actually going to make their driver transfers over soon enough.
Certainly lots of combustible elements here in the Trackstars Bathurst 1000. I do apologise. While we had two others in the room, I was just taking a quick snack break.
You've got to feed the demons, mate. You've got to feed the demons.
I'm just enjoying myself a nice big fruit salad, and with a couple of beers on standby.
Oh, no drinking and driving, ladies and gentlemen. Please do not follow the driver's etiquette here and have a few beers while you're having your break.
Things I've never heard from a driver before.
We've seen in the old fast racing team, haven't we, Spud, what this can come to at the end of a night session. It's not
just good. Thankful I'm not a smoker.
Jeez. Oh dear. Well, funny enough, I'm not going to name any names here because I shouldn't.
Why not?
because I shouldn't. But there was a team entered in a 24-hour race here in the UK a couple of years ago who got disqualified, and one of them had their license taken away for drinking during the race in the pit garages.
Oh wow.
No, this wasn't drinking and driving, no, but they had a sofa set up in the garage and a few beers were consumed before one of them hopped in a car.
Oh, that wasn't very good.
Yeah, they were quite a prominent driver as well, and that's where I'll leave that mystery.
Yeah, but at this stage, what lap are we on as we talk? I think it's 49, and Punt still holds the lap record so far at 151.3. No, it's fine. I think they know what they're doing.
You'll be getting. I think you guys will be getting updates every 5 to 10 laps to tell you what lap you're on. Because I did a 35 lap stint on my one, and Woods is going to be roughly.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, but what driver stint change lap-wise are you looking at? We heard that we're talking about a 40, but I think that's a bit far out of reach for tyres and that. Oh,
the tyres
big slide by Davey Gravy through the cutting. Wow, good save.
So yeah, I think like driver stints wise, it all's going to be really dependent on how the driver actually feels,
how
behind the car,
aggressive,
whether
and
they actually can be
conserve their tyres and everything.
Right.
How they're going to be.
If they want to be aggressive and do like a 2-stop strategy before they do a driver change, or they do the 2 hours maximum per stint, that's up to them. But I think how we've got going at the moment, we're just gonna run our numbers. Yeah, we're just gonna run our numbers. Woodsy's come into the pit lane just to change his front splitter. Just after an incident he had with Evil One, but he's just making up pace. He's just being consistent, and he'll be fine.
And yes.
So the top two still.
Sorry. Yeah, go.
Go on, gonna go for it.
No, I was just looking through Speedy Ty's lap thing and going by this to 151.320. So he's not far off Puntz's lap record so far. So he is pushing very hard. If the count is correct.
I think the counter is correct at the moment, and he's really hounding the back of Little Blacko. If he can get a good run through the elbow, he might be able to challenge at the end of Conrad. Let's see what kind of run onto Conrad straight they go now, and under the Audi bridge. Let's see. Yeah, he's catching him, but he's not going to be close enough into the chase. I don't think he's going to have a couple of car lengths as they go under the bridge at 300 k's, 310 k's in fact.
He's caught him under brakes a little bit.
Yep, just closed in a little bit there.
So what lap are these guys on now? Because these guys are the only ones that've done the one stint.
Just about to start lap 51, I believe.
Okay.
So on to the 51st lap now, and into Hell Corner. We are riding on board at the moment with Speedy Tyres. Looking ahead to the rear bumper of the classically Nissan liveried RoboSport car, we've got some different colours coming out the RoboSport camp for this Bathurst 1000. And the Trackstars, they were very resolute in representing the Nissan colours of about 30 years ago.
And they are, Speedy Tyres and Little Blacko are pushing fairly hard. Going by the records, Little Blacko had a 151.5 against Speedy with a 151.4, so they are pushing pretty hard together.
It looks as though Speedy Tyres has just a little bit more
he
now.
scraped
Again,
the wall there. Speedy Tyres
has-
just scraped the wall a touch, which would have cost him a little bit.
absolutely, just brushing the
Yes. No damage.
brushing the wing mirror.
Brash.
a little bit
That's
of-
a new word. Is it a,
Yeah, I know.
a UK
Listen,
word, is it? Brash?
It's a 3 a.m. word, is what it is, my friend.
Oh, we don't want excuses. We want productivity, please. Thank you.
Amazing. So Speedy Tyres, let's see, he's much closer to the back at this
he's
time
got
as
a
they
good
go
run
down
out of Forest
Conrod.
Elbow.
Blacko
He
with a
may-
bad run out of the elbow. Is he going to give the inside line to his teammate? Speedy Tyres looks to the inside
got
of the
him.
chase. They go
He's-
side by side at 310 kilometres an hour. Speedy Tyres is ahead. He's later on the brakes and he takes the position. Great
Little
move
Blacko
from
had
the
to back out there a
17.
little bit because he knew what was going to happen. He would have had to, could have caused an incident, so he backed out a little bit, I'd say. But look
Yeah.
at that, and just let him take the thing. It's a long race, they can catch up.
That was great racing between the two of them.
150.84, wow, what a lap by Speedy Tyres, unbelievable. He
We're
is
talking
pushing
about-
the gauntlet.
We're talking about Dis Wood maybe getting into the 150s, but he's been beaten to it by Speedy Tyres, the RoboSport crew, the first to get under that 151 barrier, and Speedy Tyres with the lap of his life there, getting
Wow.
past Little Blacko with a smooth move at the
Top
chase.
drive, top lap.
Oh, but
he's
then
touched
gets
the
the
wall. He's touched
Yeah,
the
on the
wall.
exit of Quarry. That's gonna just knock his confidence a bit. He'd have been feeling on top of the world. He's been dragged back down to earth just a little bit there.
And Little
But
Blacko would
Blacko,
have seen that and been, yeah, here's a chance.
exactly
Keep it
right.
clean.
Of course, Speedy Tyres as well, running very low on fuel. He's in the red on fuel at the moment, so he
he'll have
should
to
be in
pit.
within the next couple of laps.
I reckon he might probably pit this lap, I'd say.
Possibly so. He's certainly not got much
Yeah, I don't think he's
fuel
got enough
left
for
in
the
the
next
GTR.
another lap. If he's driving that hard, if he was going to stay out, he'd probably have to go conservative a little bit.
He's not been pressured too much by Blacko this time. Blacko still with the quarter of a tank left, so he's got a while to go before he has to make a stop. Our lowly third place runner Dis Wood, meanwhile, has over half a tank left, so he's going to be out there for a little while. I think they may
Yes.
rejoin somewhere within the clutches of Dis Wood, who's on the other end of Conrod Straight at the moment, as these two head towards pit entry. Does Speedy
Yeah,
come in? He
yes.
does, and
He's
so
gone
does
into
Little
the pits.
Blacko.
Oh,
Both of them
this will
in.
be good. This will be good. Splash and
Yep.
dash.
We're gonna
Absolutely.
see a driver change.
I'll stay on Speedy and see what they're doing.
Looks like both of them may continue here. Speedy's
What?
back out on the circuit. Let's see. Little Blacko. No, they are. So Speedy's come
Yep.
in. Brandoza now taking over. And Little Blacko has left too. So Lurox
Yes.
takes over the 22.
Fair few drivers changing happening.
Yep, Little Blacko handing over to Lurox 22 and Brandoza receiving the car from Speedy Tyres. Now we saw Brandoza do well in the Porsches earlier on. How will that translate over? Not seeing either of them out on the track just yet, so this could be advantage Dis Wood, and indeed Dis Wood is now into the lead of the race with over half a tank of fuel left. He's going to be out there for a little while, of course. We know that because Spud is in the commentary box.
I'll
And
probably just start making my way back then.
I think Woodsy will settle down now and try and go for it while he's got a bit of a lead. Try and make
Yep.
up a bit of distance so when he goes to do a driver change, he's got a few seconds up his sleeve so Spud can get back into the car and come back out onto the track with a decent, maybe back in front or just into second. We'll see how it plays out.
so Brandoza has rejoined away ahead of Little Blacko there, and as Brandoza now heads up to the top of the mountain, we have... it's not Little Blacko anymore, apologies, it's Lurox. Is about... Yeah.
I don't
Listen.
know how confusing it is for you in the UK, but I'm an Australian, it's bloody confusing.
Well,
My
Lurox has rejoined about 10 seconds behind the Brandoza car, the car that's just been handed over to him by Speedy Tyres. So the 17 has come back out ahead. And but he is really struggling on this lap, and actually he's had an off. If we can go to the 17, if we're not already on him, he's had an off at the elbow, and he's going to come out right in front of Davy Gravy and behind Lurox as well.
Up on top of the mountain too. Mitch has had a bit of a episode on top of the mountain.
All kicking off then.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to follow.
Okay, thanks guys for having me in the commentary box. I'm going to rejoin my team.
Okay, Spud, thanks for joining us. Go out and enjoy a beer. I mean, your driver's change, and we'll chat to you later, maybe.
Yes, definitely.
And it'd be good if
Thank you.
I don't know if anyone else can listening in, even the drivers that do the driver's change, quite welcome to hop into the chat and give us their race.
So after that off that we saw the remnants of on the at the elbow, Brandoza has had to come into the pits for repairs and is now rejoining the circuit. So the 17 car has...
Number 3, Mitch has just come out and he's got a lot of damage. Oh no, he's fixed it all and he's back out heading up Mountain Straight. So whatever happened up on top of the mountain, he's had a very severe whack of the wall or something, because he did damage the front, the engine. But anyway, we're underway again. Yeah, Mitch has had a driver's change.
So Brandoza will continue from fairly far down the order now. Of course, Speedy Tyres, who handed the car to him, gave off a car that was well at the front of the order, and in fact we have damage for Lurox 22. If we look at Lurox 22 on the stream, he has some damage on the front splitter and the right front, so he's come into grief somewhere there. I just caught the remnants of what looked like a moment at the cutting. Oh, sorry, not the cutting. The dipper.
Dipper.
And I think he's going to have to come into the pit lane.
Justin 930's into the pits as we speak. I think they're having a driver's turn. No. Yeah, no, he's just on Punts, has he had a driver's change? I can't. Who's? Oh yeah, it's De Henzo's in with Punts. Is that correct? Yeah, he is. Yep.
Yep.
Who's O?
So the order at the moment is Diswood in the lead, with DeHuzo in the second spot. Third place is Justin 930, who's just in the wheel tracks of the 23 Evil One, but Evil One is of course a lap further down. Fourth place at the moment is Davy Gravy. The fifth spot belonging to Lurox 22 in the 22, recovering from that moment that gave him some damage. And just behind him is Brandoza. So after they both came out about 10 seconds apart, both threw the car at the wall within a couple of laps of receiving it, they've come back out in a battle for 5th and 6th. They are a little bit further removed down the order, but that's the pack as it stands at the moment, with Prowler around there as well in 7th spot. But it is Diswood who leads the way here in the Trackstars Bathurst 1000 at the moment, after N-Spud peeled off the circuit. Not even a whiff of a giggle from my co-commentator. Very upsetting. I've got potato puns for days. I'm part Irish, man. Lurox 22, meanwhile. Yeah. So again, not been the best start to the stint here for Lurox 22. He had some problems in the Trackstars touring cars here at Bathurst earlier in the year as well, and this stint has not got off much better. He's now rejoined the track right with Brandosa. They're actually going side by side, and Brandosa's moved through into 5th place, courtesy of Lurox's little foul moment that's put him back in the pit lane for the second time in, what, 4 laps? It's not been
a very good race for him.
No, not so far, and you'll have little Blacko somewhere in Australia with his head in his hands going, no! After doing such a good job in the early stages of the race, the work is rather being whittled away at the moment. So Brandosa has just lost the place there. Little Lurox, again, I'm going to get that confused. Lurox has moved through back into P5, I make it. And Brandosa was only in the lead, or in the lead of that battle for a brief moment, and he's now picked up more damage by the looks of it on the left front and the front splitter as well, yeah. So that car's compromised. We'll have to come into pit lane.
Will he pit this lap or stay out?
No, I think he's going to have to pit. It's only going to cost him time.
Yes, I think he... Oh, yeah, I think he'll have to pit.
Yeah.
Unstable.
Yeah, the body language of that car is not promising. So Brandosa into the pit lane. Lollipop up and away they go, and well, he's going to be rather lonely now, Brandosa. A little way behind Lurox.
I'm just looking at Woodsy and this Woods, and looking at his lap times, I think he's settled into a 152s every lap, so he's just doing it very consistently. No errors, no damage, so he's going along quite well.
Does have some lap traffic coming up ahead of him though, so he will have to keep himself on his toes a little bit. That's actually the slowest driver out there on circuit in terms of pure lap time. Xiaomi has just taken over the number 3 RoboSport car, so that's the driver that's coming up next for our race leader. But Diswood, yeah, doing a great job at the head of the pack. He's got a whole Conrod straight between him and the pack, so that's always a good indicator of just how well somebody is doing. It's D'Huso in 2nd place at the moment in the 47, just ahead of Justin 930. That's our top 3 at this stage, and Justin about 2 seconds back from D'Huso at the moment, going by the eyeball test. And they do have a 3rd car with them, but that is the recovering Evil One, who is a lap down and is also seemingly without his co-driver based on what we saw earlier on. Hopefully he doesn't have to do the whole race on his own. He can't. There's a 2-hour cap on the driver stints, of course, so...
and I do say a few of the drivers would be hoping for a safety car to bunch them all up again and catch up.
I think that would probably be ideal for some of them, yes, absolutely.
Right.
Safety car can often spice racing up. We've seen that up and down the country, all over the world. And it can often throw a spanner in the works in the world of GT sport as well. Of course, no built-in safety car, but thanks to the efforts of RoboSport there in the Merc, we do have a safety car system in place for the 1000.
And I think there'd be racing etiquette, seeing that he'd be looking at the race leaders coming up behind him, so I dare say he might give him the Shermy, is it? Is it Shermy? Whatever it is.
Shermy, I think, yeah.
Yeah.
So just in 9:30, we follow on the stream at the moment. Just chasing down D'Huso in the battle for second place out there on circuit. They're all a little way removed from Dis Wood, of course, but the Cartel Equipment Hire Lexus running well. Oh, and kicking up dust there is D'Huso. I think he's feeling the pressure as they head up to Murray's. Is Justin going to get close enough to make a move? He's looking to the inside. That's brave. He's not quite close enough to make the move stick there, but he gets on the dirt. They both get on the dirt a little bit there. They unsettle each other effectively as they head towards Hell Corner now. Justin again looking to the inside. He's a persistent devil in that 15 car, the It's Racing Esports entry.
I'm just watching Woodsy against Shermays. They're still battling up over the round. Oh, excuse me. Heading up over the top. It's holding up Woodsy a little bit, I think.
Justin on camera there, just looking to the inside at Quarry.
This Wood's got very unstable across Brock Skyline. Coming into the S's and into the dipper. Sitting right up his bum. Oh, Shermy is definitely holding up Diz Woods. Diz Woods will not be happy, I don't think, but hopefully they'll get him down, Conrad. Oh, big drift there by Woodsy out of Forest Elbow. He should get him down, Conrad, because he's that close.
Hopefully so. Should be fairly straightforward. Blue flag should be implemented, but
yes.
We continue to follow Justin, I believe, on the stream.
Woodsy just placed his lights. He's going into the chase side by side. Oh, Shermay's unsettled. Woodsy nearly sent him flying. Now that's... Oh, he's put him into the grass. That's very driver unetiquette. That's just wrong. Sure, maybe should be given a penalty for that, because that was just not right. Bad driving etiquette, that. Sorry to say, but it is.
So a little bit of a drama there for Dis Wood, but he still leads the way. D'Huso, meanwhile, has had a bit of an off there. Justin and D'Huso have had a moment, and they've both ended up with damage. So they're both into the pit lane now. The battle for second has come together, unfortunately, and they are going to have to
and Diz Wood would see this and thinking it's in his favour, so he'd be making the most of it now that he got held up by slow traffic.
Absolutely, and Davy Gravy also taking the opportunity to make a pit stop, but not a driver change by the looks of it. Xiaomi, meanwhile, has slowed completely at the cutting. Not sure what's going on.
And Prowler
with
has
him.
damage on the
safety
left
car
front and splitter, but he's not coming into the pits to get it fixed. He's continuing.
Safety car is been declared, so this is going to be a good opportunity to regroup. And for Dis Wood, this is actually a bit of a slap in the face, because having now got about a third of a lap worth of lead, he's now going to see the RoboSport piloted Mercedes AMG up in front of him again.
I think we'll see Prowler pit this time. If he... I was surprised he didn't pit the lap before and get his splitter in the front left fixed. It seems to be still pretty stable. The leader is 32.
Yep, so Dis Wood, who's into pit lane, will still be our leader when he comes out of the pits. He will be the driver picked up by the safety car. 32 in the retro Holden dealer team colours, with a fresh set of boots,
fresh tyres. He's ready to go,
and about 2/3 of a tank. Yep, so another car in. D'Huso pits in for the second time in as many laps, I believe.
Yes.
So getting a new set of tyres on. He's rejoined right with the number 3 of Xiaomi, who will no doubt be asked to vacate his position in the safety car queue once everyone is in the group together. Lap 61 of the race. 100 to go then here at Mount Panorama.
Yeah, Prowler into the pits to get the damage fixed as well.
So the top three at the moment is, of course, Diswood, DeHuso in second place, and then in third, Justin 930. We should see a few drivers getting their lap back. Shermy and Evil One will likely both be waved by to put the pack back into order.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, darling. That's all right. It's all right. I'm just getting my lunch delivered to me in my simulator while I'm watching by my darling wife.
I don't have catering here. I have a bunch of bananas and a 5-litre bottle of juice.
Wow.
We don't mess around.
No. Lavish all out. And it's been a fair... Oh, someone's come off down Conrod. Oh, no, I think it was in the Punce's car. Yeah, a little bit of dirt, lost hit the fence. Hope he hasn't got any damage.
There we go. So cars 3 and 23.
Overtake
That's
the safety
Shiami
car.
And Evil One getting back onto the lead lap, 8th and 9th place respectively. So hopefully just one more lap under safety car, maybe two. It'll depend.
Oh, Justin 930's got a rear damage and left rear damage as well. Looking at it now, I think that might have been the bit of a fancy hit down Conrod, I think, that's caused that. As I said, you've got to be very careful warming up the tyres because these things can skate, and I think that's what's happened. Just touch the grass and send him. Yes.
Well, there have been occasions with GT Sport where the damage displays but has already been fixed. I don't know whether it might be that glitch rearing its ugly head, but we will see. We'll take a judgment call on that. If Justin doesn't come in, that would suggest that there isn't actually damage. Game does deceive at times.
Sometimes.
There's a reason I stopped doing daily race streams.
Yeah, exactly.
It's called sanity, and I intend to keep it. That and a career. It's great to be doing the Trackstars racing once again, the Bathurst 1000, the flagship of the year here with Trackstars. It's been a building year for the Trackstars organisation as a whole, and fastly becoming quite the staple among the GT Sport community in Australia. We've had some outliers from elsewhere, of course. We've got Prowler from India racing at the moment, but we've also seen representation from my homeland here in the UK and a few other places strewn out across the world in Trackstars competition. So great to see the following and the driver base developing for the series. Not everyone brave enough to whip a team together for 161 laps here this weekend. Can't say I blame them necessarily, but we do have some of the finest and fittest of the drivers here this weekend taking on the 1000, and it is arguably one of the quickest drivers we've ever seen in Trackstars. Diswood leading the way as we get ready to return to racing action. DeHuso in second place at the moment, Justin 930 in the third spot. And in 4th place, Davy Gravy, of course, a winner in 2015 of the core Nürburgring 24-hour race on GT6, as it was at the time, and won that race along with It's Racing, and this one chap called Mint GTR, who went on to become Matt Simmons, or was of course Matt Simmons, but went by Mint GTR at the time. Before the end of the year, he'd won GT Academy and went on to race in the Blancpain Endurance Series for Nissan, and now does some TCR racing over in Australia. Has maintained his career as a professional driver, but started in the world of sim racing with Dave and It's Racing. Yeah, one more lap under safety car then. The two
Well, there's a couple
straggling.
Justin's going into pits.
There you go. So Justin does have damage then. Both of the It's Racing Esports cars have come in. Davy Gravy also in.
Or can they go around and catch, or not? No.
No, that would be...
Yeah, that'd lap
That
up,
would be a
wouldn't it?
problem. Of course, we have had that before at the 1993 European Grand Prix. Ayrton Senna set the fastest lap of the day by going through pit entry, because the pit lane missed the final hairpin at Donington Park. And that's the reason why, because of course that was before a pit lane speed limit as well, so he could blitz through the pit lane. And that's the reason why now, for example, at the Silverstone Grand Prix circuit, the pit lane speed limit is so prompt after you go into pit lane, is to avoid that situation happening again.
Yeah.
But Senna exploited that rule, just drove straight through the pits.
Well, I think that's what they were complaining about in one of the V8 races where McLaughlin wasn't using the limiter, but he was holding it on 50 k's an hour, and he was getting that extra k, argument's sake, whatever it was, quicker than the blokes going in there with the limiter on.
Yeah, because sometimes the limiter's set to 49 to be safe,
Yes,
isn't it?
exact.
So, yeah. Of course, quite interesting, the situation over there at the moment, I must say. The Virgin Australia Supercars Championship, represented by a business that no longer exists.
Yeah. And I hear they're doing, once this season's finished, they're doing another E-Series event again.
Oh, right. Wonder if Lando Norris will come back and ruin everyone's day again.
Huh. Yes, Repco
Yeah, the
1000.
Company started by Jack Brabham, if I'm not mistaken.
I just noticed Justin then just brazed the fence doing the tyre warms. I don't think there's no damage, but he did brace the touch the wall.
Nothing wrong with a little bit of a kiss.
Oh, depends who you're
So
kissing.
then, safety car should be in this time.
No, it hasn't been called.
No, we're hoping. We got our fingers crossed. Everyone patiently waiting.
Yeah, I don't think it's coming in. I think he might be holding it up for another lap. Doesn't look like it. The word's usually up by now. No, it's going around for one more.
Oh, there we go.
I'll take this opportunity to get out of my racing simulator and have a little twinkle.
No masking of what's happening at all here in the broadcast booth.
Oh God, no! You got to keep it fun. Keep it fun. Yeah, you're lucky I'm not I'm commentating like I do in the old farts.
So
I'll
then,
just step out the commentary for a sec. I'll be back.
there we go then. So just one more lap behind the safety car and we will be ready to go. So at the end of this lap, the Mercedes AMG GT will pull in, and so Diswood will lead the way as we go back to racing. We have had one of the drivers, Davy Gravy, there, just come back into pit lane again, I think, for a moment. And we'll start from the very back of the order, of course. Both of the It's Racing cars that came into the pits will be starting from the very back behind the cars that unlapped themselves under safety cars. So that'll be an interesting thing for the It's Racing eSports cars to pick their way through. I must admit, I forgot that my mic was muted. We now go back to green flag then. And Diswood launches away and does a very good restart as well. Very well played. DeHuzo, meanwhile, didn't quite get the jump. He's got to worry about Lurox behind him. Lurox gives him a bit of a tap, and Diswood's gone off. Diswood drops to third, drops to fourth position. A bad start there from the 32, just running wide of Hell Corner. We've seen it before. We'll no doubt see it again. That puts Brandosa up to P3. So the order is the 47 Mash Spuds car of DeHuzo running at the head of the order. Lurox 22 for RoboSport in second. The sister car, the 17, running third in the hands of Brandosa. And then in fourth place, Diswood. He's going to be gutted with that one. He's going to be chastised, no doubt, by N-Spud as well. Would have been good if he was still in the box to see that moment. The 32 car then dropping down to fourth place in one fell swoop with an error at Hell Corner. Rare error from Diswood, who's on the recovery trail at the moment, looking for a way past for third place. Not going to be able to do it on the top of the mountain, surely. Brandosa in third, who we should be following at the moment, the EBM tagged driver. Brandosa 34 in the 17 as they head toward the elbow. Diswood looking for a good run, but he's ended up with damage doubly. He's got damage on the front splitter and damage in the rear, so nudged the back of Brandosa under brakes, and then got a little bit of a hit up the rear from Evil One just a moment ago as well. Evil One also with damage, so we're going to see Evil One and Diswood both in the pits. So from the lead to the pits within the space of a lap for Diswood 1. This is a major development within the race for the Mash Spuds Racing 32, which now heads into the pit lane along with Evil One.
Yes, I think this Woods name is probably thinking should be Pissed Off Woods. Yes, but they're in the pits.
Absolutely, he's certainly going to have a hot head.
Gutted.
Yeah. So Lurox has moved into the lead of the race. Meanwhile, the 20. Lurok's 22 car into the lead of the race from DeHuzo in second place. So the mashed spuds did have a backstop in the form of DeHuzo, but unfortunately he's not been that effective. Lurok's 22 has moved into the lead of the race then. We saw little Blacko in that car a little earlier on at the head of the order, and now it's the turn of his teammate Lurok's to head the way here at the Trackstars Bathurst 1000. It is DeHuzo in second place, and then in third place we have the 17 car, which is of course Brandosa, who's a little bit on his own. He's not quite there on pace, it must be said, but for now running in third place. Some dramas further back with Diswood. If we can go to him on the stream, he's under an immense he's got an immense amount of cars ahead of him. He's got Xiaomi and Justin getting into each other, and I think Diswood's just slammed into the back. Yes, Diswood again with damage. The front splitter's gone. The two front suspension components have gone, and so for the second time in 2 laps, Diswood is going to be coming into the pit lane with more damage. This is the luck of the draw sometimes at Bathurst. If you end up in a pack, it can cost you quite a lot. And Diswood, well, he had quite the task ahead of him to try and pick through the order cleanly. That's what I was about to say when we saw the challenges unfold in real time. Does anyone else have damage? Justin's struggling ahead of him, and yes, Justin's come into the pits as well. So Justin got rear-ended, of course, by Diswood, and that's cost him. Xiaomi really crossed up both of them, and that's cost them both very dearly. 2 front-running cars, the 15 and the 32, both coming in and back out of the pit lane then. So that changes the complexion of this race, particularly Diswood's issues.
I've just scrolled in through the pits while they were in there, and I've noticed a safety car. He's having a beer. I think he's been out there too long in that last stint with the safety car, so that's not very good.
I think Diswood there maybe getting a bit hot under the collar, and N-Spud has had to relieve his teammate, and understandably so. Diswood's had a really bad luck of the draw in the last few laps, and so now they're switching drivers.
Yeah, just to let the frustration of Woodsy settle down so he can compose himself. Oh, there's a bit of a slide there by Lurok's.
Lurok's at the head of the order, still under pressure from DeHuzo. It's going to be critical here.
They're pushing. Oh, big massive slide. Nearly hit the fence there on Forest Elbow. Hit the wall.
That's going to open the door for DeHuzo to slipstream. We've seen
he's get in.
The Lexus usually has a couple of Ks on the Nissan in a straight line anyway. He tucks behind the rear splitter, pulls out. Look,
comes down into Forest Elbow, side by side. He tucked back in. Oh.
Didn't quite manage to make the move stick. DeHuzo pushing hard, but not quite able to find a way past Lurok's. That looked for the life of me like Lurok's had lost the place there. Critically, further down the order, N-Spud has come back out on the lead lap, so that's just a note. No need to look at the car, of course. We have a great battle for the lead going on here with Lurok's and DeHuzo, but just to make you aware, N-Spud has come back out onto the lead lap, although he is only just heading up the mountain now, so he's
quite into the pits.
Yeah, so either one who was involved in some of those tangles that we saw has ended up in the pit lane as well. But let's continue to focus on this lead battle between Lurok's and DeHuzo, because things looking very close here. They're still breaking away from Brandosa in third place, and not to be too disparaging to Brandosa, but the fact that he's still there with them, relatively speaking, shows just how much of a battle this is between Lurok's and DeHuzo, because on 1 lap pace Brandosa does give up a second or two, but these two have been so in amongst it with each other that he's been able to stay in the same ballpark. He does of course have to worry, because behind him I believe is Justin 930, but nonetheless let's see if DeHuzo is close enough this time to be within the range of Lurok's. Lurok's has had a bit of a sideways run through the cutting, the dipper I should say, that time. Around the elbow they go, and Lurok's has had a really bad run out of the corner. Is DeHuzo going to be close enough?
Yes.
Really bad run as they head down Conrod.
At the Forest Elbow. Can he get him down under the bridge? He's getting close. I don't think he's going to be close enough to make a move. Or he might. No.
Not quite
No,
close enough.
not
He
quite
thought
close
better of
enough,
it.
no. Still a long way to go yet.
Absolutely, and
But how things change in the blink of an eye, as we've seen.
absolutely right. Lurox there, just
Bit of a tail whip.
yeah, bit of a tail whip, getting a wheel on the grass. Always a worrying moment there. You can feel it on the force feedback.
Oh,
And again,
both of them had a bit
them.
of a tail whip coming
Yeah.
out of Hell Ben.
And Brandosa further back has fallen out of third place, so he's lost the position there to no, not Justin. Davy Gravy has taken over third place in the 95, sharing that, of course, with It's Racing. Not sure if I think it's still Dave in the car at the moment. Of course, they're both in the same facility, so they're not actually having to change accounts. They're just hopping in and out of the driver's seat in true endurance racing fashion.
Are they in the same room, are they?
Yeah.
Well, that could be a godsend, but it could also be bad too, because if someone makes a mistake and get a clip under the ear pretty quick.
Exactly right, yeah. So Lurox and D'Huzo running line astern. Let's see, again, Lurox just...
The Nissan just seems a bit unstable when it's coming out of the Forest Elbow there lately.
He's always had a very loose car. I've noticed that in
he's
Trackstars
out.
touring
He's gonna
cars in the
have a go
past.
As they come down under the bridge down towards Forest Elbow, side by side. I think the Henzo's going to get him. He's got him. No. Oh, he's not backing off. Well, that was a good race. That was a good lap. Oh,
Lurox.
Yeah.
Both of them pushing to the very limit here, and D'Huzo's got to run as they head towards Murray's. Is he going to look to the inside? Is he close enough? Not quite.
No.
Lurox.
He thought better of it. And
Lurox
maybe
pushing.
just trying to put a bit of pressure on and make him look in the mirror and try and get him to, unstable, make a mistake. Pressure does that. That was a better corner, both of them out of Hell Corner, heading up Mountain Straight. A lot better.
Brandosa out of fourth place with damage there. He's come into the pit lane, so he's going to lose some spots, but we continue to follow this battle for the lead. D'Huzo really doing a great job here to pressure Lurox 22 in this battle for the lead. We thought we had him, he had him at the chase there, but it wasn't quite to be. Lurox really struggling with the rear end, as you say. He always runs a fairly loose car, so it's not something I'm unused to seeing in Trackstars touring cars action. But D'Huzo all over the back of him as they go through the parks and towards Brock's Skyline at the moment. This is a great fight as they now head through the S's, and Lurox just getting a bit loose on the entry to the S's, and he's run off completely.
He's let him go.
He's very lucky not to get damage there, but he has lost the lead of the race. Lurox 22 down to second place. D'Huzo through into the lead, and look at Lurox really struggling with the rear end of the car. He's just not got enough rear downforce. I think he's been a step too ambitious in his quest to reduce drag.
Trying to get the straight line speed against the grip of the corners is letting him down, I think. And Lurox has made a big gap between them through that little mistake.
Lurox also seems to, on some corners, be struggling a little bit with understeer. It seems as though he's got both of the worst elements in the car, unfortunately. It's a lively one, the 22 GTR in the hands of Lurox. I'm not sure whether, of course, in theory, Lurox and Little Blacko could be running completely different setups, because they don't have to be cohesive on that. You could have gone separate ways, like a couple at a divorce court. And Spud just coming out of the elbow at the moment. He's
heading down Conrad.
Down the Conrad at the moment, and
So is Spud in third, is that correct or not? No?
No, he's not. No. That's just the third fastest time.
Faster,
He's,
yes, sorry.
I think he's stone last at the moment, actually.
Oh, well. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, they come down into the chase. The Lex is definitely more stable than the Nissan at the minute. Alright.
So Justin 930 is in the pits at the moment. So he's just going in for new tyres. Don't know if that's going to be a driver change or not. I'd think not.
I don't think it was.
So Lerox still tucked in behind DeHuzo there. It is DeHuzo
he's
leading
unsettled again.
every lap through the elbow. He's getting the car's tail out.
He's losing a little bit of time every lap. It's not good. He wants to stick with him.
Absolutely right. Of course, third place Davy Gravy is also, he's setting consistent mid to high 52s, and with those two kind of battling, he is starting to close in.
Yeah.
Formerly known as TDZ Dave in another life, once admitted to me that his username was actually what he wanted his password to be. And his password is what his username.
Then. As he come onto pitch straight, there's a big out of Murray's corner, big tail whip, but he gathered it and got it. And the thing about Hell Corner, if you touch the inside apex, it unsettles the car real bad. It can put you straight out to the right into the gravel and the fence. They're still battling as they come up into the cutting. Oh, he's gone wide. Hugo's lost a bit there and he's caught. Lurox has caught up to him because Hugo went wide. He's right on him now.
Yeah, it's been a frantic few corners for the 47 Lexus, and he's now got Lurox right behind him. Two retro liveries then, running line astern at Bathurst.
Yeah, Lurox is starting to get all over the back of the Hugo. Looks like a bunch of flies on a cow pat in the paddock.
Absolutely right.
Or in other words, in Australian saying, looks like flies shit to a blanket.
There you go. I only half heard that one, I must admit. So then,
but he's lost time out of the Forest Elbow again because of the Nissan.
Yeah, Lurox really does struggle to put the power down out the elbow.
He does. He's good on the brakes, but just that one corner seems to be unsettling the Nissan for some unknown reason.
Well, it's loose pretty much everywhere, but it does seem to affect him more than anywhere else. You're quite right. DeHuzo in the lead then, and we see again Davy Gravy just in the back of some of these shots is getting a little bit closer every time they get each other crossed up. Yeah. And of course, the approach these two are taking, which is quite heavy pushing and quite heavy leaning on the tyres will eventually come back to haunt them a little bit as well, only heightening the opportunity for Davy Gravy.
They're still going pretty good lap-wise. They're doing the 152 mids, both of them. And if we go down to Davy Gravy, his last lap was a 151.9, so he's quicker than him. He's catching them.
Absolutely, it's just a few tenths at a time, but it could well soon be a three-way battle for the lead. Davy's got a good cushion as well over Brandosa in fourth place. It's about 10 or 15 seconds between third and fourth, so he's really able to just focus on the battle for first and second and hunting them down, Terminator style. Of course, he's a trucker by trade, a road train driver, in fact, isn't he, Dave? He's used to the open road. I believe you're not too far removed from that either, are you, TV director Shane? Yeah, he confirmed that. Yep, he confirmed that off earshot.
I'm an ex B-double driver, road train driver, and all that crap.
Wow, okay, way to disrespect an entire industry. Yeah, great to see so many different walks of life always getting together in a sim racing context. Very interesting if you do end up in a party on an open lobby in Gran Turismo Sport and have a chat party going as well. Some of the people that you end up talking to, some of the careers that some people get up to, it's always really interesting. Gran Turismo Sport community fairly large, of course, and a great many people take to it, although I imagine we're going to get a whole new influx of Gran Turismo players returning when Gran Turismo 7 hits the shelves. The GT Sport formula hasn't been for everyone, but I think GT7 will pull some back in.
And yes, we'll probably get a lot more new ones due to the COVID that's gone out and thought, well, hang on, let's go and do some sim racing and board rigs and everything. And I think it's going to turn out to be a he's brushed the wall, and again, he's brushed the wall twice there through there.
Lurox really pushing the limits there.
That is very unstable.
It is. It's the rear end of the car is fighting for independence like Scotland from England, and it's proving to be very difficult for Lurox to keep the thing under control. But he is just about kept the car undamaged on that lap, despite all of the dramas.
Yeah, but if you look at the car, it looks like the suspension is set so the Lurox's car looks like it's sitting lower at the back than what it is at the front. Height wise might make it a little bit. Yeah, driver's change.
So Dirty Sanchez taking over from Prowler in the 81 car. That will, I believe, put them a lap down. It will indeed put them a lap down, so that's going to switch things up a little bit.
Yes,
Lurox, meanwhile, just closing in again, although he goes very again, he understeers as well sometimes there through the cutting, just understeered quite wildly. And that car just looking like a bit of a bucking horse, really, just trying to launch Lurox off.
What kind of horse?
Bucking.
Oh, okay. I just thought I'd clarify that.
Nice try. Believe me, I wouldn't be allowed to commentate at Brands Hatch if that was in my vocab in front of a microphone. I'd get kicked off by my ear. It was actually while I was at Brands Hatch, doing some commentary that It's Racing started the recruitment drive to bring me in to stay up for the night and do this. I replied with a picture of a car going around Brands Hatch saying, "Can we talk about this on Monday?" Lurox then just, I think on this lap has closed in a little bit. Be interested to see what kind of time he's put in. He did have a bit of a wide moment at the cutting, but we'll see what his time is relative to
It's going to be close to
Dehuso.
151, I think. Or,
Yeah,
no.
a 52.5 for Dehuso and a 52.4 for Lurox, so not that much gain in fact.
Not
but,
much different.
Lurox is such an aggressive driver, he just looks quicker, doesn't he? And there is just the slightest margin being cut down on Dehuso's lead.
Just for everyone else that's following the lead, is I've gone back and had a look at Spud, and for the last 3 laps of Spud, he's been doing 151s. High 151s per lap, so he's on a mission. He's gaining, he's catching. They want to be careful because he is on a mission.
Absolutely, very quick driving from Spud off camera, who's really on his own out there. He's on the other half of the circuit compared to everyone else. Well, everyone else is going up the mountain.
I've just gone through all the drivers, and Spud is the only one in the 151s consistency per lap.
Yeah, while everyone else is going up the mountain, he's going up Conrod, so he's on his own little island and able to focus on his own lap times. Yeah, and that pays dividends every time. Absolutely right. And
another 151. Wow.
Great
well
pace
done,
from
Spud.
him, certainly.
Good consistency.
Got an interesting battle at the moment between Justin 930, the 15, currently classified 5th on the fastest lap board. He's just starting to relieve himself of pressure from Evil One. Come on. Come on.
It just doesn't sound he's just about to relieve himself. Like, now, really, come on. This is a speed stream, mate. Keep it clean, will you? Gee. Unbelievable, you UK people. Just chuck it out there. Hey, it just sounded like you're saying he's having a piss in the car. Like, unbelievable. Hey, and Spud told me to keep it clean. My God! Oh, Spud said to me, "Oh, would you mind commenting?" I said, "Yeah, no problem." He says, "Just not like old farts when he's commentate." I said, "Come on, you've got to have a bit of fun." Oh, I've noticed David Gravy clipped a fence there coming up out of Griffins. I'm changing the subject now, so shut up. No damage. I think our UK commentator is blushing, people. Yes, you can hear it. Yeah.
Chiami has had a bit of an off there, coming out of Hell Corner, has fallen back behind Justin 930. Dehuso, meanwhile, continuing to lead the way here. Stop it!
Just as well they weren't together, and you said, "Oh, I think what's name's relieving himself with Davy Gravy." My God!
No! Oh dear.
Or it could have been what's his name relieving himself with David Gravy all over Spud. Righto, come on. Enough of that bullshit and let's get back to it. Come on, gentlemen. That was a bit of fun.
But it's only you doing it.
I think our UK commentator's lost the plot. I hope he stops laughing because he might relieve himself in the chair. So anyway. We have Lurox still out at front, far as I know. Hang on, I've lost the plot myself.
No, it's Dehuso.
Dehuso's out the front.
Yeah.
Dehuso, it sounds like a diffuser off a car. Diffuser. Well, the last 2 laps of Huzo's been a 150, 1.5, 150, 1.7, so he's up into the 151s now. As we go up to Lurox, and he's been doing a 154 and a 152, so he is getting away from him by a fair margin. And then Spud is still doing 151s, best time 151.4, so he's really flying consistently. He's catching them. They want to be careful. They want to look in their mirrors.
I
they're
think
going to have fries with that.
If you're Lurox, you haven't got time to look in the mirrors. The back of the car is just so prone to fighting against what he wants to do. It's he's got to focus on his driving and very little else. But Davy Gravy absolutely closing in. Less and less Conrad between them. What? What now? Every time I open my mouth. The top three really have built quite the gap now. Fourth place is still EBM Brandosa, and he is probably about 15-20 seconds back from Davy Gravy. So there is really a noticeable speed difference between the top three and the rest of the pack, of course, not including N-Spud, who's still pounding around the circuit in the 151s.
And
we're on to lap 80.
81.
On to lap 81, so we're just over half distance then.
Yeah.
In the Trackstars Bathurst 1000.
What was that?
Brandosa. Yeah, Brandosa's had a moment there. Doesn't seem to have had any damage, so just running wide at Hell Corner. But that's going to not cost him any positions. He's running on his own there in fourth, but
maybe
Evil One and Xiami, yeah, both of them in.
Yeah.
Lurox 22, meanwhile, still getting all kinds of sideways every which way he goes. And we'll see how long it is before he makes his stop. He's got about a quarter of a tank left. The tyres are starting to cry enough, especially at the rear, but we can't really be surprised at that, given that car's body language. I'd say maybe 3 or 4 more laps before we see DeHuzo in as well. He's got just under quarter of a tank left in his car. So that's probably good for 3 or 4 more laps, but not much else after that. He's been at the wheel for a little while, so I wonder if they'll also take the opportunity to yeah, potentially put Punts back behind the wheel.
And then Spud's got just under 3/4 of tank in his tyres. I reckon if he does stop, it'll be just a tyre change and he might go out again, maybe.
Absolutely. I think a good move from the Mash Spuds guys to pull Dis Wood out of the car and put N-Spud...
Just to settle in, yeah.
Yeah, back in, because it really was an unfortunate couple of laps for Dis Wood after we came out of the last safety car.
I've just noticed on the second sector by N-Spud, he's 0.161 up on speedy tyres, his fastest lap so far. We'll see how he goes when he gets to the end. If he can break the lap record for this stage. We'll see, he's heading down Conrad on the timing, yes. We'll go under the bridge and see the timing split. Sector 3. He is... Oh, I think he's lost a bit somewhere. Be close, be close.
So just past half distance here in the Trackstars Bathurst 1000, and just in 9:30 with
oh, he's got dirty sand shoes. Oh, that's what we call him in the old parts. Oh, is he? Okay. Oh.
Yeah, the 81 car, of course, is a lap further back, but still just about on the pace with Justin, which is a good sign for Sanchez. that there aren't really any on-track battles closer than the one between
At the front.
Lurox and DeHuzo. Very close together. Won't be long until Xiaomi and Evil One end up getting caught by Enspud, of course, as well. So Enspud may soon have to deal with some traffic, but not lap traffic, of course. They have every right to hold him off.
I just noticed Enspud, there was a bit of dust. He hit the grass coming up over the top there. He would have lost a little bit there. The last lap was on 151.5, so he's still getting there.
Absolutely, still pushing very hard.
He's still catching him.
I think also catching is Davy Gravy. Lurox is seeing that green and white car ever closer in the mirrors with every passing lap. It's got to be only 2 seconds, the gap between them now. Maybe 2 more laps, and Lurox is going to have to wonder whether he's going to have to defend at the end of Conrad.
I think Huzo's bum side is too loose, and I think that's where it's letting him down. He's losing too much time now, and that's why Davey Gravy is actually catching him really quick.
Yeah, there are benefits to having a car that has a fairly sleek rear end, a bit less...
tight rear end.
Yeah, a bit less... well, a tight rear end in NASCAR terms would be understeery, but...
not in this.
Yes, certainly not, no, and but there is a benefit to having a car that's a bit loose at the rear, but unfortunately I think he's maybe just cranked the rear wing one step too far, and it is costing him time, even though it's probably maybe a K or 2 quicker at the end of the straights. It's not enough to offset the struggles he's having in the corners. Of course, that's only being amplified now by the fact that his tyres have seen better days.
Yeah. Oh, Gravy just hit the wall then, slightly, lost a bit of time.
Yeah, maybe just
lost a lot of time through the cutting there. Got a bit tail endy.
Yeah, absolutely. Davy Gravy, as you said, took a chunk of Lexus out of the front bumper as he went out of quarry, and is still homing in though on the back of Lurox. Davey didn't take part in the Trackstars touring cars earlier in the year, but is a seasoned racer on Gran Turismo for many years, so far back that I think he might have been in my first ever Gran Turismo commentary, actually. Way back in about 2014.
Oh,
certainly
wow.
he was...
you'd qualify the old farts then.
Something like that. I mean, I'm 22, so I'm not sure.
Oh, nah, you're up there with Spud and the young farts racing team. God, 22. Still wearing...
Oh, and Lurox is off. Lurox has come off, so Davey through into second place.
Through.
Lurox...
And he's into the pitch. Lurox is into the pitch. He must have damage.
No damage on screen, but he's seemingly run out of tyres and maybe run out of patience.
Maybe a driver's change, maybe?
Possibly, we'll see. I'd suggest he's a good candidate for it. But
fuel, how much are they going to put in? I'd say probably 3/4 of the tank. Yeah, it's been there a while. Yeah, I'd say about 3/4, yeah.
Oh, more than that.
More than
He's going for a long stint.
Yeah.
Maybe he had to run for a tinkle, as you'd put it.
Oh, Spud's got a penalty. Spud has a penalty. 0.5 of the penalty. I don't know what's happened there.
Probably just put too much wheel on the dirts at the dipper.
At the dipper. I've noticed if you cut that corner when the penalties are on, and which they should really correct because it's not like that anymore. It's all bitumen. Yeah. Yep. So yeah, he's lost a little bit of time in his lap time then, Spud. But
Meanwhile, some drama's happening off-screen. It seems that we're down a driver. We have the number 15 of Justin 930, Highlander 215, seems to be a non-starter. He doesn't seem to have made it into the virtual paddock, and Justin 930, while he's driving, is also having to try and negotiate a last-minute second driver. This is why in real life sometimes at major events you'll see drivers who aren't even scheduled to race roaming around the paddock in case someone pulls a hammy or something like that. They can then get their gloves and get their race suit and have a go at Le Mans, for example.
Justin's on his own. He hasn't got a co-driver.
Well, he's looking for a co-driver. Whether or not he gets one or not remains to be seen. But certainly Highlander 215, who was set to race with him, is not. But we have seen that before, last-minute subs. There's always a few drivers knocking around the paddock who don't have anything better to do, and that's how you get some interesting names making appearances in series they would otherwise not be associated with. And so we're going to have someone, hopefully, relieving... Again, sorry, use the word. Relieving Justin 930 of his driving duties, because I don't think anyone is capable of 161 laps solo.
So what lap are we on now? Just to be a bit behind the times. It's bloody confusing.
We're about lap 86, but I'll wait for a word in the ear on that. We just had a very uncertain word in the ear. We'll take 86 as a rough base then.
What is Justin up to, as in maximum amount of laps he's allowed to do?
Well, it's a 2-hour driver time cap, but obviously if he's got no driver, I think maybe the officials will look the other way on that one, just because, you know, there's only so much you can ask of someone if he's at the wheel and also trying to call his mates to say, does anyone have GT Sport in a couple of hours? Anyone at all?
Look, just someone let him know, look, if he wants a spell, I can jump in and do a stint for him while he has a bit of a break. I've got no drama with it. Unless he wants to find if he can find someone else, I'm quite happy to jump in his car for him and just give him a spell for a stint or whatever. Oh yeah, I'll go and tinkle or relieve myself, as they say in the UK.
I can't believe this is information to anyone. This is new at all. Okay, you go and do that then. Meanwhile, I think that while my esteemed co-commentator empties his tank, we're going to need a filling of the tank for DeHuzo, because DeHuzo is on almost no fuel. I think he's not going to make it round another lap, so the 47 car will almost certainly be in this time by. If we can shift focus to the 47, should be about to be in pit lane. I'm perhaps suspecting a driver change here as well, but we'll see. Not quite hitting 300 Ks as he goes through the chase. And yes, Davy Gravy in second place. Not sure if we've missed something there. Where is Lurox? Lurox is down to third, so must have had a stop. Yeah, just over 3/4 of a tank in that car. So, of course, yeah, he made the long stop 2 or 3 laps ago, so he is in, and Huzo is going to have a driver change then. He's stopped at pit exit. That means that we're going to see we're going to see Davy Gravy take the lead. We're also going to see Punts back behind the wheel of the 47. Lurox 22 is also going to move up into second spot. Yeah, Lurox through into P2. Let's see where we get Punts. Not made an appearance in the pit lane just yet, of course. And Brandosa, I think, will also move into third place, courtesy of that one. He's not long to be on the track. I think he will probably hand back over. He's not got much fuel left in the tank, maybe 5 or 6 laps worth. Punts, meanwhile, rejoins the race in 4th position, just ahead of Justin 930, who is yet to be relieved.
So if I send him a message on the screen, he should see that, shouldn't he?
Yeah, he should do, unless he's driving without looking at the screen.
Yeah, I'll do that in a minute as soon as I come back in. Oh.
So there you go. This has been done before as well. Paul de Resta was at the 2018 Hungarian Grand Prix to commentate for Sky F1, and when Felipe Massa was not able to race, he ended up driving the car proper. So this isn't entirely unheard of in the sport either. Went from Sky F1 pundit to Williams racer in the space of about 48 hours, did Paul de Resta that day, and we might well have the same thing going on here. Punts, meanwhile, on his outlap is just ahead of Justin 930. So Justin is just behind the 47 in this midfield battle. Punts, of course, only just embedding himself into the car. This is his outlap. No doubt he'll have done a few laps while he was away, but difficult to stay in the groove, especially when you've got Justin behind. Justin's been at the wheel for a while. He's certainly in the groove and maybe at risk of falling out of it, given he's done so many laps. But those two having a good battle. Of course, our leader at the moment is the 95, Davy Gravy. Under a quarter of a tank left in that car, so probably has just 5 maybe-ish laps left to go before he has to pit. Whether or not we see the car handed over to its racing, that remains to be seen. Justin just falling off the back of Punts, meanwhile, in that battle, but we also have a penalty for Brandosa elsewhere on the circuit. He's just on Conrod Straight now in the 17, recovering from his 1 second penalty that he's just served. And interested to see actually if Brandosa comes in this time, because he's in the red on fuel. And we'll see whether or not he comes in. May well end up handing over to Speedy Tyres. Nope, decides he's good for one more lap, Brandosa.
I just sent him a message and see what he comes back with. If he wants a spell.
There you go.
If he can't find anyone.
Speedy Tyres, of course. Speedy Tyres still holds the fastest lap of anyone out there, of course, at 150.8. Meanwhile, yeah, Justin 930 still tailing Punts. In let me just work out what that battle is for. That's for 4th position. So Punts just holding on to the place ahead of Justin 930 at the moment. Of course, Justin, lest we forget, not only has he been driving around in this race for about 90 laps as he goes wide there, maybe just showing some signs of fatigue, just running wide at the cutting, and not only was he in this race, but of course he did the Porsches earlier as well, so he's been a busy man, and unfortunately now a driver without a teammate, so we'll see whether we have some drafting in from the commentary box or from the Trackstars Discord. We'll see. Davy Gravy into the pits. Our race leader is in the pit lane. Now, no fuel put in the car, and that suggests to me that It's Racing is going to take that one over.
And I don't know how Justin's going to answer when he's busy racing. No, he didn't.
That's an odd one, isn't it? That's very strange. I don't know whether or not they may be, because of course they're doing physical driver changes. I don't know whether or not...
There was no fuel. Tyres at the fronts are down. Ooh.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering if maybe... possibly so, or maybe It's Racing was off doing a tinkle. That's leading car. Kind of reminds me of the old Jaguar Formula 1 colours. The green, the white, the red.
Yeah, I'm just looking at there, and It's Racing's on the binoculars, so unless he's missed the calling, I'm not sure. Is he Oh, okay. Yeah, right.
Because Davy and It's Racing, of course, are both in the same location, so they're both using the Davy Gravy account for racing. Oh, and an interesting call in the game chat. 3 laps to correct your specification. 612 brake horsepower, 1,020 kilos. So Brandosa isn't running to the event specifications, the event BOP. That is a major development within the race.
It's going to cost him.
It is. He's got all sorts of damage and almost no fuel left in the car as well. Safety car has been deployed. I hope you're not sleeping in the RoboSport, because you're required again. Out onto the circuit goes the Mercedes AMG GT.
I hope he hasn't had too many stubbies sitting in pit lane there waiting.
It's a patient man's job, the safety car, isn't it?
It is. Safety. Brandosa is coming into the pits. I'd say to fix his breach. Justin 920's in the pits.
Brandosa receiving a lot of fuel. That suggests that he's maybe not being replaced. But that maybe also suggests that he hasn't taken the memo about...
So he's got another driver.
Yep, so Justin's going to have... Ah, okay, interested. So DJ XS pointed.
And I won't repeat what YCR stands for.
Okay.
Because we've got the Old Farts Racing team. Disappointed is part of the sub-branch of Old Farts Racing team.
I can guess.
So you can guess what the YCR stands for.
Yes. Does it rhyme with Young Runts Racing?
Yeah, pretty much. Yes. Yes.
Right,
I've done a lot of racing with Disappointed on GT Sport and iRacing. He's part of the CVR racing team that we have, which is Constant Velocity Racing on iRacing. He's part of our team on that, and part of the YCR. What is going on there? I'm not sure. Well, they look like they're still racing across the top. Where is the safety car? Oh yeah, the safety car. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Sitting around Griffins.
So there's the leader that's coming up now.
Yep, he's just taking off now to bunch them up. Yeah. Yep.
And Davy Gravy and Lurox the top two then. They'll be bunched together.
Yeah, so we have Davy Gravy, Lurox, I think, Punch is saying, is he the leader? No, I think Davy Gravy is, isn't he? He should get way past, yes, because he'd be way back. And just a bit of news that disappointed, he actually will be officialing, he's one of the officials at the Bathurst 1000 in a couple of weeks' time.
So he's CAMS approved.
Yes, he's an actual official, a volunteer official in the race, so he'll be there. He does it every year. So he does, yes, know the track, as we all do.
It's one of those circuits that I think you kind of have to know, isn't it? It's obligatory. If you don't know your way a lap around Mount Panorama, are you really a motorsport fan?
Yes, it's sort of, you know, should be on everyone's bucket list.
Well, visiting's a bit difficult.
Yes, did we have a disconnection then? I thought I'd seen someone flash on the track. I'm not sure. No, might have been just a glitch. I notice when people jump in and out of this, you get a glitch on the screen, which is really annoying, because it always happens when you're in a corner. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've got disappointed coming across the top out of the cutting then. Where's Spudley? Spudley's coming down into the chase. He should be catching them up very shortly. He won't be far behind. And I got a funny feeling now that they've bunched up, I think Spud is really going to go for it now. Because his tyres are good, fuel's good, so he'll be on for a mission.
Absolutely right. He's been there or thereabouts, hasn't he?
Yeah, and I think he'll really try now for the rest of his stint, try and get the car back up there to put Woodsy back in. And Brandos is still in the pits, or he's just gone back into the pits. Now he's coming out to join the rest of the crew. I do say he's fixed his specifications issue. Yeah, Punch is in, what have we got, 1, 2, 3, 4, he's in 5th, is he? Yeah. Oh no, there we go. Oh, that was a bit of a touch. Yeah, it looks like it too.
Nothing wrong with the little bit of...
Oh! Yeah, disappointed, had a bit of a moment then, and they had a bit of a coming together. It looks like, what the...
It's a little bit of drama. Yeah, no, Evil won in the 23, yeah.
Disappointed's race pace, is, I'd say he's trying to catch up. He's been past the safety car and trying to catch up. I think that's what's going on. So Punch should be in first place, should he, or not? I think he's in 4th, is he? 1, 2... Yeah, I think Punce should be in front of Spud. Jeez, wow. Waved around, looked like a dog shot in the ass with a shotgun. He went past that quick.
Old Yeller.
I'm hoping Spud's not having internet thing, because I just noticed Punce. Yeah, because Punce went straight through Spud's car.
Yeah,
like
no, you're right. You're
Something's
right.
going on. And I know Spud suffers from bad internet sometimes. Oh no, Punce is going into the pits. What's going on there? Oh yeah, front splitter, right hand side, engine.
Oh dear, so
That's a shame.
Lots of...
I think that's, yeah.
So dramas abound here in the Trackstars Bathurst 1000. It's a good thing, I suppose, that this is happening under safety car, at least.
Yes, correct.
Although the problem we now have is that Punce has overtaken the safety car and is now just driving around ahead of them.
Yeah. Well, cold tyres, Ollie.
Punce needs to remember that he's not one of the drivers getting a wave around, because he's just driving away from the rest of the...
Maybe he thinks that he's got to catch up by one lap.
Well, he
That's why
doesn't. He's wrong.
yeah, he just needs to slow down, I think.
He does.
Because he should be in third, shouldn't he? Fourth. Do you want me to tell him? Do you want me to tell him that to slow down and wait for the safety car, or?
Leave that to
Yeah,
Jarman.
yeah, he'll sort it out. Just seems strange. I think he does think he's a lap down. Disappointed's in the pits. What's going on there? Oh, front splitter damage.
So no questions, at least, over the lead. It is still Davy Gravy at the head of the order, and Lurox in second.
Yeah, then Spud. Shami's behind Spud. So they're on their way around Forest Velvet, heading down Mountain Straight for another lap under the safety car. They're still not there waiting to catch up a few. I think we'll have one more lap of the safety car and then we should go green, hopefully. Just excuse us, ladies and gentlemen, we've gone a bit quiet in the commentary. I think our main commentator's gone for a twinkle, but he'll be back
Main
shortly.
commentator's trying to figure out the order. There is no main commentator. This is an equal opportunities commentary box.
So what are you saying? We all matter.
Let's not do this.
That's right. That's right. Dirty sand shoes. Looks like he's put on a brand new pair of shoes, so he's ready to go. Where's Disappointed has come back up again. So Davy Gravy is first. so is Shami in... where are we? 4th, yeah. So this will... we may get green on this one. Hopefully we will. Davy Gravy will hold the pack up until he's ready to let it loose. The tyres have cooled down a little bit now, so they'll have to be very throttle careful as they come out of Hell Corner. As we've seen on the start of the few other safety cars, they've tramped her and lit her up and spun, and we'll wait and see what happens. Hopefully the safety car will go in this lap. He can't see Spud. Okay, I think that may be Spud. It happens a little bit with Spudley. I'd say Spud's going to stay out for a little while yet and try and catch the leaders. Yeah, and try and catch the leaders, because he's got, you know, nearly full fuel, good tyres. Yeah, safety car is in this lap. We're going to green after this. Yep. Yeah. Because they both respect each other in driving, is what I've been racing with them, and pretty clean. So as they come down under Sector 3 timing bridge, safety cars in this lap, we go to green and away they'll go. Righto ladies, pull up your pink panties and away we go. Hang on, here we go. Hitch them up and move them out. The safety car has gone ahead. Davy Gravy's holding them up. Oh, I think he's broken early. He's broken early and he's into the pits. Wow. There's a smart move, maybe. No, he has not got damage. Oh. Well, that's a shame. Yeah, he should have, yes. So that puts Lurox out in front, is it? And followed by Spud. Correct? And Spud back to second. Disappointed. Spud. Yeah, what's going on there? Lurox, Spud, and who's they've broken away from the main bunch. I'm just trying to work out who's in third. Shyami's in third. Shyami's there. Evil One must be in fourth. Followed by... Dirty Sanders is in fifth. So head down Conrod. Must go back to the leaders and see how they're going.
And just to confirm, Davey taking on just over 3/4 of a tank there, along with his fresh tyres. So yes, a long stop. We'll now go for a long stint. Although I do believe it's now it's racing at the wheel of the car, even though it's still Davey with the tag. But of course they are in the same place.
Yeah.
But I think it is now. It's racing, actually driving.
I still notice Lurox's Nissan's still unstable. So even with the nearly new fresh tyres, a bit over half a tank of fuel, so it's a little bit light on the backside.
Yeah, Brandosa and
Brandosa's
Evil
in the
One,
pit,
both
in
in the pits, so they must have collided. Or, I mean, I suppose they could have had separate incidents.
Yeah. Nearly full fuel for Brandosa. Spud will be starting to crank her up once his tyres warm up, I'd say, and going to really give Lurox a good run for his money.
Yeah, absolutely right. We've seen the pace of Spud while he was out there on his own after the extended pit stop to change over from Dis Wood, and well, now it's worked out that
big
he's...
slide through the dipper by Lurox. Well
yeah,
caught.
again. I have to apologise for not calling those. I'm so desensitised to it from a whole year of Trackstars touring cars. And sometimes I'm not sure whether it's the connection or just the way he drives the car. So
Yeah.
I did get a bit desensitised to that back in the Trackstars touring cars days. Spud there though, right
He's
in the
caught
wheel
him.
tracks, almost 320 k's, and actually just tipped 320 k's before he stamped on the brakes. He's right there with Lurox as they head towards Murray's to complete another lap here in the Trackstars Bathurst 1000. Getting ever closer, and if he can get a good run out of Hell Corner onto the mountain straight.
Yep, it'll be on. He might just get him under brakes as they come into Griffin's then. Well, I think he's a bit far behind for Griffins, but see how they go.
Yeah, not quite close enough, but that
No.
Lexus looking fairly beefy in a straight line.
Oh, yeah.
The RCF has since been replaced, of course, twice. The LC500 superseded that in the Japanese Super GT Championship, and Lexus now out of the category entirely in favour of the Toyota Supra.
Yep.
Spud pushing hard then. Much closer to the wall than Lurox that time. He's leaving no inch of track and a few inches of grass untouched.
Still fairly loose on the bum. See how he goes
Yeah.
as he comes down into Forest Elbow. That one was a bit more tidier. Oh, there was only a bee's dick between the car and the fence there, but it's a head down mountain straight.
Super Sub Disjointed, meanwhile, has got a bit of damage, so expect him in at the end of the lap.
Bit of a broken rear end. Yeah. And they come down into Murray's corner. If Spud can get a good run
And
out
Davy
of
Gravy, the former leader, also with damage. I think that's It's Racing driving the car now, I must remind myself, but
yeah, damage
the
splitter
number-
and left-hand front.
yep, the 95 car that was leading the race for
Ponce's
many
into
a
the
lap.
pits too. What's going on there? Rear damage
all
for
sorts.
Ponce. Right
All
hand.
sorts of dramas
Yep.
at the top of the mountain, I imagine, probably. It's where most of this stuff happens, and
Yeah,
Ponce has been affected.
Disappointed into the pits now, getting them fixed. Ponce is back out
Ponce-
on there. Davy Gravy's into the pits, get some damage fixed, I'd say. Yes, in a blink of an eye, things can change. Oh, we nearly lost it coming out of the pits. And Spud's just touched the wall, going across the top of Brock's skyline. Cost him a few tenths there. No damage.
And Spud all over the back of Lurox then as they go through the elbow. The
Old
top
Spud's got a better
two.
run out of there.
Yeah, definitely. And he's got the Lexus, which does seem to have that little bit of a straight line advantage. He's going to
He might
slipstream
get him-
behind Lurox.
Might get
Don't
him under
think he's-
brakes down into the chase. Don't think
He
he's close
might do
enough,
if
but
he can just get to the inside of the outside line. He might be
Yeah.
able to do it. He looks to the inside. He's got a nose, and he's maybe going to get through. Is he going to be later on the brakes? He has to leave space for Lurox. Nicely
Well
done.
Well done, Spud. Very good driving. And well
Bit
done
of
to
dirt on the
Lurox too.
tyres though as they head towards Murray's, and Lurox looking to the outside will try for the cutback as they come out of the last turn. Grass being kicked up every which way as they now head towards Hell Corner. Great battle between Spud and Lurox as they go through Hell Corner, the first corner of the new lap. Spud just getting onto the curbing a bit more than Lurox. Is Lurox now going to be able to retaliate as they head down the mountain straight and towards the next braking zone? I don't think he's quite close enough, but Lurox may look not quite close enough.
Nah, I think Lurox is a little bit worried about his loose tail end as well. He's got to be very careful because it wouldn't take much to spin him around.
You ride on board with Lurox 22. The Nissan driver pushing hard. Of course, I think there will be something to be said for the Nissan to beat the Lexus here, but not quite hooked up on this lap on the way up the mountain as they go through Brock Skyline. Spud again kicking up a little bit of grass in the face of Lurox. Got to be careful of the track limits again as they go through the dipper towards the Forest Elbow.
Very unforgiving, that penalty.
Of course. I did half a lap of reconnaissance in the Porsches before we started commentating here this evening, and I immediately got myself a penalty there. Spud then just close, just far enough up the road to hold off Lurox on this lap. So the top two seem to be close but stable, but Spud again on the grass on both corner entry and corner exit. He's
pushing it. They're both
pushing it hard. Absolutely, he's run wide as well out of the final turn. That's going to give Lurox the run he needs as they head towards Hell Corner. They're side by side across the stripe. Is Lurox going to have it? He's up the inside. He's made the move.
Oh no, Spud, just well done. Good drive,
door handle to door handle racing, and Spud has done a great job of defending there.
It's respect for each other and giving them, plenty of room.
Absolutely right.
Well done, well done.
Can't say fairer than that.
Sharmy's coming up in third. Bit of free air. Oh, bit of a tail wiggle there as they go around the cutting by Lurox.
Yeah, so while you continue to watch this battle for the lead, it is indeed Xiaomi in the third spot, as we said. Next up is Punz in fourth place, recovering from some damage there. Yeah, and I think it's the number 3, is it behind him? It's a very close battle, actually, in the midfield. But certainly...
Oh, Lurox just clipped the fence coming out of Forest Elbow again to the loose rear end. Cost him a couple of hundreds, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely. And we also have the Super Sub running, of course. The number 15. That is still on the lead lap, actually, I think, the 15. In spite of everything. Did just get itself a penalty, though, further back in the order. Nonetheless, we continue to... safety car! Safety
car's been called.
So another safety car deployed. I think that's the 5th of the race.
Yeah. Leader is 32.
Yep, so Spud will be picked up by the safety car. Unfortunately, they've just gone past pit exit already, so they're going to have to do another lap.
Yeah, safety car's just coming out of pit lane now. Safety car's on track. Stopped.
So that will lengthen the process just a little bit for these out front, but we will get them packed together again.
It's been a very safety car stint lately. With a few little mishaps, it's called the safety car out and bunches them all up.
We've just crossed the 100-lap mark here at Mount Panorama.
61 laps to go.
Absolutely right. We're on lap 101 of the race. So 60 to go, and all to play for. We can have another safety car, maybe 2 or 3 laps. Davy Gravy back into pit lane. Had damage, so that was why there was an SC. Will work out quite useful, of course, because they will...
Yeah, the top 2 are getting away from the main bunch, so this will bunch them back up again. And they'll have to work hard again to get that lead on the race. They're having a good battle out front, leaving the other pack behind. But this will bring them all together again. As we wait for the leaders to catch up to the safety car, which is parked on... now the safety car is just starting off Mountain Straight. They must be coming around Hill Corner very shortly.
Yep. They're just arriving now, so safety car will move, and
it's on its way.
There we go.
Yep, there's a fair gap between the 2 leaders, the first and second. Sharmy's in the pits. He was running 3rd, and he's in the pits. I think he's back out now. Disappointed's gone into the pits too. Yes. Not wrong. Sharmy's left, his driver's change. Mitch is back in the car. Oh, Lou Rocks was warming up the tyres and just brushed the fence at the Griffins, the cutting, I mean.
I don't think anyone needs to be... I don't think anyone needs to be let through here. I think, fortunately, everyone's still on the lead lap, and therefore, once we do get Mitch out on circuit, we should, of course, Mitch replacing Xiaomi. Once he's out there on track, we should be...
Mitch is into the car.
Yep, he's just exiting pits now, so we should...
I think we'll have one more lap, and they'll join, and then they'll be under green, I'd say.
Yeah, no, I think you're right there, but so it should be a fairly prompt safety car period with a few logistical issues.
So head down through the dipper behind the safety car, waiting for everyone to catch up, bunch up, and we should be under green after the next lap, I reckon. Yep. I think our commentator's having a bit of a yawn in the UK. You think he'd been up all night doing this? I think he needs to suck it up, Princess, and get on with the job.
Just approaching 5 o'clock in the morning here in the UK. Have dinner plans this evening. I'm going to need to sleep at some point between the 2.
Well, it is exactly 10 to 3 on a Sunday afternoon in Australia.
We've had rain incessantly for about 3 days. We're going to have it for another week.
You always have rain in the UK. What are you talking about?
Know.
Just a normal.
It was really cruel. It was a dry spring and we were all locked in our houses.
You come over here in the summertime at 45 degrees. That's fun.
No, I'll melt myself. Actually, no, that'd be a good idea. I'm trying to lose weight. I'll go for a jog in Australia. I'll lose a stone every time I run a mile. Be great. Punt's leaving the room. I don't know if he may be getting a driver change, whether that was something a little more troubling.
Could be.
That's a good point. Yeah, good point.
But then it could be Spud. Maybe Spud. He probably still can't see Spud. And if that's the case, it's gonna. What's the word I'm looking for? If they get together, because if one can't see the other, It's going to create damage and everything.
It does indeed. Sanchez will be running third at this after this restart. Again, an example of how the lap back system can really play advantage.
Oh yeah. Well, we can see how it's worked for Spud. Afterwards, he had a few mishaps.
Yeah, safety car in this lap then, so the field is all tightly bunched together as they head across the mountain. And, well, I'm not sure if it should be safety car in this lap because Punts is still rejoining, but we'll see what happens there. Maybe he'll rejoin the train at the end, I don't know, we'll see. There you go, one more lap of safety car to allow Punts to catch up. Yeah, so hopefully...
So does he have to go around cars or he starts from the back? I've lost count.
No, he'll... Everyone else is on the lead lap, so he's going to have to start from the back of the order.
Okay.
He'll be starting in P9.
That's a big effort. But can be done. All we need is another safety car, which I do say we will have.
Yeah, no, I was about to say the same thing. Averaging at about every 20 laps at the moment, so...
Yeah. Interesting to see.
So, go on then. If you were setting up a real-life Bathurst 1000 outfit, and you're driving, who's your co-driver?
Now?
Yeah.
Look, I would probably choose my teammate out of the iRacing, which would be Delta 848.
Ah.
Because we teamed up in iRacing and we had a good race in our Bathurst 1000. Qualified 5th. The end of 161 laps, we come second out of the race. So I'd probably team up with Delta 848 as my co-driver. Or are you talking in this?
I was talking real life. I didn't know if you guys have Cam Super licenses.
Oh, you can get them if you want them. Yeah, look,
I used to.
I used to race speedway. I used to race go-karts.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Before COVID hit this year, I was going to do a couple of hire car drives, but...
Safety car is in this lap.
Absolutely, but yeah, so unfortunately, real life had motorsport ideas, had to bench because I needed to save money.
Yes.
As it turns out, August 2019, not the time to become a freelancer in motorsport.
No. Yes, I think 2020 is a year to remember and never be forgotten.
Yes, as much as you want to.
Bushfires over here at the start of the year, then COVID. Just now they're talking severe heavy rain and everything in November, floods in November. It's just been an unbelievable year.
Absolutely, but we've been e-racing the whole time, and Punts has actually got himself some damage.
Oh, wow.
He's been pushing hard to get around to the back of the queue, and he's got himself some right front suspension.
And splitter.
Yeah, okay, so...
Next lap will be 100 next lap will be a 107 of 161.
Yeah, Davey just had a moment as well.
Oh, and he's got
dipper.
He spun it again, and he's got splitter and right hand front damage.
So 2 cars are going to have to peel off here at the end of the safety car period. Well, it's... Oh no.
Oh, God.
Oh dear, so that's going to be, what, a third of the field into pit lane? Along with the safety car. Huh? Yeah, safety car's gone, so we are going to go green. This time, with half the field set to go in and heal some war wounds, N-Spud has control over the field as we get ready to go green at the end of lap 106.
He's holding them back. He's holding them
indeed.
back.
He's going to wait until
He's
the
holding
exit.
them back. There's 2
and
into
there
the
go the
pits.
3 cars
Mitch,
in.
Punts. And they're
The
off.
wounded trio into the pit lane.
Spud is off.
Yep, Spud's pulled the pin and he's underway. Laroc's in 2nd place. 3rd place is Sanchez. Then behind him in 4th position.
Oh, Lirox is off. Lirox is off on Hell Corner. He's dropped
quite.
2-3 positions.
Yeah,
Went
Laroc's
wide.
absolutely right. And all of the cars that had damage have rejoined pretty much in amongst the pack, although one of them is the safety car. I was getting myself mixed up. But yeah, so Lurox falling through the order. We've got Evil One running wide there, and he's collected
more damage. He's collected
more damage for Lurox. Lurox has got damage now. Punts has got caught up in that one as well, by the looks of it. Yeah, Punts with
Punts
all
has
of the
got
damage.
Bad damage.
Yeah, he's
Punts.
got engine damage. He's also got all of the front end damage.
And Spud is away. He is gone.
He is indeed. He's some 3 or 4 seconds clear from the rest of the pack already as he goes over Brock's skyline for the first time. 2nd place will surely be Dirty Sanchez.
Safety car's
Indeed it
been
is.
called. Safety car's been called.
Okay,
Again.
well...
We didn't
Again,
even get
yeah.
2 laps in and the safety car's been called out. Wow,
Didn't get 1 lap in.
unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Evil One
has
leaves
left
the room.
Driver's change.
Well, he hasn't got around there to do the driver change.
Or it might have been
But also,
disconnected.
he's been racing, lest we forget, he's been racing from the start. He started the race and then exited the room and rejoined. I haven't seen another driver take over that.
Maybe he hasn't got a relief driver.
Because Yasmaz77 has definitely not been in the race at any point. Yeah.
As I said, I don't know if he wants to spell. Oh! Punts is off again. Into the chase.
Well, that car has every damage
Bad
going,
damage.
so...
Damage
yeah.
everywhere.
Hardly a surprise that he's
Brando's
struggling.
is in the pits. Is that the one you were talking about with no driver? Brando's.
No, in the car that's... Cool. Yeah, Davey nearly rear-ending the back of...
Speedy Tyres has joined. They've changed. Lurox, little... yeah.
Yeah, Little Blacko taking over from Lurox, so... Yeah, Little Blacko, who was a front-runner in the Trackstars Touring Cars series earlier in the year, rejoining the race, taking a 2nd stint at the wheel of the RoboSport entry. Of course, with about 53 odd laps of the race to go, the interesting thing here could be driver time limits. We're on lap 108 of the race now, so 53 laps of Bathurst left to run, a 2-hour driver limit. It should be okay till the end now. We should reach the end within the next 2 hours. But of course, if we have too much time under safety car, then maybe not.
And Spud would be very, very dishappy with the safety car because he was so far out in front he had left him. So now they're all bunched up and his time is gone that he made up.
Of course, Dirty Sanchez will feel like he's pulled the heist of the century. He was unlapped a couple of times under safety car, and he's now finding himself in 2nd place.
Yes.
Staring at the wing of N-Spud. Of course, the late draft in disappointed. He's in 3rd place now, so gone from sitting on his sofa watching the race to taking part in a matter of minutes.
Yes.
And not only taking part, but running in third. Davy Gravy there, of course, in fourth spot as well.
Well, he's made up a bit of thing then with a safety car out. So at this stage, I've only had one car that with a DNF for the day so far. Yeah, which is pretty good.
Well, Evil's teammate is Yasmaz, who I said hasn't made an appearance yet. That's what I was saying about earlier on, that it seems...
Yeah, I haven't seen Yasmat at all day, so...
Yeah, he's not been here. That's what I was saying earlier on, is that
how's he
Evil...
getting through?
Well, the 9th is a safety car. The 9th is a safety car.
So how's the 2-hour driver limit come into play then for what's his name?
Single driver.
Yasmaz. Yeah, how does that play?
Yeah, well, we don't know. Of course, the issue that really is happening here is that the driver, Evil One, isn't communicating. You know, if he was to say, "I need a driver," someone would probably leave up.
Yeah, I'd put
Punt's leaving the room.
I'd give him a hand if he wanted to spell. Well, that's no drama at all, but I just want... Hey? Have I got his livery? Probably not. Who was it? Who was the one we were talking about?
Evil 177.
Evil One. I don't even have him on me screen.
Yeah, because he's not in the lobby.
Oh, righto. That's probably why. Yeah.
Yeah, Speedy Tyres back in the race, of course, having taken over from Brandosa. He'll be wondering, of course, about the fact that Brandosa was called up for having the car to the wrong specs. And whether or not that ends up being an issue in the post-race. SLM, the Kazi one back out there. I think that might be some discussion on the Discord, and suddenly Evil One has a teammate. Well said, co-commentator. I concur. So Spud leading the way. We're at least going to have one more lap under safety car by the looks of it. Kazi one just rejoining the race, I assume, to fill in for Evil One, unless they've unretired the car. And yes, indeed, Kazi One taking over from Evil 177. So, confusingly, the car we saw earlier on driving for another team now takes over for the 23 outfit. Oh yeah, okay, so that's an interesting call. Maybe just wanted fresh tyres. But needs to... Yeah, exactly. Oh, Spud's left the room. Distwood comes out. Okay, so they've gone for a driver change. And they'll now be at the very back of the order then, with Kazi 1 obviously being an exception because he's numerous laps down.
Interesting.
Who, the 23? No, he's 2 laps down. He's 2 down. Yeah. That's a good question. Well, he's at the back of the order already. He's taken his place at the back of the queue, so... Leave it to a higher power, I say.
So Woodsy should have all the frustration out of his body by now and focused on the race after his mishap in the first stint.
Okay, so we're probably going to end up with one more lap of safety car then.
Go.
Will bring us to within 50 laps of the finish. We are currently circulating Mount Panorama for the 110th time in this afternoon's race. Driver you see on screen, Diswood, is going to be starting from the back of the pack. Of course, Dirty Sanchez now will be our race leader. That is a little bit of a shock for a car that was a lap down, I think, at least twice, actually, at safety car periods.
And we have the new driver Disappointed stepping in. He's in second. Wow.
Yeah, there you go. So it's all been a little bit hectic and dramatic. Some driver transfers, a bit like the NBA draft out here, but nonetheless, the changing complexion of the race and the talent lineups has not detracted from the action, and we're going to have a couple of very quick drivers, of course, working their way from the back. We've got Little Blacko, DeHusio and Diswood at the very tail of the order, or at least the last of the cars on the lead lap, while Kazi is a couple down, or will be 1 lap down, of course, after this. So
yeah, over the last few safety cars out, the leads change as much as I change my underpants. It's just unbelievable.
you change your underpants 72 times a day.
If you had my body, think about it.
I haven't seen it, but okay, I'll take it.
Just to break the monotony of the race. I think Robbo Sport's getting itchy feet. I think he wants to have a race in the safety car by the look of it.
Little bit less aero grip in the AMG GT safety car, yeah.
Safety car in this lap.
So Kazi needs to get a hurry on then and catch up to the pack, because he's only just going towards the S's and the Dipper at the moment.
Oh.
So he'll have a... The question is, in the next 50 laps of racing, how clean will it be? I think we've maybe had about 30-ish laps at a maximum.
The longest stint, yes.
Before the safety car has come in.
And the quickest safety car was 1 lap.
It's certainly been a dramatic running of the Trackstars Bathurst 1000. And still could be anybody's ball game here.
Yeah.
Not
how many live views have we got going? Still the same, or? Wow, so that's good, that's very good, yes.
Thank you so much for tuning in to the stream here this evening. No matter where you are in the world, let us know where you are as well. I'm sure a couple of you will be from outside the borders of Australia, even though, of course, that is the predominant audience for us here at Trackstars. he says for his own channel. Very, very, very subtle nod there, yeah.
Click the notification buttons and tick the bell so you find out when my next video's up. Yeehaw!
Didn't know that YouTubers were cowboys.
Giddy up, we're back. Here we go. Safety car's in, we'll be going to green.
So Sanchez you have to say that based on his one lap pace and his pace overall, he's probably going to be fighting off here. And for how long will he hold on to this lead? Also, when will he decide to pull the pin? I don't think he was made. Would expect that, having seen his times in qualifying, etc., he maybe wasn't expecting to have to lead a safety car line off at any point this evening. But he's doing it.
Ready to go. We're ready to go. Here we go. We've got green. Sanchez leads them into there, and they're off.
They are indeed disappointed behind him. Disappointed immediately with a very good run as they head into Hell Corner. He's already looking to the inside. Is he going to make it stick? He does. But he's gone too late on the brakes, and he's into the gravel. They're all tangled up further back. Davy Gravy trying to find his way through all of that, and Speedy Tyres has moved into the lead. Speedy Tyres moves into the lead. Davy Gravy into second place. So then, Speedy and Davy have immediately moved up to their rightful positions towards the front of the order. Sanchez down to third place. He's under pressure from Mitch in fourth. Then you've got the quick guys working their way through the order. DeHuzo. Davy's had a moment though. Davy, he's bottled up the whole field. All sorts of dramas. Has anyone got damage off of that one? We have some damage for Davy Gravy. His rear bumper has been caved in. But I think everyone else might have got away from that cleanly. So unfortunate for Davy Gravy, but very good for everyone else. Diswood still trying to find a way past Gravy. Little Blacko's already got through. But our leader is Speedy Tyres. Running down Conrad straight. Sanchez still in second place, of course, owing to Davy's moment there. But for how much longer? Because he has DeHuzo chasing him down, so the 47 closing. Looks to the inside, but not quite able to outbrake Sanchez. A battle of Lexus powers. Sanchez going defensive as they head into Murray's
corner.
Yeah,
Woodsy's up on the inside. Got him under brakes from Little Blacko, and Woodsy's up into there.
So in the background there you can just see moving into P4 Diswood. Sanchez though still holding strong in second place in spite of the pressures from DeHuzo, but surely sooner rather than later the 47's going to find a way through. He dives to the inside now as they head towards Quarry, and the position is the 47's. DeHuzo 14 through into second place. Sanchez demoted to third again, and next up he's got Diswood for company. Diswood immediately back on the money and back on the pace, has moved ahead of Mitch and Little Blacko. This has been a dramatic restart, but fortunately we've managed to get through the first flying lap without a safety car and a majority of the second lap as well, so things looking up here at the Trackstars Bathurst 1000. We're on lap 112 of the afternoon, within the final 50, and as we get closer and closer to those final 20, 10-ish laps, things are only going to get more and more wild. Disappointed, arguably, having one of the worst restarts of anybody, because he was up there in third place, and he's been dropped through the order now. He's behind Little Blacko in 6th or 7th place. Sanchez, meanwhile, in P3. Little Blacko into pit lane. Didn't have any damage registered on the screen, but has come into the pits. He already has a fuel tank of fuel and fresh tyres, so...
I don't know what was going on there.
That's an interesting move, isn't it? Maybe he did have damage, it just wasn't showing on screen. I don't know.
Yeah,
but,
maybe, yeah. Hey, Spud just said that he couldn't hear me on the stream or something. As far as I know, I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, you can hear me alright? Must be Spud's internet. I don't know.
Blacko, meanwhile, pressuring the back of Disappointed in a battle towards the back of the lead lap train. Things looking close.
So, who's out front? The Huzo. Is that correct?
No, it's Speedy Tyres.
Yeah, sorry, wrong one. I was on the wrong one. There we go. And he has a fairly significant lead over second place.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the few drivers that really got away scot-free from all of the dramas. As Dirty Sanchez was rather the cork in the bottle there, just kind of bunched everyone else up behind him, and Speedy Tyres managed to get by on the run out of Hell Corner and disappear up the road. Huzo in second spot, and Sanchez in third, but for how much longer? Let's have a look at that battle for third place. Dis Wood right on the back of Sanchez, and he's got a good run out of Hell Corner as they head now down the mountain straight. Yeah, we've seen that. We've seen that. And
here we go.
Looks,
can you get him? Yeah, beautiful. Got him.
Yes.
Round Griffins, nicely done. As Woodsy comes up, now he's chasing down the Huzo. See if he can rake him in.
See, I thought Griffins was this corner that they're going through now.
Griffin's the first one to Griffin's is the first one up Mountain Straight. Then you got the karting. Then it's Reed Park, McPhillamy Park, Brock Skyline, the S's down through the Dipper, Murray's Corner.
You should have corrected me within the first 100 laps, boys.
Before. We can't have a UK man thinking that he knows everything about Australia.
I would never suggest such a thing.
I know. And Diz Woods has just pulled away from third place. Fourth place. And I think he's catching second very quickly. I think he's got his headspace correctly now, and he's on the game. Because when Woodsy's on, he's on. Yeah. And I think we're going to do a lap, ladies and gentlemen, in car with Diz Woods, and take you around Bathurst in the view of his eyes through the windscreen. So hang on tight. Here we go with Woodsy, alias Diz Woods. And he is catching second really quick.
Yeah, very much is, and De Huzo will be all too aware of the situation behind him. Oh, and managed to get away without damage there at the very least, but
no, he didn't get any. Lucky.
Yeah, well, a bit of shock to the system. as he goes through the S's.
Let's hope it hasn't unsettled his confidence a little bit, but so far so good.
One of the drivers that seemingly worked out the track limits at the Dipper.
Yeah.
He's always just got a wheel on the grass, but he never gets a penalty. He's sussed it out.
Yeah.
Mash Spuds Racing 32, the Holden Dealer Team Tribute livery that they also ran at Bathurst in the Trackstars Touring Cars series at the start of the year, as a way of tribute, of course, to the Holden brand, which is leaving Australian forecourts. Running a bit wide at Hell Corner there, gets a bit of a shake on out of the turn, yeah. Just missed the apex by an inch, and it affects you on the exit as well, of course.
Pretty much, yeah, they've,
So with the order pretty well spread at the moment, I think we're at this stage in the race that we often get in an enduro, where things have just calmed down a little bit, but it is often that point of lull, that point of maybe an intake of breath, where things do start to go a little wrong for a couple of people, just put their feet on the dash a bit too early. Oh, and Speedy Tyres there, just clipping the barriers out of the elbow. No damage, no real issue, of course, because he's got a good gap to Huzo in second, but that will have just woken him up a little bit. He was into the 51s a couple of laps ago with a 51.716. Hasn't quite displayed that pace again since.
The Huzo and Woodsy are doing 152 flats just about. Last one before the Huzo was a 152.059, and Diz Woods was a 152.1, so they're pretty close. Disappointed's gone into the pits, must be having damage or something fixed, or tyres or fuel or something. Now he's coming back out again.
Yeah, so while that was happening off camera, we also saw a change in fourth place as well. Sanchez has been back through, has got back past Mitch, so that move for fourth place off cam. Davies really struggled to get back into the swing of things as well. He's just out behind Disappointed, who's rejoined the circuit, and after that damage, not really had the consistency. He's been in the 53s on lap time, which is not great, not what you'd expect to see. Let's see what develops in this race. You'd have to expect as they go through the S's and the Dipper. Davey getting ragged, trying to chase down Disappointed, and damage for Davey. And yes, indeed, front end, front right corner, and the splitter. I said that he seemed a little bit off-piste, a little bit off-base. He's been slower than a 153 ever since the last visit to the pits, and the pace seemingly hasn't returned since. So the 95 in the Jaguar F1-esque colours of its racing, well, not coming into pit lane despite the damage displayed on screen, which is an interesting call. When he's very, very close to causing himself more grief there coming out of the last turn. Was very lucky not to end up.
Wide there.
Yeah, two
Held
corners in a
corner,
row.
yeah.
That's a shaken driver if I've ever seen one.
The splitter's causing him to lose front end grip, and yeah. So
If there is indeed damage,
yeah,
there is indeed damage. It does look as though there is. Then it's a very odd move to not, you know, pull in. Into Nissan battle for 5th place. Little Blacko chasing down EBM S-Mitch 84. The two GTRs running across Brock Skyline. And through the dipper, and Blacko, you'd expect, based on historical evidence, will be very soon past. Will he make the move at the elbow? No, he waits for the run. Down the Conrod straight, then he gets such a better run. He actually had to get out of the throttle a little bit there, I think, to make sure he didn't hit the back of Mitch. Now, it should be easy from here. Blacko pulls out of the slipstream. Will have the inside into the chase, but he's going to get the move done before they get there. Easy stuff for little Blacko, effectively, almost like a DRS pass in Formula 1. That was very easily done, and Blacko through into 5th place. We now wait with bated breath to see him close in on Sanchez in 4th place, and from there, if once he does get past Sanchez, for the first time in a while, we're going to have really the fastest 4 drivers out there in the top 4. Speedy Tyres leading the way, DeHuzo still in 2nd place with Diswood in 3rd. And once Blacko does find his way past Sanchez and he's into 4th place, we really do have all of the hot shoes at the head of the order.
And Woodsy's catching DeHuzo. DeHuzo had a 152.2 and Diswood's had a 151.8, so he's catching him.
Meanwhile, Davy Gravy has gone around for another lap, so again, not sure if there is actually damage on that car or not. That's certainly what it's displaying on the screen, but is continuing to lap around.
Or he's braving the elements.
A 55.3 last time by, maybe just expecting a safety car.
Yeah.
Kazi 1, meanwhile, is running
big
round.
Slide by Woodsy through the dipper. Well,
Kazi 1 is also running at the tail end of the order, of course, filling in now.
Hugo's got a 1 minute penalty, a 1 second penalty coming on to Conrad.
I was going to say a 1 minute penalty. Goodness me.
He's slowing down now to get rid of the penalty.
Has he forgotten to use both mandatory compounds in a daily race or something? DeHuzo then, with the penalty served, will now fall somewhat into the clutches and of Diswood, and of course he'll also end up fairly soon gifting him a slipstream as well. So Diswood is
he's run wide, he's on the grass.
Oh,
good save by DeHuzo, but that's led
very
Woodsy come
good
up behind
save.
him very quick.
But he's now going to be within firing range of Diswood, especially if Wood gets a good run out of Hale Corner, and he does, very crisp. Don't think he's quite going to be close enough heading into Griffin, but
nah,
he's certainly right in the ballpark, and a good run through over the mountain will grant him a great opportunity at Conrad. Yeah, indeed.
DeHuzo's gone a little bit wide, not too bad, but
well, we can tell that DeHuzo is shaken, can't we, just by the way he's driving, so Diswood is only adding to that pressure. Just show the nose, let him know I'm here, freak him out a little bit. It's a solid plan. Of course, these two are teammates as well at Mashed Spuds, of course. And Diswood is the teammate of the man the team is christened for. Spud, the other driver in the 32.
Yeah.
So whether there are team orders or not, I'm not going to speculate, but certainly they'll be best advised to not take each other off the track at least. Wood with a much better run out of the elbow than DeHuzo. He's not that close, to be fair.
I don't think he's going to make it. He's not close enough to get the stream. But he's gaining. He's got it. He might get him under brakes. He's having a go. He's having a go. And got him. Let him have it. Well done. Well done by DeHuzo, letting him have it. Well done.
Smart driving there. I think he knew the pace was not in his favour, and it's probably in everyone's best interest that Speedy Tyres isn't allowed to drive away too solo. I mean, he's been doing 151s for the last 4 laps, Speedy Tyres. He's in the mid to low 51s, doing a very good job out there at the front of the pack, and this Wood is really one of very few drivers out there at the moment that you'd say could match it. So Sanchez into pit lane as well off camera. That means that Little Blacko is up to 4th place.
Prowler's joined the room and drivers change.
Yeah, Prowler taking over the number 81. So
we'll Davey Gravy's run wide off Hell Corner. He's lost a bit there.
It's the 122nd lap of the race. And some more driver changes being made. We're not that far away now from the point where you could fill the car up, put some new tyres on it, and get home. Exactly 40 laps to go now, so give it 10 more laps and you could get to the end. I think people will start to be a bit less willing to give up track position in safety car with pit stops.
Within the next 30 laps, it'll be on.
Yeah. Now, of course, as in this race, is the nature of the 1000. I think a big part of winning the Bathurst 1000, I mean, it's ideal if you can stay in the top 10 throughout the race, but realistically, you've just got to survive and stay on the lead lap until the last 30 or so, don't you?
Yeah.
Typically a late safety car. Same applies as well to the Bathurst 12 as well.
It'd be interesting to know who's on a wheel and who's on a controller in the race as well. Totally different driving styles between a wheel and a controller.
Absolutely, it's always a bit difficult if you're a team with one on a wheel and one on a controller, because that rather limits what you can do in terms of sharing a setup.
Yes, because the setups are totally... You put a controller setup into a wheel, handles totally different. The characteristics of it, it's just mind-boggling. Same setup, same car, just between a wheel and a controller, totally different.
Absolutely right. And Davy Gravy has now come into pit lane and now exits again, so has finally cured that car of the damage it seemingly had. And yeah, no tyres and fuel, the voice in the clouds or in our ears says, and quite right. So just a damage stop, long time coming. Very weird that they waited that long, but still on the lead lap.
I've just got a gut feeling that Woodsy and Spud's next pit stop, I think my feeling is Woodsy might stay in the car, just do a splash and dash and tyres and go, if they're this close. And that's, you know, they're going to save a lot of time as in drivers changes. I think that's what they'll do.
Possibly so. I mean, of course, the thing that you must remember as well, of course, with these GT Sport races, the shortness of the pit stop. When you said that at first, I thought, well, he won't want to give up track position, but of course, that's essentially a moot point once the field spreads out in GT Sport with the animated pit stops.
Yeah, well, I don't think Woodsy will make it home on under 3/4 of a tank. I'm not
no,
sure.
Definitely not. No.
No, that's what I'm saying. Splash and dash, fit out tyres and go.
Yeah,
no driver change. I think that's what they'll do. That's what I would do.
Give it 10 laps or so, and I think everyone will probably
splash and dash
of that. Yeah, well, quite a significant splash and a long way to dash, but yes. And Mitch leaving the room, so Shiami taking over. Any driver changes we see now, you'd suspect that's
They'll
That's
do
the
the
end
last
of it.
stint. Yeah.
Yeah. On lap 124 of the race currently. So within the final 40 here at Bathurst. Sounds like a windy day over there in Australia at the moment.
Yeah, it is down in Victoria, yes.
Someone's breathing down the mic.
No, I'm not breathing heavy, I'm just out in the wind, just having a stretch.
Oh, okay. Ah, the power of the wireless headset, you see.
Ah, exactly right, the Astro.
I'm all wired up. I've got my commentary mic and my wired headphones inside of that, and it's all a bit... If I move, I could kill everything.
Yeah. No, I've got the Astro A50s. They're brilliant wireless. Like I'm probably 20 metres from me PlayStation, so 12 metres from my PlayStation, so yeah, they work pretty good.
Yeah.
And as we speak, I'd just like to...
The secrets of commentary. I'll let you know this little nugget of information. The coverage I do for the FIM Supermoto World Championship is recorded in a wardrobe.
In a what?
Yeah, so Xiaomi, who's only just rejoined the race, of course, only just taken over the car, has a penalty, has to serve it, and in serving it, goes a lap down. So Speedy Tyres has now put a lap on somebody, has put a buffer between himself and the rest of the pack. Not that he needs it, he's already got a significant time cushion to the tune of about 10 seconds. Actually, about 14 seconds between the two, between him and second place, I should say. But, of course, that will also mean that next safety car, if there is one, will probably be a bit longer, as at least one car will need to unlap itself. Yeah, exactly. The battle for second, meanwhile, is just heading down to Griffin Bend at the moment, and DeHuzo hasn't really been able to hold on to the back of Diswood since letting him through. Still there or thereabouts, but Diswood...
On a mission.
On a mission, but I don't think it's a mission he's currently living up to, because his lap times aren't quite good enough. He's losing maybe half a second a lap, Speedy Tyres. Blacko, meanwhile, also putting in work. His last 6 laps have all been in the 151s. We have a yellow flag, meanwhile,
Someone's coming drift.
Skyline. I think that might be Xiaomi. But no car there by the time that little Blacko arrived at the scene. Oh no, it's Diswood! Diswood with engine damage, front left
and
suspension damage, and splitter.
What a shame. He left, yes.
So out of second place, maybe got caught up trying to lap Xiaomi.
Just...
In fact, no, Xiaomi is well clear, so that might have been a mistake all on their own, actually.
And little Blacko just past Woods, he just flew past him.
Yeah, DeHuzo's clean as well, so I think Diswood may have made an error all on his own, and now hits the pit lane. Interested to see whether they might do another driver change here and get Spud back in.
Just doing tyres, putting some fuel. No driver's change, I don't think, as yet. No, I think he's continued in the car.
Okay, well...
Yeah, as I thought. I think Woody will do the last stint, but we'll see how it goes. Still a bit to go yet.
He's actually retained his position after all of the way. He's in the same position he was in after before the pit stop. Before the pit stop, so
yeah.
Running in fourth place. No, I'm going to hesitate on that. Running in... No, I was right the first time. He's running in fourth place. I should trust my gut. Disappointed behind him in P5. And Davy Gravy in sixth. So Speedy Tyres at the front of the order. Just heading into the final turn now. The 17 Robbo Sport car. Clips the curb. Very precise out of Murray's.
And for the last 10 laps consistently, Speedy Tyres has been in the 151 mids.
Very quick driving indeed.
Well done.
Yeah, just catching up to Prowler. 289 in 8th in the 8th spot. He's going to go a lap down. In fact, 7th spot, I should say. So a few cars now running a lap down. So a few to get away by, in theory, if there is another safety car period.
Yes, and I think if we don't have another safety car, with the buffer that Speedy Tyres got, he's in really good contention to be number one at the end of the day.
Yeah, Speedy Tyres has been showing the speed all afternoon.
He comes up in... Oh!
Yeah, just having to be a bit careful here around
Justin
Prowler.
He's stepped back into driver's change by the look of it.
Replacing Kazi, that will be, won't it?
Disappointed has hopped out of the car. There's a driver's change too.
Replacing Disappointed,
Justin,
I should say, yeah.
Yep.
So Justin replacing
Speedy
Disappointed.
Tyres got oh no, they're side by side. Oh, a bit of a bump there. Oh, a bit of a bump coming down under the sector bridge. He's got
Prowler
him down into the chase.
Tried to slot in behind Speedy Tyres and mistimed it a little bit. That will have been a bit of a breathe in and hope for the best moment.
Yeah. Yeah, that was nearly... hang on. Yes, I think Speedy would have had a bit of a think there and thought, oh, take my hands off the wheel, put my legs apart and kiss me ass goodbye, but no, he saved it. Well done.
Wow.
So Speedy's got clean air in front of him now for a fair while. The other one's just going around Griffins. Yeah. Who we got in second now is... Where'd he go? Huso,
yeah. Still to Huso after the incident for his teammate. And this would... Gone.
So yes, I was just going to say, Speedy's got a fair gap. He's going across the Brock skyline. Huso's only just coming around up towards the top. Justin. Fifth? Is it fifth? Fourth? Fifth?
Who's this, sorry? Give me a second.
Oh, it's gone confusing.
Speedy.
Oh, yeah.
A second.
So there's a fair gap
Okay.
between first and second.
This would...
We've got Speedy just going around through. Oh, he hit the grass there, lost a little bit. Up Mountain Straight, and DeHuzo's just coming. Oh, a bit of a slide there by DeHuzo onto the main straight. And Speedy still holds the race lap record so far to 150.8.
So, Justin will be 6th place behind Davy Gravy.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we've got the safety car in the pits if anyone's interested, just sitting there. But we're back to the race.
Robo Sport, Bathurst's foremost purveyor of sandwiches today, I imagine. Though a lot of them half-eaten, I'd have thought, given the number of times he's been called upon.
Safety car, yeah.
I won't say where or when or who or how or anything else, but I have seen someone drive a safety car out onto the circuit with half a bacon sandwich in hand one time.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we've got
Safety
Shami
Zani.
catching up to DeHuzo too. So Shami in third, is he?
No, Shami's a lap down.
Yes. He seems to be catching DeHuzo down Mountain
Yeah, he's
Straight.
been lapping fairly
Pretty
consistently.
good, yeah.
Huzo's not really been in the...
52s, low
Yeah, he's
52s, one high 51.
Yeah. Maybe DeHuzo running a heavy amount of downforce, a lot of drag, potentially. Blacko in the 51s for the last 8 laps. And makes it 9 with a 150. Well, it says 155 on the screen, but it wasn't. Came across in a 151, and Blacko slowly but surely reeling in DeHuzo.
I'm surprised that Diz Woods is, 155s, 153s. He's not on his ball usually.
No, that's what I was thinking, is that after that incident, after catching himself some damage at Brock's Skyline, I was wondering if it might be a wiser move to pull him out of the car, but he has just set a 51.5 last time across the line, so maybe just tuning himself back up.
Yes. Davy Gravy's in the pits. Must just come back out on the pits. Mountain Straight. What lap are we on to now? We must be getting close to 40 to go. 30.
Yeah, we're on lap 131, so 30 to go. So this is the time where... Go on. Oh, DeHuzo has had an off.
He's
And
recovered.
is thankfully undamaged, but will have lost some time there to Little Blacko behind him. Of course, Little Blacko has already dispatched Shiami, has put Shiami a lap down, so Blacko will have seen that
in the pits
happen.
again.
And, yeah, as you say, Shiami in the pits, but Little Blacko will have not only seen that happen, but will have got the motivation from it as well. Ah, okay, you're making mistakes. I'm going to try and reel you in. As we say, 30 to go. This is about the point where they could fill the car up to the max, get some new tyres on it, and take it to the end, if they so chose. Will anyone make that decision?
And if I was Speedy, I'd probably near to a splash and dash. Because he's that
Yeah,
far
just
in
under
front.
half a tank.
Yeah.
Fairly clean tyres still at the moment as well, but also just coming up on some lap traffic. So it could be a wise move to bail out and
Just give
get some
himself a bit
tyres.
of clean air when he comes back out. Let the other rear enders get a bit further in front. He'd just about come back out in his spot again too, I'd think, if he...
Oh yeah, he'd be comfortably in the lead. He's got the full
Yeah.
Comrade straight between him and second place. Speedy pushing on. 51.0 last time by. Let's see what kind of lap he puts in this time.
51.
Yeah, 51. I think that's about a 51.5, although it doesn't show.
Something
Yeah,
like that,
51.4 it says on screen. So that's not a bad lap time, but still the only driver that's really consistently in the 51s, other than him, is Little Blacko.
Yeah.
Blacko just running a bit wide, actually, out of Murray's, but continues on his way and actually sets his best lap so far while he is at it, or best last sector, I should say.
And his tail end seemed a little bit settled now too.
Well, that was Lurox who had this unsettled
Lurox, sorry, yes.
rear end.
Yeah.
So Blacko might be running a different setup to his teammate. Speedy about to catch that traffic we were talking about earlier.
Yep.
And really is putting
Speedy's
in a
got
commanding drive.
Very good driving lines too. He has.
Absolutely. Catching Justin in the
And
in the
consistent.
15.
He is.
Of course, Justin's had the less than settled day so far, given he's had to go teammate hunting and all manner of other issues. But Speedy Tyres won't care about the circumstance, he'll just want the blue flags and an easy way by, and I think Justin a wise enough head to provide that.
Yep. Oh,
Yeah, just kicking up the dirt
just
a bit there.
little bit there, nearly unsettled him. Oh, Justin run a bit wide there, let him past.
Ooh. Not giving him a whole lot of room
No,
as they go
that was close.
up the mountain straight. Of course, that bridge at the mountain straight is where they have the start line for the Bathurst hill climb and run a little way up the mountain. Seen some truly unique cars take to that on the live stream feed they had for last year's edition. In fact, it was early this year, before COVID hit, actually. Oh, Speedy there, just sparking up on the right side there, just giving the paint a good scrape. Well into the closing-ish stages of the race then. Last couple of dozen laps of racing.
Oh,
On
there's a
lap
bit of a
one.
battle going on between Prowler. Oh, he's lost it. Is it? Oh,
Oh yeah, Little Blacko getting
Oh.
involved there with Prowler.
is it Prowler? Yes. Got a penalty, 1.5.
That's a fairly significant penalty that he's
Little
going to have to
Blacko,
serve
yeah.
there. You won't be happy with that, especially because the driver who was the other party has just driven straight back past again.
Yeah, pretty much.
And that, of course, breaks his stellar momentum. Little Blacko, he's been setting 151s pretty much
He's
every time for the
constantly,
last,
yeah.
15 laps, and that's just going to trip him up a little bit. Still has lots of track position over the car behind him, but still. Diswood about 10 seconds back from Little Blacko, so not the end of the world for Blacko, but
No.
just a speed bump where you don't want it. And now he's got to try and find a way past Prowler again as he comes out of Hell Corner. Let's hope it's made a little bit easier for him this time. We'll see as they head up to Griffins. And no, Prowler was right there on the apex, going quite slowly. Blacko almost rear-ending him as a result. Trying to find a way through, left, right, up, down. Can I burrow underneath him? Eventually, he finds a way past, but Prowler seemingly there on the attack. I don't think Prowler fully realises that he's not in contention.
Speedy tyres on the second sector was nearly 300s up on his best time. So it'll be interesting to see if he breaks the lap record this time in this 1000. There's the quickest lap. He's 0.144 up there. He's lost a little bit. See if he can do it.
This is Speedy you're talking about?
Yes, Speedy, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So
as he comes down into Murray's 144, oh, I'll tell you what, I think he will.
I think he's on for a high 50.
Oh,
a 50.
Oh, just missed it.
Well,
yeah. Yeah.
Looks
I
like
reckon
he is trying to find a fast lap, doesn't it?
He's trying to push hard, I think, to get a bit further in front, splash and dash, stay in and go. Then take it home. That's what my strategy would be if I was that far in front.
Absolutely, of course, we talk about, you know, oh, well, safety car, safety car, safety car. You can't really
rely on a safety car.
Rely on a safety car, absolutely not. Even though, I mean, based on what we've seen so far, with another 27 laps to go and having already done some clean running, statistically, it probably will happen again, but you just can't rely on that.
No, and Speedy's hoping there wouldn't be one.
Exactly right, yes.
He's going to lose all this time if a safety car comes out.
Yeah, that's the important thing as well, isn't it? Is to kind of sedate your own aggression is very important, because you don't want to get frustrated by that happening. Even though, realistically, you probably should and have every right to. You're only human, but still. So current lap of the race, we are on lap 135, and as the driver we follow, Speedy Tyres in the lead at the moment. DeHuzo in second place from Little Blacko in third. Fourth position is Diswood, who is ahead of Davy Gravy, who's the last of the cars, I think, on the lead lap at this stage. From there it is Shiami, Prowler and Kazi 1. In fact, my apologies, it's Justin, isn't it, in sixth place ahead of Shiami, Prowler and Kazi 1. You have missed someone.
Right there. Oh, wow. Hang on, who's in second? DeHuzo, isn't he? So he's mountain straight. Yeah, at the rate speed he could pull in now, full fuel, tyres, come way out in front still and send her home.
Absolutely, yeah. I think he's just wanting to not have tyres that are too worn at the end. Because obviously if you do have worn tyres and you have to do a safety car restart...
Yeah, it's going to slow him down a bit there.
DeHuzo just having to deal with Kazi 1, who of course is filling in for Evil.
And got him. Oh, no. Sidelines. Oh!
That was a breathe-in moment. Both of them got away without damage, fortunately.
Just lucky. So he's just starting. He has to. And, yeah, he's on his way.
1.5 second penalty then for Little Blacko. In the third position, seems that he keeps ending up hindered in his quest to
Justin in the pits
to chase down DeHuzo, as you say. Yeah, Justin in for a pit stop. Already had 3/4 of a tank, didn't need to fill it too much more. And he'll see it through to the end, having done most of the first 100 laps on his own.
So Speed's just gone round Griffins, and Huso is just heading up Mountain Straight, so there's a fair gap between them. I think that's what he's going to play on, Speedy. So 151, 150, 151, 151, so Speedy's pushing it again.
Absolutely pushing the envelope here at Mount Panorama. 3/10 down in the second sector, but that won't bother him. Meanwhile, Kazi 1, having only just got over the dramas with D'Huso last time by, will now spy another GTR in his mirrors, that being...
Oh, we've had Shami had a crash on Griffins. Oh, just missed by Woodsy. Oh, that was huge. He's got major damage. Major damage.
Damage just about everywhere. That's going to be a long and tricky drive back to pit lane.
It is.
Actually, maybe not as bad as we thought, because it's got front
Woodsy
and...
sides the fence, and he gets past...
Front and rear.
Did he get any damage? Oh, geez, he was lucky. He was lucky.
So just starting to have these little slip-ups here. Kazi 1, meanwhile, has made it easy for Blacko on Conrad. But just seems like the mistakes are starting to creep in again now. Is it?
Oh, has he? Oh, doesn't come up there on the main screen.
Interesting. So, yep, there you go. RoboSport calls it. Safety car is out. I think we might see Speedy Tyres pop in before he catches it up.
Yes, that's definitely.
That would be sensible.
What a shame. Speedy Tyres has slowed right down a great deal. Collect Speedy. What does that mean?
That means Speedy will be the leader for that's a safety car instruction.
Oh.
So Speedy Tyres.
Speedy should go into the pits.
Well, that would be the sensible call, but that's his choice to make. Let's see what he does.
And Shami are in the pits.
Yeah, yep. Speedy just coming under the Armorall Bridge, and does indeed. He's clearly listening. Into the pits he goes. I do have a commission fee for all race strategy calls inspired by myself, but
you wish.
We'll waive it this weekend. So fresh set of boots and half a tank of fuel. Half a tank. That could get quite marginal towards the end.
D'Huso never. Oh, I know D'Huso's coming in too.
Okay, yeah. But no, half a tank of fuel. I think that could be rather marginal in 25 laps time. 25 to go here at Bathurst.
Ooh. He's pushing it right to the end. Then if he's gonna be. Unless he's got a strategy of go like flat out for the first 5, 10, 15 laps. Yeah.
Puntz, meanwhile, taking the reins of the 47, so the car that was in second place will maybe still be in second place, but it will have a different driver at the wheel. Blacko's already moved through into second, in fact, so he's gone straight past commentary position, straight past pit lane without any pit stop. He did only just pit for tyres, so he's okay.
So, yeah, I think if I was Speedy Tyres with this strategy, I would probably go flat out, try and get his lead back, and then dial back on your fuel, and just coast home on the half a tank, because I don't think half a tank driving flat out is going to get him home.
Nope, you're quite right.
Yeah, so flat out 10 laps.
I'm wondering if
15,
maybe
and then
he
conservatively
hit. Wondering if maybe he hit the no refuel by accident. I've done that a few times.
Yes.
I'd like to think I'm not the only one guilty.
You're not the first, and you won't be the last.
Davy Gravy continues on his way. He's got less than half a tank left. Fresh tyres, admittedly, but less than half a tank. That could be tricky. In the words of a wise philosopher, a wise racing philosopher I've heard many moons ago, I'm gonna go for a tinkle.
Woodsy has only got half a tank. Davy Gravy's less. Sharmy's alright. Prowler. Bunce has got the full fuel, he'll be right. So yeah, should lead to an interesting race. Where is he coming out of there? Yep. I'd reckon probably one more lap for safety car, possible. It's 3:15, 81 and 23 are getting the way round by the safety car to catch up. Oh, the safety car nearly loses it in the chase. Oh, that's funny. No. I don't think he realises, does he? He's just sitting there. Oh no, is he? Yeah, yeah, Prowler's just sitting there. He doesn't realise that he can go around. Yeah. Yeah, it's only Prowler, I think. Yeah, hang on. Yep. Where is he? Let's see if he sees that. He's gone past.
We do have someone.
Yep.
Shiami, meanwhile, just ahead of Prowler, has actually had a moment there under safety car and has got himself some damage.
Damage he has too.
So, yeah, you're right.
And Cars is in the pits.
So then, lap 140, 20 to go, or 21 to go, and won't be long until we get back to racing. Once everyone's back in a pack, we will get to racing.
So another lap of the safety car, I'd say.
Sounds about right.
At least.
They should be able to settle for one more lap, but
I'll be back in a minute down the commentary. Just got to go and check on my wife. She just got out of surgery on Friday, so I just got to go and check. I'll be back.
Okie doke. So then, we are well into the closing stages of this motor race, and speedy tyres for Robbo Sport, the number 17. Speedy tyres will be leading this from the front. Little Blacko. Little Blacko often very quick on the restarts. We've seen that time and time again across the day. And of course Diswood right there in third place as well. Punts in fourth. That's a very much a killer's row of drivers in the top four. Of course that's also, I think, in just behind in fifth place. Yes, that is Davy Gravy. So we really do have the fast five at the front for the first time in a long time. So Speedy Tyres has shown just how quick he is, but he's not going to have it easy in any sense as the race goes back to green, hopefully at the end of this lap. We still have some stragglers making their way up the mountain straight to catch up to this safety car train. As you may have seen on the game chat there, the current road order is the order in the race. Safety car confirmed in this lap, so we will be back to racing in just a few seconds' time. Speedy Tyres will head the way. With less than 20 laps left to run. Will it be all green from here? Will there be more dramas? It's difficult to make any form of prediction here at the mountain. Speedy Tyres and Blacko. Diswood in third place.
He's holding them. Is he going to hold them, or is he going to go?
I think he may maybe pull the trigger somewhere.
I didn't think there was any tyre warming after the safety car had been into the pits.
No.
Oh,
we'll see what's made of that. Will he pull the trigger before or after Murray's?
Blacko's sitting out there
He's
to
off.
get a go. He's going.
Gets a clean run out of Murray's. Little Blacko getting a bit of a wiggle on. Punt's
on.
having some troubles. Punt's in fourth place is under pressure. Davey just having to tuck in behind him. But we are back to racing. And Davey really having to muscle his way past Punt's in the battle for fourth place. Top three line astern. Davey, meanwhile, running alongside Punt's.
Oh,
And Davey through, where is he? They're side by side. I think Davey's just about got it. He does. Through into fourth place has gone Davey Gravy. Diswood, meanwhile, hustling the back of Little Blacko.
Oh!
Is there a little bit of contact there?
Diswood's very hard under braking there, gets the wobbles up. Try not to get Little Blacko as they head across the top. It's going to be on for the last laps here. All the three top drivers, they're going to be into it.
Absolutely. Little Blacko, I think, just struggling a bit with internet at the moment, on my screen at least, but I am half a world away, quite literally, so I don't know if that's...
He's a little bit glitchy, yeah, but...
Speedy Tyres, though, with a good run out of Conrod. I think Blacko maybe will be a smidgen too far back, or maybe all three of these drivers will converge on one another at the end of the chase. I think Diswood's got the better run of the three, but I think it's going to remain in the current order.
It'll all come down to braking. Woodsy brakes.
Oh, Diswood was very deep on the brakes there.
That was very deep, but he's gained a fair bit. Speedy doing a little bit of defending, coming into Murray's.
Davy Gravy into pit lane. He did just lose 4th place, back to Bunce. And then Davy's come in. No damage. Oh, no, there was damage after all. Okay, my apologies. So, yes, damage on Davy. Not sure where that happened.
Oh, Diswood's got a good run out of Hell Corner. He's right up. Little Blacko's bum.
Davy will rejoin in 6th position. Last of the lead lap runners. Meanwhile, as you rightly say, Speedy Tyres, Little Blacko and Diswood having a great battle, and Little Blacko really being hounded by Diswood as they head through the cutting.
He's trying to stay within Speedy Tyres, but he's also got to defend his second spot to Woodsy, and Woodsy's just got him well under pressure. He'd be shaking more in his car than a rattlesnake in the desert.
Absolutely right. And
they drop down round in through the dipper. Speedy
Tyres will be loving what he sees.
Yes, they're holding each other up.
Exactly what he wants.
Yep. Oh, beautiful exit out of Forest Hill. That was Speedy. Got a good run down Conrod.
Blacko really didn't get a good run at all. He ended up scraping up against the barriers. Diswood didn't get much better though, kind of followed him into the barriers in sympathy.
Yeah.
Won't get close enough as they head through the chase.
Speedy's braking about the 80-metre mark as they come into the chase, so he's got his brake situation sorted out. I think this is going to be in the 150s, or 151, or nearly.
So a good battle between the top three, and also a good battle in P4 as well, with Punts coming under pressure from Justin 930. Justin maybe looking to the inside as they head towards Griffin, but not quite able to get enough of the Lexus's nose up the inside of Punts there. Despite the best efforts of Justin, remains in P5. Oh, but just going wide is Punts, and that's opened the door for Justin. Justin through into 4th position. Takes the place from the mashed Spuds car. Punts then tagging the wall, trying to chase Justin through the mountain section.
Man, he's gone from mashed buds to sloppy potatoes. It's not good. Yeah, too much Marge.
Margarine in mash. What? Oh no.
Or butter. Oh yeah, you don't use milk, you use margarine.
Butterworks. Margarine is... Margarine's only for cakes in my world. Garlic in mash.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, you try it. Have you tried it? Have you tried?
Yes, an interesting point being raised in the chat. Speedy and Blacko both may be pushing the limits of the 2-hour maximum that the drivers have to run to, so there may yet have to be a driver change for...
Oh, that'll put a pigeon amongst the chooks.
Well, I think Speedy might be okay for that, actually. I don't think it was that long ago that well, no, actually has been in there for Brandosa for a while. And it's, yeah. Interesting point raised.
But then we have had some that's done a whole 100 laps because they haven't had a driver. So, do they bend the rules a little bit for one and not the other? It'll be...
it's different circumstances
yes,
when you're
course.
literally actively searching for a driver.
Yeah.
And quite another when you're just deciding to go beyond 2 hours because you reckon you're quicker than your teammate.
Yeah. Speedy slowly pulling away. They sort of spread themselves out a bit evenly now. Woodsy got a good run out of Forest Elbow then. Caught up a little black hole a little bit. He won't get him down under brakes, but...
This is lap 146. We're in the final 15 here at Bathurst in the Trackstars Bathurst 1000. And then we follow the front of the order, the battle between Speedy Tyres at the head, Little Blacko in second, and Diswood in third, representing Robosport, both of the Nissans, and Mash Spuds Racing in the case of the Lexus in the Holden Tribute livery. And, well, not only is Diswood putting in a good performance at the wheel, but we also have N-Spud crunching the numbers. In the virtual paddock, and just raising some questions about the driver time limit, and I'm sure the officials will be keeping a close eye on that one. Speedy just pulling away a little bit from Blacko, who's not had the steadiest of runs out of the cutting and towards McPhillamy.
In the last 3 laps, the top 3 cars are all in the 51, so they're pushing.
Certainly are.
In second sector, Speedy's up 200ths on his best time. We'll see if he can hold it. Yeah, Woodsy's up close now to Little Blacko. If he can get a good run out of Forest, which I think he did. I think he's right on him.
Is he going to be close enough when they head to the apex of the chase? I think it's touch and go.
Catching him, but he's not close enough, I don't think.
He's going to have to get out of the throttle potentially.
Oh, no, he had to back off.
Oh, but he's tagged the back of Blacko. Oh, very low. Oh, Blacko's got damage. Blacko's got rear end damage.
Yes, Woody's got splitter damage on the front too.
Oh dear. They both continue on their way, but both of them showing damage. And that could be a major moment in the race.
I think so.
Especially if you're a part of the 17 squad, and particularly if you're Speedy Tyres. Surprised that both of them continued on their way. Maybe they didn't realise in time. You'd think after an impact that size you would glance down at your damage indicator on instinct, but... Is it affecting them particularly? I'm not sure that...
No, it's not actually, because they're still going pretty hard.
Again, I do hate to call it into question, but so many times when I was streaming the touring cars, the damage indicators weren't showing properly, and I just wonder... We'll see, I guess, over the next couple of laps.
But he's on Little Blacko's tail. If he can stay this close, he may just get him down, Conrad, if he can get a bit closer.
8 tenths off through the second split. That's not great, but it's also not terrible. Maybe does indicate just the slightest margin of damage, but they're both continuing. They've got a little bit of a gap to the 4th place man, of course. Justin 930 in the 15.
And yeah, well, I think they have got damage because you can see Speedy is actually opened up the gap between second now. So it is affecting him, I think.
Let's see if they come in this time. Out of the chase and onwards towards Murray's, but do they take the corner or do they come into the pits? Oh, I think they were both teasing there, weren't they? Blacko was leaning towards pit lane and then didn't do it. Interesting stuff. Surely you wouldn't settle for second, but also again, if you do pit for the repairs, then you are effectively again holding the hopes of a race win on another safety car, and no one knows if that's going to come.
No.
So all of this playing well into the favour of Speedy Tyres. It's been so commandingly quick and
Yeah, he's been
consistently
doing
so as well.
And a 150.9, so he's pushing.
Absolutely, within a tenth of his personal best, or
Yeah.
his personal best is of course the fastest lap of the day so far. And we must remember as well, that was set on almost an empty tank, and he's still got a quarter of the tank and change left to go. The other question, of course, is whether he's got enough fuel to get to the end. I think that as we're now on lap 149, he has got enough fuel to make it.
Yeah, I think he has.
You would suspect that he's dialed back the old fuel mix as well, wouldn't you?
Probably not yet, but I reckon he will in the last probably, I don't know, half a dozen laps. Just to make sure if he gets down. But he's still pushing pretty hard.
Yeah, I guess it depends whether or not he's getting the feedback from his teammate.
Yeah.
Regarding the situation with Blacko and Diswood, and this time Blacko pits. Blacko into pit lane, Diswood does not follow. Punts, meanwhile, under pressure for his position, that's about to potentially become fourth place. I think actually, no, Blacko comes out behind Diswood. So Davey following Punts for fifth spot. And
I think Woodsy should have pitted with Blacko the last lap. But I think
yeah, I agree, because Blacko's only
pits.
come out a couple of seconds behind him, hasn't he? So
Yeah.
oh, and a tag of the barrier there from Justin, or rather from Punts, I should say. Went undamaged from it as they went over the really getting on the dirt at Skyline as well. He's really ragging the 47. Whoa, so
Whoa.
close to the limit of adhesion. Davy Gravy. Yeah, Davy's got a great run as they head down Conrod. He's on the outside. So Punts is probably still going to have a nose in the situation when they head towards the chase, but Davy's going to have the inside for the braking zone. They go through the chase, 310 kilometres an hour, side by side. Davy has the position, later on the brakes, blocks Punts, and through into P5 goes Davy Gravy.
Woodsy's pitting.
Okay, so repairing the damage at long last, and coming out just behind Little Bacco, and will be under pressure from Justin 930. So Justin could smell a podium here.
He could.
In the 15. Not going to have a run going into Griffin though.
Woodsy didn't put tyres on either. It must have been just repairs and go.
Looks that way, certainly. Track position, perhaps more important at this stage. The last lap of the race was the fastest lap of the race for Speedy Tyres at the front of the order. A 150.740 for our race leader. Just because he's out in the clear by about 7 or 8 seconds, that doesn't mean he's not pushing. He's set to purple in the middle sector as well. This time he could be even quicker. Speedy Tyres, well, his tyres are certainly working well for him. They've barely got any wear.
Yeah.
I think he's going for the fastest lap, and then he'll turn the wick down. He's going to make sure no one else can get anywhere near his time, and then he'll Maybe just put the fuel mix into 2 for safety. 0.1 up as they go through the third split. Could we see a 150.6, maybe even a high 150.5? Depends on his run through Murray's. Let's see how he does.
Well,
Kicks
we hit the
up
grass a little
the
bit.
dirt just a bit. Yep. Perfect out of the corner though. What is the time?
Nah. Oh, yes, he did.
Yep,
Oh,
just a 157.19.
10 laps
to go. And he is really throttling it at the head of the order. Blacko still in second place.
He's not as quick.
No, 150.1. He's never going to make that gap up on pure pace. It's going to take a mistake from Speedy Tyres.
Yeah.
Or a safety car intervention for this to really
Stop
fall
it.
anyone's way except Speedy Tyres. Little bit of a close battle for third place as well. Third, fourth, fifth and sixth in one long queue.
Slip.
Who was that?
Speedy had a bit of a little bit of a tail wig at the top of the mountain there.
Okay, well
Controlled
Diswood in
it.
third place. Still under pressure from Justin 930 in fourth. Davy Gravy and Punts there or thereabouts as well, so the podium could yet go either way. The third step at the very least.
Oh, beautiful line out of Forest Elbow there by Speedy. Beautiful. Made up a little bit of time on him, I'd say. Well done. Very consistently good driver. Beautiful lines.
4/10 off though on this lap. I think maybe just reeling it in a bit. I think maybe satisfied that no one else is going to get a quicker time than a 50.7. Into the final 10 laps then. 9 to go when he crosses the stripe this time. Just kicks up the dust coming out of Hell Corner. But not to worry. Just needs to keep it on the straight and narrow.
Justin will be pushing too, because if you're looking for a podium, so the pressure's going to be on Woodsy from Justin.
Yeah.
Try and get a podium.
Gap looks to be about stagnant at the moment. If it's gone anyway, it's gone in favour of Wood in the last lap or so. A 51.3 last time for Diswood, a 51.7 for Justin, so
Yeah.
Diswood pushing that little bit further. May just have this one in the bag. As you guys go into the evening, the first signs of the sun appearing on the horizon here in the
Shami
UK.
in the pits.
Shami in the pits, as you say. We'll probably go to the end now. On Diswood there, just ran a bit wide at the elbow. Won't put him far enough back to...
Shami's changing drivers. Drivers changing.
yeah, interesting. Wasn't expecting that, but
Mitch is
Mitch
back
is
in the car.
taking it back. Yeah, interesting.
At this time in point.
Hey, you made fun of me for yawning earlier.
No, I was just stretching.
I see. Diswood running round the final corner, just kicking up the dust at Murray's, and Justin still right there with him, but I get the feeling that might be stagnant there. They've got Davy Gravy right behind them as well. Three looking very evenly matched. And I don't think anyone's going to be able to close in on Blacko in second, but in turn it would take intervention from a mistake or elsewhere for Speedy Tyres to fall back into the clutches of Little Blacko.
I think Speedy's gone on to fuel conservative. It was a 52.3 then.
Yep, quite right. Very good spot.
It's gone because he's under quarter of a tank now. Still 9 to go.
Yeah, it's going to be touch and go, isn't it?
Touch and go.
Perhaps it's the reckless youth in me, but looking at the track map, I think if he were to pull in now, he'd probably just about come out ahead.
Yeah, with a touch of flash and dash.
But it's probably better to just...
Yeah, he's on his case, he's on his case.
Yeah,
Bit of
Diswood.
pressure there.
Yeah, this is the battle for third place, and the 32 is being driven through the mirrors, I fancy. Justin 930 lurking as they head through the chase. Almost 190 mile an hour, over 300 clicks.
Beautiful.
Well, this race...
Little black guy then with a 151.2 against Speedy's 151.7, so...
Gap
Mitch
is
is in the
closing, but I
pits.
don't think it's going to close enough
No.
as it stands.
It's going to be very touch and go for the fuel for Speedy.
Oh, absolutely. We flagged that when he came in for his final pit stop before the most recent safety car, wondering if that was going to serve him well.
Yeah. Could be. I'd be interested to see if the driver limit comes into play too. Could be another thing.
Absolutely, that one I think may well end up being a post-mortem.
Yeah.
Something to talk about afterwards, but we'll have to call it as we sees it here this evening. We're well into the final 10. This is lap 153.
Woodsy.
Momentum shifted then in this battle for P.
Davey Gravy's right on Justin's butt. May just get him over under the brakes into Murray's. Is he going to have a look? Nah. Conserves
No,
it.
not quite. Davey's going to want that fourth position, but he's
big
pushing a little
slide
bit too
by
far
Davey
there.
Gravy. My God, nearly pulled his legs apart and kissed him good behind. Wow, good save there.
That
Thought he
was
was gone.
heart in the mouth there. He'll have been practically facing the Super Cheap Auto wall there. And yeah, Davey very low on fuel, as pointed out by our man in our ears. Just maybe about 12-13% of fuel left out of the full
Ooh,
tank,
yes.
but that's not ideal by any stretch of the imagination. Speedy tyres, though. A little bit more in the tank. Actually, Diswood has about the same amount. No, I was wrong. Never mind. We'll ignore that. Diswood does have a bit more fuel than Speedy tyres. I think really Speedy tyres is touch and go, and Davy Gravy is simply not going to make it as it stands. Yeah, Puntsu.
I've just heard off Discord. If it goes past 5 PM, then Speedy and Black will have to change.
20 minutes left. I don't think we're going to get that. It's currently 22, isn't it?
Yeah. This
So I
could be
don't think-
interesting.
No, I don't think it is. I think it's going to be about 14 minutes of racing left. So
Yeah.
unless there's a
They
safety
might
car,
be just under it.
it will be just under unless there's a safety car. Punts then. with a fair heap of fuel, having only just taken over that car, of course. Ended up with a full tank by default. Speedy tyres, though. 52.8 last time by the leader. Very much on the conservative side of speed now.
Yeah.
And I'd say that gap to Little Blacko is probably somewhere around 5 seconds at the moment. And Blacko,
closing.
still in the low 51s, is definitely closing up. This is perhaps not as signed, sealed and delivered as we thought a few laps ago. We're on lap 156, so 5 to go.
And I think
He's making up about a second a lap.
There'll be a mad dash for the pits if there's a safety car.
Absolutely right. I don't think that's going to come. And actually, I don't think the mad dash for the safety car would happen for a majority of the field, because if Speedy Tyres needs to, or would rather splash and dash, then the rest of the pack would rather be ahead of him if they have the fuel to make it to the end.
Geez, I'll tell you what's going to be touch and go for Speedy.
Quite right. Yeah. Davey in the red, so we're going to lose one contender from the podium.
If you'll have to pit this lap. He won't make it another lap unless he doesn't realise and doesn't see his fuel gauge flashing.
Speedy tyre crosses the line.
No, he's kept going. Wow.
3.5, 4 seconds the gap between the top two, and while we discuss that, we do... Oh, and just into the red now is Speedy Tyres. Speedy Tyres has just gone into the red on fuel. He'll be in the final 10% of the tank.
I think he's going to have to pit. I really do.
Well, 4 to go.
He's not going to get 4 laps out of that. No way. Even if he put it at 6 fuel consaving, I don't think he's going to make 4 laps. I think it's going to be a lap short.
He may well end up running out on Conrad on the final lap with the way this race has gone. This is a race with the flair for drama by the looks of it.
Little Blacko's, he's in the right position too, he is. Plenty of fuel, tyres are good. He is in a good spot to get first. Yeah. And
Blacko with just under a quarter of a tank left.
Yeah, no.
Well, this has been a dramatic race, and if that was an accident, if Speedy Tyres forego fuel due to a slip of the X button,
he'd be kicking
then that
himself.
will be haunting his dreams for perhaps all year until the next Trackstars Bathurst 1000. Perhaps he should have gone for fuel 5-6 laps ago when he still had the gap to come out about side by side with Blacko. Yeah, gap to within maybe 3 seconds there. 51.5 that time for Speedy.
Davey Gravy's in the pits. Davey Gravy's in the pits getting a splash.
With 5 litres of fuel left. Not much at all left in the bottom of that tank. Yeah, interesting. So tyres as well for Davey Gravy. Will come out behind Punts, and well, unless... Oh, on my screen, Davey Gravy didn't fuel. He's still in the red.
Oh no, he's forgot the
Not
button.
another slip of the X.
He got tyres with no fuel. And I'll tell you what, little Blacko is catching him so quick.
Absolutely right.
He is flying.
It's not even that he's flying, it's just that the car ahead is limping at this point.
Fuel consumption.
Easy for you to say. Well then, as we go down Conrad, still not short shifting though, bouncing off the limiter on a couple of gears is Speedy.
He short shifted then.
Yeah.
Not that one.
Surely not going to make it. This is lap 159.
He's got 2 laps.
So 2 to go this time.
I reckon he's going to miss by a lap.
Yeah, I think it'll be less than a lap. I honestly think that fuel is going to go on Conrad on the final lap.
Unless he's going flat out now, try and get enough for the last lap to go full 6 fuel consumption and then try and beat him home.
No, I don't think so. I think he's got to be more conservative than he is. He's still bouncing off the rev limiter. He really just needs to start short shifting. I think that's his best chance at a win here. 2 laps to go, and Speedy Tyres is still our race leader for the number 17 RoboSport outfit. The only driver, the only person watching this stream who probably doesn't care either way is RoboSport, because both of these cars are under the RoboSport banner. So he's going to win either way. But Speedy Tyres is going to be sweating buckets.
For the name of glory of winning the Bathurst 1000, it's, yeah. It'll be a shame. Oh, he's on his smell of oily rags by the time he does the last lap.
Sweating enough to cure a drought, unfortunately. Speedy Tyres into the last lap and a half here at Bathurst.
Oh, I tell you what. Little Blacko's catching him. But his last lap was a 151.6 Speedy, so he's not hanging back and off. Blacko's was a 151.4, 151.2 before that, so he's flying. There's not much in it. I don't think Speedy can afford to turn back the dial to save fuel. Not with little Blacko that close.
I'm just trying to work out what the spreadsheet was up.
Catching.
The spreadsheet was updated for 158. White flag. So there you go, confirmed final lap. I was just wondering about that because the spreadsheet hadn't updated to 159, but we are on to the final lap of the race then, and it is Speedy Tyres from Little Blacko. The gap can't be more than 2 seconds. Speedy Tyres has absolutely no fuel. He's got the Sahara Desert in his petrol tank.
I think Conrad is going to kill him.
Yep, this is what I suspected for the last few laps. Conrad Straight might be the clincher here. There's a yellow flag up ahead. We've got a car stranded up ahead.
Oh, it's
the Kazi one.
The Kazi one.
Just another little obstacle in what's proving to be a very heart-palpitating final lap for Speedy Tyres.
Yeah, well done.
Kazi doing a good job at staying out of the way there. Speedy
Tyres. He's nearly out.
He's so close. He's got to be on his final litre. And look at Blacko. Blacko is right on him as they head towards the elbow for the final time.
He's fuel conserving.
Will that car still be able to accelerate at the end of the Conrad Straight? This is going to be the critical moment for Speedy Tyres. Still accelerating, 260, 270, short shifts into 6th gear. Not even going to touch 300 as they head down the straight.
I think he's going to make it. He's going to make it.
Maybe just about going to make it.
Just.
Still a couple of harsh acceleration zones left to go.
Oh, God, he is so lucky.
With less than a half pint of fuel left to go, he rounds the final corner, and he does take the win. In fact, no.
Jesus, that was
so close. So close.
Well done.
I think he may have run out there.
He did. Oh no. Well done.
He very sharply slowed on the straight, and Speedy Tyres has perfected the low fuel run there. If the checkered flag was waved halfway down the mounted straight, Little Blacko would have won the race. No questions asked. Very close stuff from Speedy Tyres. Little Blacko taking the 2nd spot there.
Woodsy in 3rd, wasn't it?
Yeah, Diswood in 3rd place ahead of Justin, 9:30 for 4th.
Absolutely a top drive by Speedy Tyres and Blacko. It was well done. Only just, as you said, if
I suppose technically they don't need fuel for donuts. They'll be not going any quicker than 50 k's, will they? So
the motor's full revving.
Yeah. It's 80 k's, isn't it, that it holds you to if you run out of fuel? So yeah, I don't know, but nonetheless,
he's got to be out.
Yeah, what a race though.
Well done, Speedy. Well done, Blacko. Well done, Woodsy. Well done, everyone. At this present time, I would like to thank the commentator. I would like to thank everyone, especially Spud, for asking me in the commentate. I quietly, very well loved it all day. It was good fun. My pleasure to do it. It was great.
Absolutely great racing, and my thanks to you, Box. Great to have you on board for the full duration. We got through the 161 laps, and well, I didn't need any energy drinks or sleeping stave offers for this one. That was
only because you listened to my shit all night.
Well, as I now have to consider breakfast.
Breakfast.
Yeah, it's nearly 7 in the morning.
And then have a snooze.
Yeah, definitely. And Speedy Tyres will be considering a champagne dinner. A great win for the RoboSport driver, of course. Let's not forget that the co-drivers as well. So it was the 17 of Speedy Tyres and EBM Brandosa that took the win. Lurox 22 and Little Blacko will stand on the podium second. Third place, the 32 mashed spuds. That, of course, is Diswood and N Spud P666 taking the third spot. So a very happy podium, I have no doubt, and I think everyone who reached the finish will be delighted with that one. Kazi won, retired one car, finished in the other, so he got a second shot after throwing in the towel.
I think everyone that finished should be very proud of himself for finishing the Bathurst 1000.
Absolutely, no mean feat taking on the mountain 161 times.
Alright, it's a long day.
Yeah, that's the other thing that you must remember as well, of course, is that the driver times will have to be checked. So it is all provisional. Keep an eye on the Trackstars Racing Facebook page to see the final results published once the stewards have cast their eyes over the event. But for now, what we know is Speedy Tyres took the win, provisionally at least, from Little Blacko in an absolute nail-biter. And we will certainly be talking about that one for a few days on the Trackstars Discord, I think.
A few burnouts going on by here. So there we go, it was very close to 6 hours of racing. Yep.
Okay, well, after a long day's racing, we have GTRs doing donuts, we have Speedy Tyres fuel being checked for drought, but we will have a trophy going the way of Speedy Tyres, of EBM Brandosa and the RoboSport outfit, of course. Two of their cars on the podium. It was a great day's racing here at the Bathurst 1000 for Trackstars. I've been Adam Weller. I've been joined in the box by Box. And it's been an absolutely wonderful day's racing. We hope you've enjoyed tuning in on the stream. Do make sure to keep in touch with Trackstars here on Facebook. Do subscribe to Shane hosting the stream as well here on YouTube. And tell your friends, get involved. If you're watching and you're not involved with this, come on, get on. Check out the Trackstars Facebook. Join in, tune in. No matter how you get involved, we're so happy to have you with us today. And until next time,